14. Darius was dead. Whoever lingered in the trees had snapped his neck. He had a big gash of a wound that Lucian or Master Longway didn't want me to see. How he'd gotten killed was beyond my knowledge, as Darius and all the other guards were highly trained in combat. Bradley wasn't asleep that morning when I snuck out. He was drugged. He didn't see anyone drugging his coffee or even smell it as he took sips. Again, all the leads just disappeared into thin air. I was devastated, not knowing why they had picked Darius. He was my guard, and what was he thinking going off alone after a hunch? He reminded me so many times a day to never wander off alone without him. Master Longway gave me permission to take the day off, and I spent it in my room. Lucian gave some of his classes a miss, as he was sure whoever killed Darius was coming for me next. He obviously blamed Paul. Who else could have done this? Police and investigators spent the day searching for clues, and some even stayed behind. Master Longway gave some of the investigators rooms, and said they were going to carry on with their investigation tomorrow. I knew there had been someone there, lurking behind those trees. The only question was, did they want to kill me, too? Or had they tried to make me turn around and walk away? It was scary not knowing if there was someone trying to keep me out of danger, or trying to hurt all of us. Some students left the academy. Their parents didn't feel that Dragonia could be trusted to protect their children, with Blake still absent, even though Master Longway had a long meeting with all of them that night. I guessed it was because it had been someone like Darius with all his training that died. That had gotten the parents really scared.
It must be Paul.
George jumped quickly to the same conclusion as Lucian the next morning at breakfast. They interrogated him yesterday like the whole day. Kyle, his roommate, said he was in his room sleeping.
Becky, Kyle was sleeping too. How did he know that?
Apparently he was watching TV till 4 a.m.
I'm with Lucian. Something is not right. First he has an alibi with Professor Dixon when someone broke into your room and stole your necklace, and now Kyle couldn't sleep. That guy is like a male version of Sleeping Beauty.
I'm not going to fight with you about Kyle's sleeping patterns, George, Becky said, starting to get angry. Paul has an alibi. Stop blaming him for everything. George showed his teeth, got up, and left our table. He makes me so furious. He doesn't think properly about stuff, just jumps to conclusions all the time. Becky, what if Paul is behind this? Sammy, I know you guys want to believe he is guilty, but they found nothing on him. What if he really is trying to be different from all the other Wyverns? King Albert wasn't there to witness what happened 10 years ago, Becky. That was different, Sammy. They are all the same. You can't say that. Becky sounded frustrated. What happened 10 years ago? I wanted to know, and I was sick of no one wanting to tell me. Not our story to tell, Elena, both said in unison. Sammy got up. Lucian is so right. As long as Paul Sutton lives inside Dragonia Academy, more people are going to die. Sammy yelled and left. Some of the girls that had welcomed Paul threw glares, while others clapped their hands for someone willing to say out loud what they were thinking. Professor Pfizer's class still carried on as if nothing had happened. She was the only teacher that could take our minds away from the Darius incident. As soon as we arrived, she collected all our journals and started with her class. I see we have an ascending coming. We all looked around to find out who she was referring to. My eyes landed on Peter, a small, skinny boy resting his head against the wall. His nose was red, and he looked like death. It's just the flu, Professor. Keep telling yourself that, Peter, We all laughed. Looking at Peter, what type of ability do you think he will get? She asked everyone.
He looks like death,
Simon, a Blake wannabe, said.
I'd say the night villain.
Simon, night villain ascendants have other symptoms far worse than Peter's. Think, people. Green vapors, swallow annexes, and sunblasts all came forward, and every time Professor Pfizer said that their symptoms were different. What those symptoms actually were, she didn't say. I guess she was waiting for more ascensions to take place that would show us, rather than her telling us. Flu. The story she told us that first day about Lord Diggory jumped into my head. Snow dragon? I said, as the image of a frozen, snowy day came into my mind. Aha!
I'm going to be an ice wielder?
Peter's head snapped up. I thought it was only the flu, Peter, Professor Pfizer joked, which made us all laugh again.
Tabitha's ass is mine,
he said through his nose as he laid his head on the wall again, a huge smile plastered on his face. Your language, Peter.
Sorry, Prof.
Now, who can tell me what exactly will happen when Peter ascends? The entire class didn't know, as none of us had ever experienced it. No one, she said, and went to sit on her desk again. You want the symptoms or what actually happens? Riley asked. What actually happens, Riley? Professor Pfizer shook her head, not impressed that she didn't know the answer. I didn't either, since Becky had never told us. She had been way too freaked out. They say it's a very special time for father and child. Father and child? I looked at Peter again, and even he was listening closely, bad state and all. Now, I know some of you lost your fathers, but it doesn't matter. My eyes rose. Dad. When the ascension happens, you will experience a reunion with your father. It doesn't matter if he's still alive or dead. His spirit will come in the form of a living, breathing person. We don't know what causes this reunion, but it just shows you how special ascensions are. She laughed. Some have told me that it was like having a beer with their fathers in a pub, talking about everything that matters in that time. Others say they thought they were going to die. I guess getting a visit from your dad who died years ago might make you think that. A second chance with Dad. It was all I could think about as Professor Pfizer told us what the experience was like. I could tell him how sorry I was. I could tell him I loved him and that I know he was only trying to protect me. I could finally get the answers I'd given up on. Then, what my father had been jumped into my head. I lifted up my hand. Professor Pfizer nodded. My father was a dragon. Does that matter? She smiled and looked down. I was scared you were going to ask me that, Elena. She looked at me again. Your situation is the first of its kind. To be honest, I have no idea whether it will be the same as a normal ascension or not. I nodded, and it felt as if someone had pulled an invisible plug from my body, letting out all the hope of seeing Dad one more time. Walking back to the front of the room and letting the issue rest, she gave us a reading assignment to do while she read through our journals. I couldn't concentrate as I kept thinking about what I would go through with my ascension. Elena? Professor Pfizer spoke my name and she gestured with her hand to come to her. I got up. She had my journal in front of her. Do you want to explain to me these colors? I wish I could. I guess the darker ones are like the emotions I don't understand. She smiled. You are artistic. I nodded at her words. You're not the first. I'll figure it out. She handed me my journal back and smiled knowingly. Good luck with that. When the bell rang for lunch, I found Becky at an outside table with George. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but by the stares of everyone around them and Becky's hands swinging up in the air, I could tell they were arguing. Why didn't you tell me that you saw your father when you ascended? I plunged down onto the bench in front of her. What? Her eyes rose into huge saucers. How did you know that? It's part of ascending, Becky. Their argument fell aside at my words, and they listened to what Professor Pfizer had told us. Becky leaned into her hands. I thought I was dying. I didn't know that it was supposed to happen. She peeked at me over her fingers first, and then she dropped her arms onto the table. You saw your father? George asked, and she nodded her head, staring at the table. It was amazing, yet so terrifying. I wasn't at the lake when I saw him. I was back at home, and he was tucking me in like I was a child. Tears glistened in her eyes as she started to speak again. If I'd known it was part of the ascension process, I would have stopped panicking so much and just enjoyed every moment. I had a feeling he wanted to tell me something, but he struggled too much to calm me down. A tear finally rolled down her face as it sunk in that it was the last time she would have seen her father. I've got to go, she said, excusing herself and mumbling something to George. I only got the word, alone. Sorry, George. I didn't think properly about that one. It's cool, Elena, he mumbled as he looked at Becky walking through the main door that led to our rooms. I felt sorry for her when I finally realized I had just revealed to her that she had lost the only chance she would have with her dad. Me and my big mouth. 15. The next couple of days were more or less the same. As the death of Darius still lingered around the academy, it was mixed with Becky's dull mood. I apologized for my big mouth, and she waved it off, trying to pretend that it was nothing, but I could see it on her face. She didn't make peace with it easily. No one dared to walk alone, and a new rule emerged right after Darius's death. We all had to be in our rooms by 8 o'clock. Lucian didn't leave my side and walked with me to every classroom now that Darius wasn't there to protect me. I even found him waiting outside after every final bell rang. Cooper, his guard, was always somewhere near. Nobody bothered with the chef's riddles in all the commotion, and we had a couple of healthy meals in a row. Even Becky ate them. Blake wasn't back at school yet. It somehow made me more agitated without his presence there to keep all of us safe. Maybe whoever was doing all this would back off if they knew they would have to face the Rubicon. I would, if I were them, whoever they or it were. I doubted that it was Paul, but I knew Lucian still blamed him. Paul just didn't fit the description. He didn't carry the aspect of a killer. He carried the same look that was plastered on everybody else's face. He was just as much a victim as the rest of us. Sammy's words the night of the Warble Games played in my mind again as I lay in my bed in complete silence. What if they had been aiming for me? I mean, they broke into my room and they killed my guard. Constance was right. Danger kept following me, no matter what I did to try and stop it. I could hear the guards changing shifts outside our room, and I pulled my blanket tighter around my body, trying to keep the chills at bay. As I struggled to sleep, the image of Darius's shoes laying underneath a large oak tree kept creeping into my dreams. The deep, familiar voice came back, and my eyes flew open, shaking me from my momentary abyss I had finally found. I listened to it play in my head while my heart seemed to beat 1,000 times per minute. I didn't understand one word, but the tone was compelling, seductive. and had the beat of a lullaby, a beautiful lullaby that soothed my inner soul. Unable to stay awake, I closed my eyes and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. The voice was gone when I opened my eyes the next morning, but it came back around 10 o'clock and stayed with me the entire day, like it knew I was having a terrible day. The soothing sound of its tone made me feel somewhat better. The worst part was struggling to pay attention to what everyone said around me, instead of letting the soft words consume me. Paul asked me a couple of times during the day if I was okay. I just nodded, not wanting him to know about the strange familiar entity that was with me. That night I fell asleep with it, and when the sunbeams started to light up our room, it vanished. I grabbed my journal off my nightstand and drew another circle. The same colors made it into the circle, but this time I used a soft pink for the peace the voice had left me with as I woke up. A bright orange that represented the voice itself made it in there as well. Another big question mark went right next to the circle. Professor Pfizer was never going to unravel this one. At first, Paul kept his distance in enchantments, but must have felt sorry for me as I couldn't understand a single word Professor Giorgio said, and he moved back into the seat right behind me. He translated everything, but didn't have to say much as we were still busy trying to move the object on Professor Giorgio's desk. I begged for that stupid bell to ring, because most of the students had already had their turn, and mine was creeping closer and closer. "Elena?" Professor Giorgio called my name and said something in Latin. Paul tapped my shoulder, and I knew what it meant. I looked with doubt at the box. "Just concentrate, Elena," Paul whispered. "Clear your mind." Easy for you to say. The voice came back as I did what Paul said. Somehow, it felt as if the voice gave me the strength I needed. I became lost in it and listened to its deep and husky sound while focusing on the box. The voice suddenly moved to the back of my mind and vanished. The only thing that was left now was the box, nothing else. Pain jolted through my temples, but somehow it didn't make me turn my gaze from the box. I ground hard on my teeth as it grew stronger and stronger. I felt a warm liquid running over my lips and chin. The headache growing inside my head grew unbearable, and then everything went black. I opened my eyes and found Paul, Professor Giorgio, and the entire class huddled over me. I somehow made it to the floor and lay staring up at them, flat on my back. "Welcome back," Paul said through a huge smile, and looked up at Professor Giorgio, who just stared at me. "Professor, will she be okay?" "It appears so, but you should take her to Constance to make sure." Professor Giorgio didn't take her blue eyes off me. Paul's hands slipped underneath my shoulders and lifted me up. My head spun, and if it hadn't been for Paul, I would have fallen down flat on my face again. He picked me up in his arms and walked with me through the hallway. "Paul, it's okay." My voice sounded weak. What the hell happened?
"Elena, I'm not putting you down until we've reached Constance's office."
I felt like an idiot being carried like a baby, but I had to admit I was glad that Paul insisted, as I had no strength to walk. My head ached as I tried to remember what had happened, but no picture or memory appeared. I closed my eyes and could only feel the rhythm of Paul's body moving as he walked. He really smelled good, too. "What happened?" Constance's voice rang inside my head, and I knew we had reached the infirmary. "Enchantments," Paul said quickly. "I told Nora not to push too hard," Constance said in an angry tone. "Put her down on the bed." I struggled to open my eyes as Paul laid me down gently. "Elena, can you open your eyes for me?" Constance asked. I tried to open them, but only managed slightly. It had been so easy 5 minutes ago. The light, it hurts. It's a side effect. It will pass. How does your head feel? Like someone hit me with a rock? I said and managed to giggle. It's not funny, Elena. You could have hurt yourself. Why didn't you stop? We tried, but somehow she was too connected to the box. Paul's voice was soft now. Constance took a huge breath. Just relax. She put her hands on the side of my temples, and the same familiar warm feeling emanated from her touch. My head started to swirl, and I closed my eyes again. The pain started to dissipate slowly. She actually made the box move, Paul said, and my eyes flew open this time. I did? Calm down, Constance ordered, while Paul answered me with a wink and his beautiful smile. I suppose Master Longway's theory about the mark isn't far off? Constance started to massage my head as the bell rang in the distance. Paul and I laughed. I hated hearing them say that. But a part of me was starting to believe in it, too. This feels amazing. What happened? Lucian's voice filled the infirmary and he came to my side of the bed in a flash. Paul tried to explain, but Lucian cut him off mid-sentence. Leave. I told you to stay away from her. Lucian, I said, leave before I make you. Lucian, Constance yelled. Paul brought her to the infirmary. He didn't cause this. Enchantments did. I'm fine. I touched his hand, trying to calm him down. It's fine, Constance. I'm late for class as is, Paul said shortly and left. He's really trying, Lucian. Don't. You of all people should know not to trust him, Constance. I do. But you can't judge all of them the same way, Lucian. Something tells me he's different. Lucian closed his eyes and bit hard on his teeth. Constance massaged my head again. How does that feel, Elena? Much better. It's manageable. I don't aim for manageable. Just give it another couple of minutes. She carried on using her healing gift. What happened? Lucian asked again, this time using a more gentle tone. She made the box move on her first try. Her first try? Lucian sounded surprised. Is that doubt I detect, Your Highness? I joked with closed eyes. No, he chuckled. You are one special girl, Elena. So I've been told. They just laughed. I missed the sound of his laugh. He had been so serious lately. When the bell rang the second time, my head felt tons better. It's fine, I promise. If it starts to hurt again, you come back immediately. Don't push yourself too much. Deep concern laced her tone. Promise. She gave me a warm smile. In all my years, no one has ever moved that box on their first try. What? Lucian nodded with a grin on his face. A warm, fuzzy feeling emerged in my stomach, and I couldn't help but feel as if I was going to jump out of my skin. Thanks, Constance. I don't know what I would do without your healing hands. She laughed. Just take it easy. We said goodbye and I started to run for my favorite class, Art of War. As I moved around the corner, Lucian pulled me back by my arm and gave me the warmest kiss. His one hand was at the back of my head, and his other snaked around my waist. A million goosebumps rushed over my flesh, and heat waves rolled through my body. When we parted, he growled softly, as if my kisses caused him some sort of pain. I meant what I said. You are one hell of a special girl. I just smiled at him. I love you so much. I love you too, I whispered. He walked with me to Professor Mia's class and spoke to her to explain my lateness. She just looked at him and back at me. Well done, Elena, she said, and made a huge announcement to the class about me making the box move on my first try. Lucian waved a quick goodbye and ran off to his class. I'd forgotten to bring my axes, so I had to fight with my old sword. Somehow, it became lighter in my hand, as if I'd gained more strength. My ascension must be close, the way Master Longway had said that night. It could explain everything, why all of a sudden I've gained so much strength, and maybe the voice, too. Could it belong to my dragon? I'd never thought about it like that as I blocked Colin's attack. He had lunged at me without any warning, and his eyes grew with the amount of strength I used to push him away from me. It felt amazing as my fighting skills kicked in, and I attacked him as if I was a samurai. On the third blow, he was on his ass. "What the hell happened to you?" He looked up at me and I giggled. "Not the pushover I used to be a couple of months ago, huh?" I said proudly as I gave him my hand. He slapped it away. Clearly, Colin didn't like losing. I turned around and walked away, giving him space to pick himself up off the ground, and got kicked on my ass. I stumbled forward. Sneaky bastard. He didn't give me any time to regain my balance and kept attacking me with everything he had. I got in a kick or two, and the last one landed hard where it counts. He bent forward and grunted in pain before he fell down onto the floor. The students close by were just looking at Colin, sprawled in a heap on the floor. "What happened?" Professor Mia asked as she kneeled down to check on him. He was still in a fetal position, holding his groin and groaning. "I didn't even hit you that hard. You are such a baby." I had to admit, it felt great. "Enough, Elena. Take him to Constance and find out if he's okay," she told Hamus, one of the students closest to her. "If you want to fight dirty, then fine. Let's do it." Professor Mia went to pick up a sword, too. "I didn't fight dirty. He attacked me from behind," I replied, shit scared that she wanted me to fight her instead. This was not how I foresaw today going down. "Oh, please, Elena, we all saw what you did." Clarissa, another red-head and freckle-faced girl, snapped. I think she had a crush on Colin or something. "I didn't do anything." Why don't they believe me? Probably because Colin is as scaly as a night villain. He loved his surprise attacks, and when in pain, he took the easy way out. The students formed a huge ring, and Professor Mia and I started to walk in circles facing each other. I took a deep breath and did what Lucian had told me to do. Wait. She attacked first, and her blows were stronger than Lucian's, which made me fall backwards. I did manage to stand my ground, but she didn't give me a chance to send her any blows back. I just had to defend, and after a minute it grew worse. We were really close to the wall with the shields, and I saw one Lucian liked to fight with. I found my opening and slid past her to reach the shield, and managed to get a hold of it just in time. When her next blow came, I defended it easily, and gasped as I saw a spark. The sword fell out of my hand, but I had to leave it to find a better grip on the shield's handle before she swung at me again. The class started to cheer. I don't know if it was for me or Professor Mia, but I bet we gave them a show. I tried to use the shield as a weapon. Lucian had shown me what to do when someone like Professor Mia didn't want to get out of my personal space, and I started to push her blows aside with my shield, blocking them at the same time with all my strength. She started to stagger a bit backwards, and I saw it as an opportunity to attack. I didn't see her as my teacher anymore, but as one of my opponents. I went for my sword again as I blocked one of her blows. After that, I turned to block more of them, first with the shield and then attacking with the sword. I really wished that I had my axes. It would have made winning so much easier. Professor Mia held up her hand just before I went to strike for the 5th time. "Stop!" she yelled, and I could hear that she was out of breath. "What happened to you?" she asked, resting her hands on her knees. When she lifted her head to look at me, she had the same kind of excitement Lucian had had when I pushed him to the floor that first time. Guess you were right to give it some time, I heaved back, and we both chuckled. Your reflexes are amazing. Well done, she said and lifted up my one hand. It felt awesome to win at something, and to be able to do it pain-free. The whole class applauded with shock or surprise written all over their faces. I wasn't sure which one. The bell rang. Colin didn't come back to class, and I was worried about him. Sort of. What if I broke one of his ribs? I thought. But then again, Constance would be able to heal it. I quickly ran up to the infirmary and found Julia taking a smoke break outside. You smoke? I asked, and she shushed at me while watching the door of the infirmary. Constance will kill me if she knows that I'm still smoking, she whispered frantically. I just giggled. Is Colin okay? What? The boy with the broken ego? She rolled her eyes and flicked her cigarette butt away. He's fine. I went in carefully and looked around the white room. Hi, Constance. I just wanted to check up on my injured sparring partner, but Julia told me the only thing that is wrong with him is his ego. He's fine. I guess Lucian really transformed you into a true Dragonian. Yeah, he's really awesome when it comes to weapons, I replied. That boy is awesome just by breathing. I wouldn't mind if he tried to claim me, Julia sang, which made all of us laugh. She was a night villain, and sometimes it was hard to imagine, as she was nothing like Sir Robert. Guess fighting against Mia makes you a true Dragonian now. Not everyone can beat Mia. Seriously? I asked as she nodded her head. There were others that beat her too? Only Blake and Lucian. Why do you think they call her by her first name? She said matter-of-factly. She sparred with Blake? Elena, she's a sunblast. I have to admit, she saw her ass pretty fast. Julia laughed at the memory. What? Professor Mia is a dragon? 16. I was flabbergasted that Professor Mia, or Mia as she asked me to call her from now on, was a sunblast, just like Brian had been. So I was wrong about the Professor and Sir formula, but I felt like a true Paegean really fighting dragons when Julia broke the news of what Mia was. The voice in my head appeared again around the end of the day, staying with me the entire night and through the next couple of days. Everyone began to worry about me as my behavior became strange. I became quiet and appeared to be miles away from this world. I seemed completely out of it, and I began missing some of the important things the professors and my friends said as the voice distracted me constantly. What is going on with you? Lucian asked me one night as we said goodbye at the stairs. And don't say nothing. You haven't been yourself lately. I just have a lot to deal with, I lied. He lifted my chin. Elena, please tell me. I looked at him for a short while, contemplating if I should say anything. It's a voice, okay? He squinted. What? This is nuts, I whispered and looked away, wishing I hadn't said anything. I hear a voice, Lucian, in my head. It doesn't stop talking to me. What does it say? The corner of his lips jumped slightly. It's not funny, I'm serious. Sorry, I didn't mean that. But you know how this sounds, right? Crazy, I know. So, what does it say? I don't know. It speaks a foreign language. Latin? I don't know. It doesn't sound like Latin. I can't make out a single word. He pulled me into his arms. Are you sleeping well? I get enough rest, if that's what you mean. I mumbled into his chest. Then what do you think this is? I don't know. Maybe it could be connected to my ascending. Elena, no dragon has the ability of telepathy, not even Blake.
Oh, please, Blake is so not my dragon. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying that no dragon has that ability. Then I'm probably going crazy, Lucian. With everything that has happened these past few months, I'm bound to hear voices, don't you think? You're not hearing voices, sweetheart. You're hearing one. He pulled his hand through his hair. It wasn't as funny as it had been a couple of seconds ago. Have you spoken to Professor Pfizer? I shook my head. I think it's safe to ask her about this, Elena. Okay, I'll speak to her in the morning. The guards were starting to get restless around us. I guess it's lights out. Lucian mumbled and gave me a soft kiss. Don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of this. I promise. I nodded and waved at him as our paths parted. Becky looked up from the homework she was doing on the carpet, and Sammy spoke to Isabel's holograph on her bed. What is going on with you lately? Becky asked, too. I sighed. Can I ask you something? She tapped the spot next to her, and I flung myself down as Sammy said goodbye to her mother. She came over and sat on the carpet, too. Worry lines made her frown, and didn't suit her, even though it seemed to be a constant look on her lately. How is he? I asked Sammy. Mom says he's better, but for some reason, his healing ability doesn't work as well as she'd hoped. She says it's like he doesn't want to heal. Maybe it's his way of fighting this, Sammy. The longer they feel the pain, the more he can hold out from turning. Becky tapped on her leg. I know. Sammy sighed and ruffled her hair. I just want him back so badly. We all do. Then maybe this shit will change, Becky said out loud what I had been thinking and looked at me. So, what do you want to know? Can you and George hear one another? She frowned. What do you mean by hear one another? Thoughts, Becky. Both of them stared at me as if I was mental. Forget it. I pulled my hand through my hair, too, and pulled out my elastic band. It felt good to ruffle up my hair. You hear voices? Sammy asked. I looked at both of them for a long time before my gaze fell to the floor. They were my best friends. I nodded. Both gasped. What did they say? Becky asked. I don't know. I told them everything I'd told Lucian, and they reacted in a similar way. Huge worry lines pulled both their eyebrows together and appeared in the corners of their eyes. What if I'm finally, losing my mind? They have pills for it, Elena. Besides, you're not crazy. We'll find out what this is. Becky promised, too. Speak to Professor Pfizer. She'll know what to do, Elena, Sammy said. That's what Lucian said. I'm just scared it's a first again, and what if she sends me to an asylum? Elena, come on, she won't. What does Lucian think? Besides thinking it was funny, nothing else. He got a bit worried, though. What does it sound like? Sammy asked. I huffed. Not as crazy as you think it would. It somehow soothes me, and its tone is deep and husky. That's good, she said, and we just looked at her with raised eyebrows. I mean, that it doesn't freak you out. Just that the voice actually soothes you. Okay. I pulled my mouth and we started to laugh. What a messed up year this is going to be, Becky said after the laughter quieted down. And it's just the beginning. I stayed behind after Professor Pfizer's class the next morning. This was it. It was now or never. Elena? She acknowledged me, standing near her desk, and I stepped forward. I waited for everyone to leave before I told her about the voice inside my head. She didn't say anything as I explained everything, and just listened. How many times do you hear this voice?
It comes and goes, but the period of time becomes longer every time. It explains why you're so distracted lately. Sorry about that.
Don't. I think it's magnificent.
I looked at her. It was the first positive response I'd gotten since I told anyone. You do?
It must be your dark mark.
She looked excited as she said those words.
I can give you plenty of theories, Elena, and most of them would probably come true, but all of them boil down to one thing. I think you're part of a dent.
A dent?
She nodded. Your bond is strong with whoever your dragon is, and it's not the first time a dragon and a rider shared the gift of telepathy.
She pulled her lips awkwardly upwards and shook her head slightly.
Okay, maybe not entirely true. The couple of dragons and riders sharing this gift all became the ancients.
What?
It takes years and years to develop hearing each other's thoughts, Elena. After being with one another for so long, the bond is unbreakable, and that's where the telepathy comes in.
She took a deep breath to retain the excitement I clearly didn't share with her yet.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think, when Becky ascended, Master Longway pushed her claim date so quickly?
Because George and she were meant to be. She shook her head.
It's because of what they are, a dent. If they're denied one another, both of them would have been in a lot of pain. It's a bond that has to be made, and one that can't be ignored.
My eyes grew as she said these words.
In all my years, I've never seen a mark as dark as yours. Not even the ancients. Whoever your dragon is, she sighed. We are going to witness amazing things from the two of you.
I don't even know who my dragon is.
You will when you ascend.
Master Longway thinks I'm a fire wielder.
She frowned. Please do tell.
I started to laugh and she joined in. I told her about the incident with the fire powder and how it should have burned a hole straight through my throat and stomach, but didn't. She just looked at me with admiration, the creepy kind.
Already amazing. What else do you feel? She asked.
That is the thing. I don't feel different. I don't even feel close to ascending.
The build-up takes time, Elena. When it starts, it can happen in a matter of days, if not faster.
So, it's between a sunblast and a firetail. She nodded.
They are the only two fire breathers. But from what I've been seeing in your journal, she frowned slightly. I don't think it's a firetail, Elena. I think it's a sunblast. You have way too many dark colors in there that don't belong to a firetail.
I thought about Sammy again. It could be, though, if that specific firetail was going through a hard time, don't you think?
You think you know who it is?
I hope it's Sammy. She does feel pretty frustrated and angry with what's happened to Blake.
You shared these emotions with her?
I nodded.
Then the only thing we need to do is wait.
I took a deep breath. So, I'm not busy losing my mind?
She laughed. Far from it. Embrace it. See if you can't write some of the words down if it speaks to you again, and I can help dissect it.
I nodded. It sounded like a fun task, and I couldn't help but feel excited that someone was finally going to be able to help me. Thank you.
That's why I'm here.
I giggled again as her eyes sparkled, and I said goodbye. I found Becky, George, Sammy, and Lucian in the cafeteria. They all looked surprised as they took in the wide grin plastered on my face. Spill! Becky pulled me by my arm, eager to know what my verdict was. What did she say? She says I should embrace it. I spoke softly.
So, it's normal?
Lucian asked, still with worry lines around his eyes. Sort of. I pulled my upper lip and felt my nose scrunch up. It's not unheard of, but I'm the first to experience it so soon." "What do you mean, experience it so soon?" Becky asked. "She thinks it's my dragon speaking to me." All their eyes were as huge as orbs at my words. "I know it sounds crazy. I'm hearing a voice." I spoke fast and retraced my thoughts. "The ancients all have the ability to hear their partner's thoughts."
"Elena, the ancients are all dense,"
Lucian said. "Exactly." "You're part of a dent?" Sammy's dimples dented deep into her cheeks. "That is what she says."
"So what, it's between a fire tail and a sunblast?" Lucian asked.
"Yes." I looked at Sammy. "You think?" "I don't know, Sammy. It could be. At first she thought it was a sunblast because of my journal and the feelings I wrote down. But when I told her about what you are going through and that I feel similar things, she only told me to wait and see what happens when I ascend." "You think you can hear my thoughts?" she whispered. "I might, but it comes and goes. I'll write it down when it does, and we will know then for sure." She clapped her hands excitedly. "This is so frosome." I laughed. "I'm so with you on that one," Becky said. "You guys should have seen Professor Pfizer. She wanted to jump out of her skin when I told her." Lucian laughed, but it didn't reach his eyes. He was still worried. After dinner, Lucian and I spoke again by the stairs. He held me against the smooth, cool stones as he looked hastily into my eyes.
"What if it's not Sammy, Elena?"
"Then we deal with it."
"And if it's a male?"
"Lucian, I love you. It will never come to that." My hands gently touched the sides of his cheeks and I gave him a kiss.
"You don't know how they are when they can't be couples."
"Let's not worry about that right now, okay? I'm sure that it's Sammy." He gave me a quick smile, sighed and nodded.
"It's pretty wicked."
I laughed as he said those words. I hadn't heard them coming from his lips in a long time. We said goodnight with a long kiss, and when the guards paced around us again, our paths separated. I couldn't wait for the voice to come back. Sammy even tried to help me by thinking things while sitting right in front of me. We stared at one another, but nothing came, as we kept bursting with laughter. Around 10, we decided to call it a night and went to bed. The voice would come again, and this time, I would be ready. 17. The voice didn't come. It would be just my luck if it had decided to shut up forever now that I knew what it meant. Still, I carried a small notebook with me, waiting for when it decided to speak to me again. The next week was pretty awesome, as Peter had finally ascended. He started to tell us what he'd experienced, and we hung on every word from his lips. He'd gotten pneumonia and was in the infirmary for 3 days. Nothing Constance tried made it better, and when she was confident that he was busy ascending, she let nature run its course. He said it had felt as if he had breathed out his last breath when he suddenly found himself in the woods with a rifle in his hands. Tears glistened in his eyes. Peter's father had died 2 years ago in a hunting accident. They couldn't get him to a healing town fast enough where swallow annexes were plentiful. When he heard his father's duck whistle, he knew what was happening to him. They'd shared a long talk, and he didn't want it to end. Finally, when he woke up, he looked different. He seemed taller, brawnier, and had long, lean muscles I'd never seen on Peter before. What a wonderful experience, Professor Pfizer addressed the class while sitting on her desk. I really hoped with all my heart that I would get to share one with Dad, too. To see him again, and just apologize, and finally give him the thank you he deserved. Later that day, enchantments was also interesting, as we had started to elevate a feather with our minds. It was harder than the stupid box, and the nosebleeds seemed to come faster. It wasn't as hectic as the first time, and I easily snapped out of it.
I could help you with this, if you want, Paul said after the umpteenth time I'd failed.
Lucian would just love that, I said, unable to keep the sarcasm from my voice.
He doesn't need to know.
I don't hide anything from him, Paul. I'm sorry. He's not a big fan of yours, and I can't. Okay, so it wasn't the whole truth, as I didn't share my foretelling with him, or the fact that I was still dreaming about Queen Catherine. But I wasn't going to hide this from him.
So, what you were saying is, I have to get his permission first?
I giggled. Something like that. He sighed.
It's going to take a miracle. Have any ideas?
Save his life? I joked, and he laughed.
I'll find another way for him to trust me.
Paul's tone carried all the confidence in the world as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and winked at me as he walked quickly to the exit. What is that guy's deal with me? That afternoon, in arithmetic, the voice finally came, and I couldn't grab my notebook fast enough. Books fell out of my backpack as I tried to get to it, causing a loud racket. I apologized to Professor Dungfrey, our second-year arithmetic lecturer. The voice still spoke, as if it was having a conversation with someone. Class must be really boring for whoever it was. I wrote the words I heard, even though I was certain nobody would understand what this dragon thought. It didn't sound like Latin at all. I'd written about 5 pages, then stopped and just embraced the soothing voice as they recited foreign words. When the bell rang, I ran to Professor Pfizer's class and handed her my notebook. She paged through it, like tomorrow depended on it. I don't know how to write it, so I wrote what I heard. She nodded without taking her eyes from it. Tears welled up in her eyes. What did she read? This is beautiful, Elena. She wiped her eyes as she finished the last sentence. I haven't read this in a long time. What is it? It's a very famous poem. The dialect is what they call Old Tongue. That is why you never could understand it. It's a bit different than what most of the dragons speak. All I can say is whoever your dragon is, they have a soft spot for old poems. I've got a poet for a dragon? She laughed. One that appreciates the art, just like its rider. I took a deep breath and let it out. Only one way to find out if Sammy likes old poems. What is this poem's name? Propertius, by Virgil. Sensing my interest, she carefully explained to me what the poem was about. It was about a boy with no love, and how it had tricked him, after which he became free. Goose pimples rippled over my flesh again. It sure sounded beautiful, but it didn't sound like Sammy. I couldn't help but think this news was only going to worry Lucian even more. Do you still hear it? I nodded. I managed to push it to the back of my mind, but I still hear it. She grabbed both my hands and shook them gently. This is so amazing. I giggled again. Now to find out who this poet is. She smiled at me as her next class entered, and I barely made it to mysteries before the bell rang. I couldn't pay attention again, as I wondered about who this beautiful voice belonged to. All I knew was that it was my dragon, but who it was a mystery, and one I doubted even Sir Edward could help me with. Poets were gentle, and so my dragon would be as well, especially if it thought of ancient poems that made old ladies cry. I couldn't wait to find out if this did belong to Sammy or not. Shaking myself from my thoughts, I tried to pay attention. Sir Edward was speaking about some sort of potion, one that was so intriguing that it held the entire class's attention.
That's exactly what this potion does. Sir Edward scribbled the last ingredient on the board, and we all gasped as we read the words, Rubicon's blood.
So, what you're saying is that a human's heart will stop for 30 minutes, and when the effect washes away it just starts beating again? Jeff, sitting in the first row, asked.
Exactly, Jeff.
He turned back around.
It's also where it got its name.
Riley raised her hand. The coward's potion?
He tossed her a candy bar at the correct answer. When Quito died, scientists took everything they could harvest from him. That was when Gilderoy I started to experiment with it, and come up with a new way to defeat death. As you all know, it's illegal to brew this potion, and I doubt Blake would just hand you a vial of his blood.
We all laughed as he said this, but mine died on my lips as I remembered seeing Isabel wiping his blood from the walls of their home. Blood pumped with magic, uselessly wasted on the walls. The bell rang, and I hurried out, trying to find Sammy. I finally found her sitting in our room. Do you have a love of poems? I blurted out. She gave me her look, and her eyes rose.
The voice came back.
I nodded, and her smile disappeared.
I don't, Elena. It's not me.
Then who? I can't think of another dragon that knows poems.
Neither can I,
she replied.
This sucks.
Tell me about it.
I guess Dean will be over the moon.
We both gave a small chuckle as disappointment laced our tones.
Don't worry. We will find this poet of yours,
she said as she stroked my arm.
I really wish that it was you. Me too.
I knew the chances that the voice belonged to Sammy were small after Professor Pfizer told me it was a poem. She wasn't the type, and I was her best friend. I would have known if Sammy had a love of poems. We were bummed out the rest of the day, and I was so upset I couldn't even eat. Lucian was not impressed with this outcome, either. He was back to being worried about the voice belonging to a member of the opposite sex. He read my 5 handwritten pages like 5 times, and I could see he was thinking really hard. Do you know who it belongs to? I asked hopefully. He shook his head without looking at me, but he swallowed hard.
Hey,
I leaned closer to him.
Nothing is going to come between us. I promise.
Elena, you don't know how strong a dent can be.
I love you. You are my choice.
Whoever this dragon is, they'll have to deal with that or get slain. He smiled softly.
I mean that. I'm not going to give you up just because I'm part of a dent, Lucian. He or she will have to understand that.
Yeah, sure, he said, sounding defeated.
You sure you don't know who it is?
I told you I don't, Elena.
Then stop sulking. I still need to ascend before we know for sure.
It's a smart dragon. If they memorize poems, especially this one, word for word.
Poets are gentle. Whoever it is will understand. You'll see. We have nothing to worry about. The next morning I almost overslept and rushed to my first class. Cooper, Lucian's guard, was missing, and so was Lucian. My entire day was messed up, and to make it worse, it felt as if my feet were dragging. I hated feeling so tired, and I could feel my senses dulling. I walked around the corner leading to my next class and bumped hard into someone. Papers fell to the floor, and I apologized without looking up. I picked up one of the sleeves, and the name printed on it froze my body. I was holding the poem that was playing around in my head.
Don't worry, Elena. I've got it.
I looked up and stared into deep brown eyes. My blood ran cold. You like poems? I asked, and he grabbed the paper out of my hand.
If you tell anyone, I'll kill you, he said slowly.
I just kept looking at him.
I was joking, Elena. I'm not the killing type. Although I get all the blame for it.
Promise, Paul said. Sorry, it's not that. I've got to go. My heart pounded hard as fear clouded my chest. I went to my room and grabbed my cami frantically. I didn't care what class Lucian had, this was urgent. I dialed his number and his face appeared in 3 rings. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he saw the look on my face, his expression changed into hard lines.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I know why Paul is the way he is with me, Lucian.
What?
He likes poems.
Calm down, what do you mean?
I was late for a class and I bumped into him in the hallway. I helped him pick up his papers without knowing it was him and I found the poem. The exact same poem, Lucian. He admitted that he loves them.
Lucian's face froze.
Say something.
No, Elena. He can't be your dragon. He's a Wyvern.
Lucian, dragon is dragon. Everything is different with me. I began to panic. My father was a dragon. I'm born with a mark I shouldn't have. What if it's him?
No, it's not, Elena.
Are they fire breathers?
Lucian didn't say a word.
Lucian, are they fire breathers?
Where are you now?
My room.
I'll be there in a minute.
His face disappeared and I felt like crying. Why him? Why not someone else? Lucian would never accept him, and I would wither in pain if I ran from it. A knock came from my door and I opened it slowly. He walked into my room, clearly agitated.
Yes, they are fire breathers.
It's him, Lucian. Why else does he stare at me and treat me like gold?
What do you mean, treat you like gold?
I closed my eyes. He has enchantments with me.
You didn't even bother to tell me that?
Lucian, I know how you feel about him. I'm sorry.
That explains why he took you to the infirmary that day. I should have known.
I didn't do anything wrong.
I know. I'm sorry.
He stroked his face hard.
It can't. It just can't be him.
He hit the wall as he said the last word. I flinched, as I'd never seen him like this before. I'm sorry.
Tears were close by.
He turned around and hugged me.
Don't. It's not your fault.
If it helps, I feel absolutely nothing for him. He gave a defeated chuckle.
It doesn't matter, Elena. He will find a way into your heart, and he will come between us.
He will only come between us if we let him, Lucian. I love you, and this time you have to trust me on that.
Okay,
he whispered, and I felt his lips brushing the top of my head softly.
Can you keep this from him?
I moved away from him. Professor Pfizer said that it would hurt like hell if I don't accept it. It's the same as a dent.
Damn it.
He closed his eyes and our heads rested against one another. What happened between you and Wyverns, Lucian?
I can't tell you.
Please. I've got to know if one is going to be part of our lives.
You'll leave me.
Trust, Lucian. He kept quiet for a long time and just stared at me. I could see anger, fear, and a deep sadness inside those beautiful blue eyes.
10 years ago, a Wyvern killed my sister.
18. I was absolutely speechless. I'd never even known he had a sister to begin with. He let go of me and walked slowly to the couch with both of his hands in his hair. This is so messed up.
I've got a plan. Do what you need to do, and then set him free, Elena.
Can I do that?
He nodded.
Deal, I said without thinking it through.
It's not easy, though.
I don't care. I couldn't let Lucian live with the same species that killed his sister. What happened?
When I was 9, 4 Wyverns came to the castle on my father's invitation. He wanted to fulfill King Albert's wish of making an alliance with them. Wyland was one of the Wyvern chief's sons. His father was really sick and they sent him instead. His eyes fell on my sister. He was like Paul. Everyone loved him, but we learned little of them. They stayed for 3 months. I thought he was the most amazing being I'd ever met. Well, he fooled us all. A tear rolled down his cheek at the memory. He wiped it away with a sniff. I know it was 10 years ago, but if you knew Desi, you would have loved her. I know for a fact she would have loved you. I moved closer to him and gave him a hug. I'm sorry you had to lose her. I really miss her. A lot. My father changed after that. He told me over the phone how he begged them not to let Paul in here, but the ancients had already made up their mind.
How did Desi die?
They never wanted an alliance, but information on the land, the castle, and who my father was. My sister fell for him, and I guess a small part of Wyland fell for her, too. Nobody could pretend like that. Nobody.
He looked at me with sorrow filling his eyes.
At that stage, I thought it was cool. I would be the only one in Paegeia who had a Wyvern family. What did I know? I was only 9. And naive. He stared at the carpet as he said that last word, and I could tell he felt shame along with guilt. The day he decided to strike, my sister caught him as they had made plans. I found her drowning in her own blood as he stood over her with a dagger in his hand. He'd slit her throat. When I yelled, Emmanuel stormed into the room, and their plans were ruined. Wyland and the other guy got away, but Emmanuel killed 2 of them.
It all sounded so horrible, to lose a sister that way. Poor King Helmut, and her mother.
My father got his revenge, though. He killed every Wyvern in his path until he found Wyland, and he burned his ass slowly. I closed my eyes and let out a sigh.
This is really messed up. First Ariana, we overcome that. Now this? It's like fate.
Shh. He put his finger on my lips. Don't think like that. We will get through this, too. Like you said, he won't get between us.
I nodded. He knows who I am. It's only a matter of time before he shares it with someone, Lucian.
I know. When he does, we'll pretend that it doesn't matter, okay?
Okay. The word barely came out. We looked at each other and Lucian leaned in closer. Our lips brushed gently against one another before it turned into a kiss. It was hard, fast, and greedy, almost feverish. I couldn't recall Lucian ever kissing me like that. It felt as if this was the last kiss we would ever share. Please don't let it be the last kiss. He stayed the rest of the afternoon, as he'd just walked out of his last class of the day. We fell asleep on the couch, and when we both woke up, the sun was starting to set. None of the girls were in the room, so I laid my head back onto his chest. I could sleep next to him like this, forever. At dinner, Paul just stared at us. I could feel his eyes on me the entire time. He knows we know, I whispered to Lucian.
Keep it cool. It's fine.
He gave me a smile and kissed the tip of my nose. I giggled. The next day I found Paul at our Art of War lesson. Professor Mia had a bright smile on her face as she spoke to him over to the side of the room. She couldn't get enough of him. It must be a Wyvern thing. Our eyes met and I looked away. I know he knows about me. Every dragon knows who his rider is. Good morning, class. Please take a seat. Professor Mia gestured with one of her hands to the bleachers. I took a seat next to Finn. The girls in the front row whispered to one another, and by the smiles on their faces and the way they undressed Paul with their eyes, I knew that the subject was him. Today is going to be so much fun, Mia said. Colin was sitting right behind me. Paul has agreed to teach us more about fighting Wyverns. Mia had a huge grin on her face. Some gasped, while others made excited noises. I just stared at him. Why would he do that? Elena? Professor Mia called my name. No surprise there. I got up, and Paul put his hand on her arm and shook his head with a very serious look on his face. He leaned into Professor Mia and whispered something in her ear. When her eyebrows raised and a gasp left her mouth, I knew exactly what he'd told her. What that had to do with this sparring lesson, I had no clue. She called Colin's name, and as I sat back down, Colin jumped up, pretending to be Rocky, and bounced on one spot before he ran down the bleachers. As much as I wanted to rejoice at seeing Colin's ass getting kicked again, I was hurt that Paul didn't want to spar with me. For someone who'd really tried to get my attention, I thought he would grab this opportunity with 2 hands. His actions made me feel as if I carried some sort of disease. I didn't pay any attention as Mia worked through the entire class's names except mine. When the bell rang, I darted out the dome. Elena, wait! I should have known the jerk would want to explain, but I didn't care what stupid explanation he had. It was more than enough that I got this on a regular basis from Ariana. I refused to take it from him, too. Hey, wait! He grabbed my arm and forced me to turn around to look at him. What do you want, Paul? Why didn't you want to fight? I'm not good enough for the mighty Wyvern? Why did I just say that? A small smile appeared on his face, and I shook my head, turned around, and started to walk away. Wait, it's not like that. I don't care you're my rider, Elena. He spoke as if voicing the fact made it somehow all make sense. Something tells me you already know that. He looked at me with a deep frown. I nodded. Why didn't you say something? I'm with Lucian, Paul. I was sure you'd figure it out. Elena, this is something we have to sort out. You are a Wyvern. Lucian will never accept it. What are you saying? He swallowed hard and stared at me with questioning eyes. I can't be your rider if Lucian isn't okay with it, and believe me, he'll never be okay with it. You can't run from this. He spoke softly, but his tone was deadly serious. I know I can't, but I'd rather die than betray Lucian. I turned around to walk away. What if he approves? I laughed and looked at him again. He never will. If he does, then you have yourself a rider. I walked a bit faster to the main entrance, trying to outrun his voice. He ran next to me. Deal. If I see Lucian, I'll scram. I shook my head and couldn't help but smile at him. That wasn't what I meant, but something tells me you don't really care. He chuckled. So, you're not even remotely interested in why I declined fighting against you? Whatever it is, I'm sure you've got a really good explanation for it. Sarcasm rolled over my tongue so thick I could almost taste it. Believe me, I really wanted to. To see what it is you can do. But if I face you, you might ascend. What? I stopped in my tracks. He raised his eyes at me. You're sure about that? Isn't that the rarest type of ascension?
He nodded. Again, something I've picked up. I wish I could explain it to you. When I saw you that day in the auditorium, it all just came to me.
What ability do you have? He gave me a raised eyebrow.
You really want me to say it out loud?
I looked down. He knew I'd heard him inside my head.
Why didn't you tell me? He asked.
How was I supposed to tell you? After I bumped into you? You would have thought I was nuts if I said it out loud.
I wouldn't. I already knew what you were thinking, Elena. I gasped.
He raised his hands in surrender.
I'm not reading your mind now, if that's what you were thinking. But I can speak to people's minds, insert thoughts, images, that type of thing. It's one of the reasons Wyverns are so dangerous, because you never know which of your thoughts are real and which ones aren't.
Shock washed over my body as he said those words. I just kept looking at him with my mouth slightly open.
What?
He paused in front of me and looked straight into my eyes. You can put thoughts of something that's not real in someone's mind?
Relax. As tempting as it is, I won't put thoughts in yours.
Lucian's fear of him coming between us just became my own. He had a gift that could do just that.
So, how long have you been hearing me?
It comes and goes. He shook his head.
We must have a strong bond.
I didn't say anything.
Don't worry. I won't do anything without Loverboy's permission. He joked.
Ha 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 ha. I laughed at him sarcastically, and we parted ways as I slipped through the main door leading to the cafeteria. That night, when Sammy left for drama club orientation, I pulled Becky down onto the couch. She looked at me surprised, since I'd never done that before. I've got to tell you something, but promise me you won't say a word to Sammy. Promise, she said before she'd properly thought about it. I know who my dragon is. Her eyes became wide, and I stared into huge orbs. Who? How did you find out? Paul is a telepath. He admitted it to me after Art of War today when he refused to spar with me. Wyverns have riders? She said, shocked. Did you tell Master Longway? Oh, hell no. Paul doesn't think I'm ready yet. That is why he doesn't want to face me in any kind of fighting. The fact that I can hear him in my mind. We have a strong bond, Becky. What does it sound like? Greek, I said, and we both laughed. You like him? I don't know. He has that same mystery as Blake lingering around him. I can feel it pulling me closer to him, but at the same time I have this knot in my stomach that keeps warning me about what he is. It's like he knew that I could hear him, and nothing that came out of my mouth surprised him. Becky laughed. A dragon always knows who their rider is, Elena. Did George? She nodded. He said the minute I walked off that carriage on my first day he knew. Then why didn't he say anything? He's chromatic. You really think they'll go and blurt out who their riders are? Believe me, they'd rather take the beatings before owning up to that. It doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense when it comes to chromatics. What does Lucian say about all of this? He's freaked out. I sighed. A wyvern is your dragon. This is so messed up, Becky said as she looked back at me. Did Lucian tell you about... I nodded. It's horrible. He thinks I can claim him and set him free. You would do that? Giving up your dragon is not easy, Elena, especially when he is your dent. What else can I do, Becky? One killed Desi, and to ask Lucian to live with one for the rest of his life? I shook my head at that thought. I can't. Just don't tell Sammy. I referred back to Paul being my dragon.
I promise. But we have to tell her sometime. If she hears it from someone else, she might be hurt.
Deal. Just give me some time to figure out how. It felt good telling one of my friends. Becky sounded excited, but she could definitely feel my worry about Paul being a Wyvern. When I crawled into bed, I couldn't sleep. Today had exhausted me, but my mind felt refreshed. Could it be Paul's influence? I didn't hear him again as I closed my eyes and said a small prayer. I thought about my foretelling. A day will come, and a day will go. The day is today. The first day knowing that Paul is my dragon. A choice you have to make. It must be referring to me claiming him. Otherwise the truth will never be known. That Wyverns are destined to be good. 19. The next couple of days I barely saw Lucian. He was missing again. This was an old draw of his. He once disappeared on me in my first few weeks at Dragonia. However, this time I worried that it was the fear of Paul and me together that drove him away, and the guilt lay thick on my chest. Running would have eased the tension in my body, but I hadn't run since the day we'd found Darius's body in the woods. When 3 days had passed and I still hadn't seen Lucian, I was really starting to get annoyed. I couldn't figure out why he was acting this way. "Where the hell's Lucian?" I asked Becky during lunch as I stormed over to our table.
Calm down. I'm sure he has a good explanation.
Becky had her arm around me. I told him not to do this. He's going to give him...
Shh. He can read your mind and he's staring at you,
Becky said without thinking, and Sammy's head shot up.
Who can read your mind?
I threw Becky a scowl.
She was going to find out sooner or later, Elena.
Who? Sammy looked at Becky first and then me. My dragon, I said slowly, gauging her response.
You found out who it is?
Her eyes sparkled.
Tell me. Chill, Jumpy Pants. It's not good,
Becky chirped. Sammy's smile disappeared immediately, and she shook her head fast.
No, Elena. He doesn't have a rider. Please tell me you don't believe him.
Sammy, he's a telepath. It explains the voice.
Wyverns don't speak Latin.
I stared at her for a minute.
He loves poems, though,
Becky said, and Sammy gave her an angry glare.
No, you can't believe him.
Sammy.
No, Elena. Think about Lucian and what they have done.
She swallowed her words. I know what they did to his sister, okay? I told Lucian when I found out about Paul.
Who else knows?
Becky and I looked at our plates.
You are so unbelievable.
Hurt turned her eyes hard.
We know how you feel about Paul, Sammy. It's not like Elena did it on purpose.
I can't run from this. If I'm a dent the way Professor Pfizer thinks I am, it will physically put me in unimaginable pain.
Well, you can't put Lucian through living with one either.
Sammy snapped as she jumped up and left. Becky and I just stared after her as she pushed the doors open with more force than was necessary.
She'll come around, Elena. You can't run from it,
George said, making me jump. I sometimes forgot he was there too.
She just knew the princess well.
I tried to phone Lucian the entire afternoon, but he didn't pick up my calls. I finally found him at the buffet line at dinner. I shoved him away from the conversation he was having with Dean. Where the hell were you? Why didn't you return my calls? He ignored my foul mood and put both hands on my face and gave me a kiss.
Relax. I've decided to put my guard to some use.
Coop is showing me some moves like Sam showed George. Why? When had Sam started to train George? He gave me a raised eyebrow. Because you can never be too trained in combat, especially when it comes to claiming Blake. I swallowed hard. You're training again to claim him? I made a promise, Elena. As soon as he gets back, I'm going to give it another shot. You think it's wise after, It's wise. He's usually a bit more reasonable after a beating. It's my best shot. I'm already getting everything in place for my meeting this Friday with the council. Professor Pfizer said you have to do all sorts of explaining about why you want to claim Blake. And it's not as easy as you think. Not having my ability yet does make it harder, but somehow I always manage to get their approval. Lucien. I closed my eyes thinking about him facing Blake. He'd already gotten so big, and Lucien was going to look like a mouse next to him. Hey, I've been there before. Twice. And you barely escaped with your life. Third time's a charm. I smiled, as it was the only thing I could do to show some positivity toward the news. I watched the next day as Coop and Lucien battled. I had to say Coop was really good. He had Lucien in so many death grips that could have easily ended his life numerous times. I could hardly believe it. My throat caught every single time as I watched Lucien struggling to get out of Coop's arms. I gave it a miss after the second day of watching them, and found myself inside the library with a book about Wyverns in front of me. They hadn't been kidding when they said they knew almost nothing about them. From what I could gather, there were 5 species. The hammerhead had horns and a hulking head that looked like a hammer. Its massive face featured a budgie-shaped nose that was bright yellow with black stripes. 2 wings instead of front paws laid flat on its back, and its hind paws looked like eagle claws. The next one was called a brownhorn. It had 1 long horn on top of its head, followed by a row of brown horns that ran down straight to the tip of its tail. It was one ugly bugger, as tiny horns appeared all over its face, and it too had a sharp bird-like beak. The spike tail and the spear tail almost looked the same. Their scales featured the same red color with black inked around the wings. The only difference I could see was their snouts. The spike tail had a larger snout than the spear tail, and the tip of both their tails were very different, from which I assumed they got their names. One had a ball of spikes that looked like it could do some serious damage, and the other resembled a long spear. The last one was called a raven snout. It was raven black with yellow stripes along its back. Its snout was shaped like an eagle's beak, and it had a crown of various sized horns on top of its head. There wasn't much in the book about their abilities, but most of them were fire breathers. As I took in each image, I silently wondered which one was Paul. Is it safe? I looked up. Speak about the devil and you step on his tail. Sure, I said, and he sat down on the chair in front of me. Wyverns. He leaned over to get a better look at what I was reading. That book isn't going to help you much, Elena. So I've gathered. Which one are you? The hammerhead? He laughed. No, I'm much prettier than that. I shook my head, but couldn't help giggling. Here. He tapped his finger on the last one. You are a raven snout? Is that what they call us? He raised his upper lip in disgust. It's not what you're called? No, I'm a black weaver. A black weaver? It must be the ability thing. I laughed. We can rewrite this book if you want. Fun activities already? Just a suggestion, if you are serious about us learning more about your kind. He gave me a hurt look. Sorry, it slipped out. I sometimes don't think before I speak. It's fine. I get that nobody trusts me and half of Dragonia thinks I've got a hidden agenda. But I really am trying, Elena. If you could just give me a chance. I told you before it's not up to me, Paul. And if it was? Then maybe it would have been a totally different story, I said without lifting my head from the images. Right. Then I probably should go and watch how Lucian practices. You think a bright banner rooting for him would do it? I laughed. He might be into those types of things. What, you don't know? He joked back. Damn, and here I thought I was going to get pointers on how to get the boyfriend to like me. I don't think liking you is his problem. It's more of a trust issue. His entire body dropped, all jokes gone in an instant. I heard about what happened to his sister. I'm really sorry about that. Me too. I'm not gonna lie to you, Elena. Wyverns are bad, and it wasn't easy to betray my kind and come here. Ever since I was little, I didn't feel like I belonged. I don't know if you know what I mean. I can relate. Something we have in common. I smiled at the thought. To get back to my soppy story, being different caused a lot of shit. My father tried to beat it out of me, and my mother treated me as if I was a rotten egg. Something else I could relate to. Mine just left. If it wasn't for my pappy, well, I'm sure I wouldn't be here today. Your pappy? A small smile broke over his face as he stared at his hands that were delicately folded on the table. He looked up straight into my eyes when he spoke. My pappy was the Wyvern who wanted to have an alliance with King Albert. He was chief for a long time, and thought it would be good for the colony if we found some sort of truce. But not everyone shared his enthusiasm, so they overthrew him and cast him out. He sighed. I knew where he lived, so whenever things got too hectic for me, I used to stay with him for a couple of days and refresh myself before I went back. The last time I visited him, he told me to come here. I've got to say, it feels so good not having to watch over my shoulder anymore. I'm sorry about the way some people are treating you. Some just don't do so well when it comes to second chances. It's fine, as long as you know where I come from. He used his hands to push himself from his chair. I've got to go before Loverboy comes and decides to cut off my head. Yeah, that sounds a lot like him. The vertical lines on his face reached his eyes, and he flashed a perfect set of white pearls my way. Thanks for the chat. He started to walk toward the library's exit. I chucked the book away, thinking of what Paul had said. If they couldn't even get the names right, none of the other information about them was going to be correct. At least now, I knew what they looked like. At dinner, I slumped down onto the pillow next to Becky. She was so frantic to have me solve the riddle, she didn't even give me time to properly say hello to Sammy and George.
What gets wetter and wetter the more it dries? Seriously? I asked. Come on, Elena, tomorrow is Friday, and both Sammy and George are clueless. Your phone app can't tell you that? Chef knows when we use that. We can't even use it in secret. He always knows.
It's a dragon thing, George interrupted.
Spill?
Becky forgot all about the riddle and wanted to know how Chef always knew whenever someone cheated.
Bex, copperhorns are like lie detectors. Human or dragon, it makes no difference.
I didn't know that. So that's why Dad had never bought my bullshit.
Nice job, stupid.
Becky slapped George hard on the chest and rolled her eyes towards me.
Oh, sorry, Elena. I'm an idiot.
George apologized. It's fine. I just never knew that about my dad. It explains a lot, though. They all laughed. I saw this as the perfect time to grab something to eat. I greeted Chef with a wave and started scrolling down the buffet line at the feast he had prepared for us tonight. My mouth started to water as I saw the pumpkin and steamed veggies. The smell of roasted gammon steak with pineapple and cherries pricked into the meat filled the air. There were way too many choices, but I was sold on that bulk of pink meat. I dished up excitedly.
"Did you see today's riddle?"
he asked. Becky already asked me. He smiled. Give me some time, though. You forget that my dad was fond of riddles, too. I'm sure it's in me somewhere.
"I'm sure it is, Elena."
I moved over to where the sodas were stacked high. What gets wetter and wetter the more it dries. The words turned inside my head as I thought about them over and over. I grabbed a mousse cup and put it on my tray after grabbing a can of lemonade. It's a towel. Chef looked at me with a smile playing at the corner of his lips. He walked over to the bell and rang it again.
"So, what will it be?"
he asked, and I looked over at Becky, who did her funny dance. Friday, nobody was in the mood for lectures anymore by the time we reached enchantments. Paul permanently took the chair behind me now, and kept whispering translations of what Professor Giorgio said. We were past the box and feather thing and had moved on to deeper challenging our minds lessons. She gave us each an apple. She explained that we had to grab it from the person next to us using only the power of our mind. It was hard at first, but with Paul telling me how I should concentrate and clear my mind, the apple rolled a couple of times off his hand. He caught it just in time before it reached the ground, as I struggled to make it come to me.
"You're getting better,"
he said as he took a bite out of a second apple he was supposed to practice with.
"Small steps, Elena. You're doing great."
I laughed as he saw this lesson as an excuse to fill his stomach. The bell rang and I waved goodbye to Paul. It was a pity I couldn't spend more time with him in the open. He really wasn't a bad guy. But then again, Lucian had been crazy about Wyland before he turned into a psycho. For dinner, we had our favorite, burgers and fries. Becky had two, and when I arrived, George was busy stuffing his fourth one into his face. We laughed at Lucian teasing Coop about beating his ass.
"You're getting there, Your Highness,"
Coop said in a serious tone, and Lucian's face fell immediately. We roared with laughter as Lucian just stared at him. "So, you guys." The most horrifying siren interrupted Sammy's question. A shiver of fear ran through me. The last time that siren had gone off, they had announced the theft of the King of Lion sword. 20. The guards stationed around the table moved first. Coop stayed behind and guided Becky, George, Sammy, Dean, Lucian, and I to safety. The other four parted ways as our small group followed Coop closely. As we passed through the halls, my eyes caught on Chang, who was leading a group of first-years to their dormitories. Lucian tried his best to help with whatever had made the siren go off, but Coop would have none of it.
"Lucian, if anything happens to you, your father will have my head. Now move your ass."
We had no choice, and all of us were shoved into our room. The door made a loud thud as it was slammed on our confused and frustrated expressions. Lucian and George rushed over to the window to see what was going on, as shouts sounded from below, and a faint orange light played on the edge of the window. The minute both of them touched the windows, electricity zapped through them as if they had just touched a live wire. Lucian fell backwards and groaned on the floor, but George could handle the zap thanks to his abilities, and moved over to Lucian. I dropped down at his side as George spoke to him. "Are you okay?" I asked. He sat up straight but held his hand between his legs, the pain reflected clearly on his face.
"They put a protection charm over the windows,"
They what? So, we're prisoners in our own room? I yelled.
All the rooms are like that. It's something that happens whenever the Academy is under attack. I've just never seen it for myself until now.
That is just perfect,
I yelled beside him.
Becky dropped some ointment and bandages on the floor next to us. It was a miracle she had them since the school was filled with swallow annexes. But then again, they could only heal humans. She must have gotten them for George in case he ever needed them. I picked up his injured hand softly and gently put on some of the ointment. Lucian's jaw muscles clenched as the hurt pulled at his face. "Sorry," I whispered as I wrapped his hand with a bandage. "Thank you." He gave me a quick kiss and I helped him to his feet. We went over to the windows again but kept our distance. Lucian's other hand pulled me closer so that I could see better. My eyes grew in horror at the view of professors and guards fighting against a group of magic wielders in black cloaks. The scene was lit up by flames and a couple of firebolts flew through the air. There was a sunblast, 2 fintails, and a copperhorn fighting to protect the Academy. My throat went dry as my eyes lingered on Chef's dragon form. The last time I'd seen one in action was the night my father died, and the memories flashed through my mind. "This can't be happening. It's not real," Becky said as panic gripped her. She asked George to pinch her. The 2 fintails fought against at least 10 magic wielders alone. Their tails kept shooting out small spears like a porcupine. I'd never even known they could do that. Professor Gregory was down there too, and I could see how one of the fintails pulled him back just as a firebolt flew past them. A swallow annex and night villain flew past our window and descended onto the scene. Acid balls fell on some of the wielders in cloaks, and screams filled the night as they ripped them off. Julia, I always knew she was a badass, I thought to myself. One of the black cloaks fell to the ground in a lifeless heap. The swallow annex stomped on another one and shredded his limbs with its mouth. Constance? Millions of goose pimples made my skin crawl and turned my stomach. The Sunblast and Night Villain appeared to be teaming up, and Mia's name popped into my head. In one fluid motion, they blew fire and acid onto another group. The men in black coats wielded an invisible wall and blocked the impact of the dragon's abilities. The fire and acid didn't even reach them.
"We should be down there,"
Lucian roared. George seemed just as frustrated as his hands vibrated with anger. "Just don't shift in here. Our room has already been in ruins once," Becky snapped at him. The door opened again. Ariana and Tabitha entered as the guard escorting them closed and locked the door behind them. Lucian ran over and almost knocked Tabitha over. She looked at him in disgust, but I could see fear laced in the corner of her eyes, and her body trembled slightly. He beat hard on the door with his fist.
"Seriously? We should be out there."
"Lucian, calm down," I begged him. "There are more than enough professors down there. They don't need our help." Tabitha gave a nervous chuckle as she said the final word. "Speak for yourself," Becky bit back. "I'm not going to stay here."
"What's the plan?"
Lucian was instantly in, too. "Come on, guys, there is no way out," I said as I gestured to the windows that had just zapped our asses. "George and I can handle the zap, Lucian. I don't know how the rest of you will get out." "Becky, you can't just leave me here." "I'm sorry. We can't just sit here either." Becky gestured to her and George with a small swipe of her hand. George was already on the ledge as he held out his hand for Becky. She hung on his back like a monkey with her arms around his neck.
"You ready, Bex?"
"Go for it." He jumped through the window and transformed as they both passed through the magic barrier. Electricity sparked across their bodies, but they both managed to escape.
"Becky, you need a weapon,"
Lucian yelled through the open window. "I've got my weapon right here," she said as the palm of her hand released a ball of sparks.
Lucian is right. We should be out there, Dean said, and I saw how his hands were starting to glow. Sammy held the one in between hers gingerly.
Just calm down, she said, and Dean's anxious expression started to dissipate. Lucian began to pace up and down the room, trying the door on a regular basis. When it seemed like nothing wanted to budge and we were sure there were no guards behind the door, Lucian looked at me.
Sorry, sweetheart, but I can't wait here any longer.
I'm coming with, I said without thinking.
Elena, it's dangerous. You saw how they blocked magic. This is the real deal. If you come with me, you'll have to be able to take a life.
I nodded. There was no way I was going to stay here while all my friends were fighting for their lives.
Do you have your axes?
I ran over to my bed and took both of them out of their wooden case.
Don't forget to put on your gloves, too, he yelled.
I quickly slipped them on and tied the Velcro pieces tight around my wrists. I wrapped my holster around my hip and put both of the axes in their sheaths.
I don't like this one bit, but there is no way I can say no to you.
Lucian looked at me and gave me a hard kiss. Our lips parted and he nodded at Dean and Sammy. I buried my face in his chest as 2 firebolts crashed against the door. You are all crazy, Tabitha yelled. Sammy said something to her as Lucian grabbed my arm, but it was so fast that I couldn't hear. Ariana, Dean, and Sammy were right behind us. I guess Tabitha stayed, as she would not be of much help anyway. Why snow dragons had all the brains but no courage beats me.
I need to go pick up some armor.
Lucian ran up the other set of stairs as we reached the lobby. Just be safe, I said, and gave Sammy a quick hug before I followed Lucian up the stairs. I reached Lucian as he ran up the 5th set of stairs, and at the 7th set of staircases we found an open space with an elevator. So this place does have one. It felt like it took us forever to reach the last floor, and the elevator opened into a round landing with 1 door. The room had 2 beds with a huge sofa and a flat screen like the one Becky had back at home. It even had a small kitchen, something our room didn't have. One of the beds was made, while the other one was empty. I found Lucian in front of a huge cupboard. He threw a hammer, a sword, and a couple of other gadgets on the floor. He closed the door and put some sort of a contraption over his shoulders and shoved a small round pendant into my hand.
Just put this on, please.
When he pushed the button, his Samurai 3000 vest appeared. He helped me put it on and adjusted the straps so it would fit before he placed the weapons into the holster he'd put around his shoulders. He looked like Rambo as he stacked himself up with weapons. 2 daggers went into his shoes. One glance at his window was all the time we had to assess what was happening outside. It looked like War of the Worlds out there, with fire and lightning flying through the air. We walked back to the elevator without saying a word. His arms wrapped around my body and he held me tight for a couple of seconds.
Just stay close to me, and please, don't hesitate to strike, Elena.
Our lips met, and when the ping of the elevator announced the 7th floor, we ran down the remaining stairs to the main entrance. The fight had already reached the cafeteria. Wielders and dragons mixed in battle came as a shock and surprise. One sent magic in our direction, but the incantations leaving Lucian's mouth blocked all of them. I gasped as Lucian pulled out his sword and stabbed a wielder through the chest. I wanted to scream that there was one behind him, but my voice was gone. The wielder behind Lucian grunted, and I saw that somehow he had backtracked the sword out of the other wielder and into the one behind him. One of his gadgets flew past me, and I ran forward the minute it struck a person to my left. Lucian grabbed me in his arms and we fell down to the ground hard. A huge explosion shook our ears, and pieces of limbs and guts mixed with rocks landed everywhere.
Were those bombs?
He nodded once.
You okay?
He spoke fast and got up.
You have to kill Elena, or you will be killed. You hear me?
He lifted me to my feet with one pull.
Okay.
We ran toward the others. He jumped into fighting mode and I forgot to look in front of me. I ducked just in time and heard a firebolt explode against the ground behind me. The force made me fall over and I covered my head as ground and rocks fell around me.
"Elena, get your ass moving,"
I heard Lucian growl and I got up. One of my girls lay on the floor and I grabbed her by the shaft, throwing her in the direction of one of the black cloaked wielders that came charging my way. Before she reached him, the other left my hand, following close behind. I saw the first axe fly in the opposite direction of my throw, as he had used magic to block the hit, but he didn't have time to deflect her twin. He folded over as it hit him in the chest, and landed a few paces from Lucian. Lucian drew his sword, stabbed him, and retrieved one of my girls. An overwhelming emotion jolted through my chest as I took in the reality that I had just taken a life. It was mine or his, I reminded myself, as I jumped back into the battle. I didn't have the time to search for my other axe. Lucian yelled a command.
"Lift up your hand, Elena,"
he roared, and I did what he asked. I ducked as I heard something flying through the air past me. When I looked at what it was, I saw my other axe. I lifted up my hand again, but it was too late. To my surprise, she backtracked and landed inside my palm. My mind quickly went to the girls' excitement that day when I had opened them for the first time. Now I knew what they meant about these being an Alex Rhodes product. Alex Rhodes is a genius. I really needed to get that command from Lucian when this was over. More men in cloaks surrounded us. I threw my babies in every direction, and each time Lucian yelled the command, I lifted up my hand and they landed in them perfectly. It didn't matter how many bodies fell. It felt as if two took their place each time, and I didn't know if we were ever going to get out of this mess. I didn't know where Becky or Sammy were, not to mention if they were okay or lying dead somewhere. Lucian disappeared through the crowds too, and I felt in way over my head. I didn't throw my axes, as I needed them to defend myself, and I didn't know how to get them back, so I was forced to rely on close combat. Lucian's instructions played through my mind as I ducked and dove while stabbing my axes into limbs and body parts. I even got in a kick or two at a cloaked figure that walked into my space. Blood spattered onto my clothes and face, and I felt bad when Lucian's shield got ripped as a knife damaged it. I had to admit, the Samurai 3000 really did its job. Suddenly one of the figures grabbed me from behind, and his arms pressed around my neck and throat. I tried to get his arm away by hitting him with my axe, but nothing happened. It was as if he was made of steel, and my babies did absolutely nothing to his flesh. An oomph sound released from his throat, and his grip around my neck loosened. I kicked myself away from him and coughed as I fell down onto the hard ground. I looked at his back and saw an arrow stuck in his neck. My gaze followed the direction the arrow had come from, and I saw Paul, with a bow, releasing arrows as fast as he could. He raised another one in my direction, and I didn't even see the arrow flying. I only heard a body drop to the floor and saw the man lying inches away from me, with an arrow inside his chest. A pair of hands lifted me up. "You've got to move, Elena," Chang said. He was fighting in his human form. I picked up my girls again, and when I looked back in Paul's direction, he was gone. My axes found the chests and heads of other figures as I jumped back into the fray. Most of them were men, and they were amazing at wielding magic. If it hadn't been for Chang's wielding abilities, I would have had several bolts against my head. Even though we fought as hard as we could, I couldn't help thinking we were going to lose. There were still too many. Still, I got up and fought my way through a couple of men with cloaks. A strong wind blew in my face, and I covered my eyes, everyone stopping as a flapping sound vibrated in my ear. Fire came barreling down from the distance. It had a pink glow to it, and I watched in horror as men in cloaks started to disintegrate. No matter what they did, it was like a disease spreading that turned the men into ashes. Tiny gray specks flew into the night, making it look like 1,000 fireflies fleeing the scene. The smell of death lingered in the air, and as I looked at the figure, I saw him. The Rubicon. He'd finally come back. One of the figures yelled something in another language and they began vanishing into thin air. A couple of them stayed, but they were no match against us now. I lifted my axe at the figure looming in front of me. "Elena, stop!" Becky yelled, and I dropped my axe. I grabbed her around the neck. Blood covered her face. "Is everything okay?" My body started to tremble. "George took a bad hit, but they are sorting him," she said with worry lacing her tone as we started to run in the direction of the dome. "Where is Lucian?" "I don't know. I lost him. Was that Blake?" I had to know. "Dickhead came back just in time," she said. We entered the Parthenon Dome, and plenty of students and teachers, some in robes and others in normal clothes, sat on the bleachers. All of them were covered in blood. The ones who were badly injured lay on the floor, and a couple of them were covered in blankets. My body froze and my eyes grew in horror as I imagined Lucian's body lying beneath one of those blankets. A pair of arms grabbed me from behind, and I looked at Lucian, who had blood and guts covering him. I made sure that he was okay by inspecting his head, and it led to kissing him vigorously. I didn't care if he tasted like blood. A naked girl carrying a wounded boy entered the dome, and Lucian went to help. Becky gave her a robe, and she pulled it over her head. We started to help as more wounded humans and dragons were dragged in, and I felt bad for Constance, Julia, and the couple of swallow annexes at the school who had to try and patch all of them up. Master Longway passed around a couple of bottles, and those who weren't badly injured began to drink. As I watched, their scrapes and wounds started to close up and heal before my eyes. A couple of adults entered the dome to my right. The guy was big and had silver blonde short hair. The woman had light golden brown hair. Constance looked relieved as she saw both of them, and when their hands started to glow, I knew they were swallow annexes. Tears glistened in my eyes as Julia covered a blanket over Finn, a boy from one of my classes. Becky just held me as tears rolled down her face, too. "They are going to close Dragonia for sure after this." "It's not Dragonia's fault, Becky. It's ours." She looked at me with a question in her eyes. "Goran is not going to back off until we are dead." "Shh, Elena, don't think like that." "It's the truth. Have you seen Sammy?" "She's safe with Dean. Damn, that boy is good. They make one hell of a team. Sammy tore plenty of guys into pieces, not to mention frying their asses. I've never seen her so vicious." "Becky, it was either us or them." "I know, I'm just glad you are all right." We all looked at the entrance as Blake walked in with Paul right behind him. I forgot how magical Blake's presence was. They fled because of him. Who knows what would have happened if he hadn't shown up today. I wished that I could have kissed him right then and there, but I shook my head, and the thought disappeared.
"They were Wyverns," a guy yelled as he stormed in their direction. When he reached Paul, I knew he was going to hit him with a fist, but Blake grabbed the front of his shirt and said something to the guy and threw him away from them. "Zazaria means Rubicon in Wavik, Blake." One of the professors I hadn't had class with shouted at him. "You brought this on us!" shouted the guy Blake had just thrown off from his new position on the floor. Sammy found us, and I grabbed her.
"Thank God you are safe."
"This is wrong,"
she said in a panic as the group of teachers and students huddled around Paul and Blake. Both Becky and I just stared at her.
"Paul saved our lives a couple of times tonight," Dean said quickly. "He is one hell of a dragon, Elena."
"Wait, he fought in his dragon form too?"
He nodded.
"What do you mean, too?"
Becky wanted to know, and I told her how he saved my life with a couple of arrows.
"Enough!"
Lucian yelled from the opposite direction. The entire dome fell silent and watched Lucian walk over to Paul. My heart beat hard inside my chest with every step Lucian took. I couldn't watch, and I knew that Lucian and Blake were going to end up fighting because of Paul. Becky and Sammy gasped, and I opened my eyes. Lucian's hand reached out to Paul, but not in a fist. He was waiting for Paul to shake it.
He's not one of them. He saved all of our lives, including mine, a couple of times tonight. Anyone that can kill his own kind for the greater good deserves a chance.
Lucian's face held no emotion. He was tired, and probably relieved, too. Paul finally shook his hand. I watched as the two of them spoke softly, and saw how Blake slapped Paul on the back. Paul gave him a lopsided smile. I was frozen. I couldn't explain the feeling that Lucian giving Paul a chance created in my soul. When he reached me, his arms wrapped around my body.
If you want him as your dragon, take him. He's one amazing Wyvern, Elena, and I was wrong. I don't admit that easily.
I love you.
I love you more.
21. King Helmut arrived later that night with about 20 other people and dragons that I had never seen before. They had a meeting and more guards were stationed to protect Dragonia over the next couple of days. Paul kept me busy while Lucian practiced for his third attempt to claim Blake. To be honest, I wanted to know more about Paul Sutton, since we were going to spend our entire lives together. We met up underneath one of the huge oak trees while Lucian practiced in the Parthenon dome. We tried to figure out what else we had in common, and like me, he loved 80s music and didn't have a lot of friends. It became our usual spot, and the more time I spent with Paul, the more I liked him for what he was trying to become.
I wanted to show you something, he said as we sat down on the blanket he brought with him every day.
What? He took out a red cloth that covered something big.
I got this from my grandfather when I was about 10 years old.
He opened the cloth and revealed a medallion hanging from a silver chain.
He used to be like me, not really sure if he was a Wyvern.
He gave me a lopsided smile as he handed the medallion to me. What is it?
It's the sign of the dents.
I gasped as I saw their mark for the first time. Now I knew where China and Japan had gotten the idea for the yin-yang sign. The two looked very similar, but instead of white and black with the small opposite circles in each one, it had a teardrop shape of a dragon figure with a human head, and a teardrop human figure with a dragon head. I suppose the heads resembled the circles. Where did your granddad get this?
King Albert gave it to him about 20 years ago.
You knew the king?
If I did, I don't remember him. He used to have a right hand that could speak Wyvern fluently.
Wyvern is your language?
He nodded.
Will you teach me?
You don't need to learn it, Elena. When you ascend, you will be able to understand it fluently.
I will?
I gave him a skeptical look. He nodded. I guess you can say it's a dent thing. I still don't know what it's called between a Wyvern and rider. We're the first, so I guess we can call it anything we want.
I like the word dent. I still want to know a little Wyvern. What does it sound like?
You've never heard me speak Wyvern in your head before?
He frowned. I don't think so, but then again, I've got no idea what it sounds like.
I call it the drunk language. He chuckled. Almost every word has a Z in it, and when you speak it fluently, well, you get my point.
I laughed. So what you're saying is that we're going to sound like a couple of drunks when we speak to one another.
Something like that.
Say something. Curiosity washed over me like a tidal wave, and I just had to know what it sounded like.
Okay.
He looked deep into my eyes, and I could feel my stomach start to twist and turn.
Ref zirza zupol. Buzik zul izuzun.
Ref, what? He laughed.
I told you it sounds like someone who is drunk.
What did you ask me?
I said, my name is Paul, what is yours?
Say that again, but slowly.
Re fazirza zu Paul Buzik zul azizun.
I tried to repeat it, but it sounded 10 times worse coming from me, and we both started laughing.
It's not the easiest language there is. The P usually comes out as an F sound, especially if it's next to a Z, which is most of the time. We have vowels just like in English, but where your vowels are solid sounds, Wavic vowels are ziza, zo, zu, and z. That's why our language sounds like someone who has had way too much booze. I smiled at him, wondering how on earth I could be so lucky to have him as my dragon. I didn't care if he was a Wyvern anymore. He was my dragon to keep, and he didn't have a scary hair on his body. Can I ask you a question? Shoot.
What can Wyverns do? I mean, how many abilities do you have? He grinned from ear to ear, which brought out the vertical lines in his cheeks. It reminded me of Dad again, and a hollow space filled my heart. I was still hanging on to the idea that when I ascended, I would see him again.
The Wyverns are much smaller than the other dragons, so we do have extra abilities. All of us are fire breathers, and you know that raven snouts, he rolled his eyes at the name, like me, can read minds. The hammerhead is a trickster. Their human form can appear and reappear in different spots. They say the older they get, the more copies they can generate. I don't think there were that many Wyverns that night they attacked us. I think it was about 10 to 15 hammerheads. I remember the guy he saved me from. I tried everything to kill him, but he didn't want to budge. You mean the other bodies they generate are flesh and bone? He nodded. The brown horn's scales are like flying stars. They can release them, and new ones will grow in their place. The same with some of the horns on their backs. Their horn is dangerous and carries a poison that ages you extremely fast until you die. The spike-tail and spear-tail are so much alike. One has the ability to see through animals' eyes, and the other one, well, can suck out souls. The more they have, the longer they live. With each soul, they have a life, so they can die 10 times over. I think there was at least one spear-tail there that night. He gained a lot of lives through all the people and dragons that were killed. A shiver ran up my spine as Paul told me in detail what their abilities were. They were indeed very dangerous creatures. No wonder he wanted to escape from his colony. Raven snouts are just as dangerous. As you know, we have the gift to influence people's minds, make them see things that aren't there. Blinding an enemy, making him believe that he's safe when he's not, is one of the raven snout's best abilities. He shuddered. It's sick, if you think about it. I don't think it's sick. It's an awesome ability, and one we will desperately need if we get attacked again. They won't attack again. They are scared of the Rubicon. While he still holds on, he's a danger to the Wyverns. His pink fire incinerates everything on the spot, and there is no cure once you're burned. It spreads like a disease and only takes you more slowly. Blake jumped into my mind. He sure is one powerful dragon. It would be a pity if he turns. Lucian works pretty hard on that one, I said. You really think he will be able to claim him? He'd better, I said, and he gave me a lopsided smile. It was quiet for a minute. Wait, how will I get a saddle on you? He started to laugh again. This time it came from his belly. My dragon form has quite a huge neckline. My grandfather told me that King Albert rode him once, a long time ago. They hoisted the saddle onto his neck, and they flew around like that for a couple of hours. The stories my pappy used to tell me. He sighed. It's why I wanted to be part of this. He gestured toward the area around him. I don't know what it is with the other Wyverns, but I promise you, Elena, I'm not like them.
You proved that to us, Paul.
You don't know how long I've been praying for an opportunity just to prove my loyalty. This wasn't the opportunity I wanted, but...
I know what you mean. I leaned closer to him. Don't mess it up.
He laughed. That, I promise, I will never do.
The bell at the academy rang in the distance, announcing it was time for dinner. We got up and I handed the medallion back to Paul. He lifted his hands.
Keep it.
Paul, I can't.
Keep it, Elena. I mean it.
I smiled, and my stomach made another turn. I didn't like this feeling at all. I promised Lucian that no one would come between us, and I wasn't the type of person who broke their promises. Thank you, Paul. I put the medallion around my neck and hid the huge round pendant inside my shirt. We parted ways by the main door leading to the cafeteria. I went to my room first so that I could put the medallion in a safe place. I found a spot in my drawer right beneath my panties. I looked at it one last time. The silver needed a clean, but it looked ancient and beautiful. The human head had tiny red rubies for eyes, where the dragon head had tiny blue ones. The symbols engraved around them resembled all the signs of the dragons. It was really the most exquisite thing I'd ever seen, and I couldn't believe that Paul had told me to keep it. The king had been right to try and find an alliance with them. I didn't care who those men were, but if there were colonies with Wyverns like Paul, it could still become a reality. Once I claimed him and I'd ascended, that would become our mission, to make an alliance with the Wyverns. On Friday, an announcement came over the school system. Lucian was going to claim Blake on Monday. My heart skipped a few beats and my stomach twisted and turned a couple of times. Lucian received a lot of cheers, but when Blake got up and walked out of the cafeteria, they died immediately. He doesn't like it when you try?
I think he's just scared that I might ascend this time. He joked and gave me a kiss on the tip of my nose. Don't look so worried. You might just be surprised. I smiled. He had all the confidence in the world, and I prayed that he would be able to succeed. For the next few days, banners of Lucian and Blake hung everywhere on the school grounds. Reporters even came to have a couple of interviews with Lucian. It was all so overwhelming, and Paul tried his best to take my mind away from it. He didn't succeed, though. Thursday couldn't come soon enough, and before I knew it, it was time to go to the Colosseum. I stayed by Lucian's side and went with him where the Dragonians were suited up to get ready for the claim. He came out of the bathroom and I couldn't help but swoon. He was wearing his new Samurai 3000 vest over a shirt. His arms were bare, and it went well with the leather pants and knee-high black army boots that laced up his legs. He really looked like some sort of hunter. He had a thick rope around his shoulder and a shield on his other arm. You are going to claim him with a rope? He roared with laughter, and my serious expression changed into a smile. No weapons are allowed in a claim, Elena. Only shields. This, he lifted up a piece of the rope, and abilities. He shook his head while a huge grin stayed plastered on his face. He pulled me by my shirt and I smacked into his chest. The rope was pressing hard just above my hip, but I could also feel his heart thumping as I wrapped my arms around his waist. Whether it was excitement or fear, I didn't know. Suddenly the crowd went wild, and we went to look out the gate that looked on the arena. Blake had just entered the Colosseum. He had wrapped some sort of a leather garment around his waist, and he wore boots. He looked swoon-worthy,
and when the guilt of wanting him rose up again, I looked away. I didn't know why I always ended up wanting him whenever he paraded around half naked, but then again, it had to do with a part of him wanting me whenever he was drunk. Flashes of cameras went off as he just stood there. He had no expression on his face and looked intimidating. He doesn't even look scared. He never does. Lucian finished putting blunt gadgets around his belt. I couldn't help but notice that it had so many sheaths. So, what's your plan?
To enjoy it as much as I can, he said with a voice full of confidence.
Lucian.
Shh. He put his finger to my lips. No negative vibes are allowed in this room.
The doors opened and Mia walked in. You ready? She asked.
As ready as I'll ever be.
You look ready. Just fucking claim him this time, she cussed, and we laughed.
That is the plan.
A guitar-filled intro started to blare from the speakers, and I know the song well. It was Thunderstruck from AC/DC, and the song Blake once admitted to Lucian that scared the living crap out of him. The music echoed through the walls as the crowd started to sing along. Lucian closed his eyes and bounced in one spot. Professor Mia and I just stared at him. It was like the music was starting to give him some strength or magical powers. He opened his eyes, took a huge breath, and looked at me. Go get your dragon, I said, and gave him a quick, hard kiss on the mouth.
Don't go too far,
he said, out of breath as we broke away. He turned and winked as the gates pulled up. The crowd cheered when they saw Lucian parading with his arms in the air as if he had already won. Loud ripping noises came from the Colosseum, and I knew Blake had transformed. More cheers came as I threw myself onto the bench and started to pray. This was one claim I didn't want to see. I hadn't forgotten what Blake had told me that night in the mountains. He was giving it his all, not to kill Lucian. What if he slips up today and kills him? You don't want to watch? Mia sat with me on the bench. I shook my head, keeping my eyes closed. That makes two of us, she admitted, and I turned my head to the left to look at her. But you gave him a mean pep talk. She smiled. Claiming a dragon that doesn't want to be claimed is one thing, Elena. Claiming a dragon that doesn't belong to you is another. The buzzing sound of the wall popped, and I knew we were safe from the Rubicon's fire. Worry came back with a vengeance, and nausea filled my stomach. Don't worry. Lucian always finds a way not to get himself killed. She tapped my leg. She really doesn't know when to shut up. For the next 30 minutes, both of us listened to the crowd cheering and gasping outside. Every time they gasped, I felt I was going to die 1,000 deaths, and I waited what felt like an eternity for them to cheer again. By the 5th gasp, the cheer didn't come, and both Professor Mia and I jumped up to see what was going on. My hand flew to my mouth as I saw Lucian lying face down on the floor. 5 dragons tried to distract Blake as he still wanted to go for Lucian. Constance and Julia worked fast, and I saw Julia use spells to block the Rubicon's abilities from them. The door to the Colosseum flew open, and King Helmut and Queen Marguerite came rushing inside. I jumped out of the way as the gate lifted, and watched as Constance and Julia brought Lucian's limp body inside. My hand was tucking my hair as I didn't know if he was dead or alive. He couldn't be dead. King Helmut shouted questions at Constance. Mia tried to keep both of his parents away as Constance worked her magic. Please, 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 just save him. When he took a deep breath, my energy dropped to 0, and I found myself on the floor. His parents rushed to his side.
Did I get him?
He croaked, which sounded like music to my ears. He was alive. For the next couple of days I had to listen to all of Lucian's moves. He'd almost had him, was what everybody kept saying. Blake released an ability at the last minute that nobody knew he had. Telekinesis. It didn't belong to any dragons. Only their human form can develop it the same way as a Dragonian, through a spell. Yet the Rubicon conjured it, so he had to own it. How many more abilities did he hide? I visited Lucian every day in the infirmary. The first 2 days, he just slept, and his mom never left his side. At first I was scared to enter, but when she gave me her friendly smile and gestured for me to come closer, I couldn't reject her offer. Lucian woke up for a couple of seconds, just to smile at me or touch my arm, and then he would fall into another deep sleep. "Sleep is good for healing his body, Elena," his mom said. "He could have died. Lucian knows the risks. How can you be okay with this?" I wasn't thinking again. "I'm not," she said sternly. "But how do you tell your son he can't do it if he truly believes he can?" "Sorry," I apologized. "I was out of line, Your Majesty." She gave a tired laugh. "You don't need to call me that, Elena. You're going to become a princess one day. So call me by my name." I giggled. Mine sounded just as tired as hers. "You sure about that?" "If it is up to Lucian, yes." I smiled. She started to ask me about my father again. She said Lucian didn't have much information about him, so I told her as much as I could. "Your mother died, or so he told me?" she asked. I kept quiet for a while. I couldn't lie to her. "He was misinformed. She didn't die. She left after she found out what my father was." It was the only explanation that made sense. She gave me a sad, soft look. "I'm so sorry to hear that, Elena." I should have corrected him that day, but I was so scared he wouldn't feel the same way about me anymore. "Nothing you do will ever change his mind, Elena. Once it's made, it can't be changed, unless you prove him wrong." She looked at his sleeping figure and smiled. "He was always like that, ever since he could crawl." I laughed. It was silent for a minute. "Can I ask you something?" She nodded. "Why did you change your mind about me?" "Easy. We saw Lucian's strength through you. You are just like him, you know. Brave, strong, and you know exactly what you want. It was something we couldn't ignore. Finding someone to love is hard, but when it comes as naturally as the way it comes with the two of you, we knew we couldn't break that up." I gave her a lopsided smile and kissed the top of Lucian's knuckles softly. "I'm sorry that you lost your father. I can't imagine what it must be like to discover a world like ours, and to cope with this alone." I wasn't alone. I had my friends. And him. I cocked my head toward Lucian's body. "We used to know a Copperhorn a long time ago. He was brave, and one of King Albert's best friends." She giggled. "He used to unravel all the consequences made by each possible decision. It resulted in King Albert not making a choice without him." I laughed with her. "Yeah, my father used to be a master at that, too." I sighed. "Once, I really wanted to go to this party, and he sat down with me and gave me so many scenarios of how it could go wrong. It made me so confused that I didn't even remember wanting to go to the party in the first place." She laughed. "I guess all Copperhorns are like that." "What was his name? The dragon that King Albert looked to as his decision-maker?" "Jocko. When he left, we all missed him so much." "Why did he leave?" "His wife, she ran away with their daughter, and he followed 3 days later. We never saw them again." "Why did she leave?" "No one knows. It doesn't matter. It's just sad that we never heard anything of him again. I have to admit, I never liked his wife that much, but he adored her in some creepy way. They had the most beautiful little dragon, though. She didn't speak further and slipped down into her chair. That was my first good encounter with Queen Marguerite, and after that I became quite fond of our times together. Lucien woke up around the third day. I wanted to slap him silly for scaring me like that, but decided he'd learned his lesson. I just hoped he wasn't going to attempt a fourth one soon. I found Lucien wearing a pair of jeans and shirt. He looked brand new, as if nothing major had happened 5 days ago. Queen Marguerite spoke to Constance as I found my arms around his waist.
I'm going home for 2 days. He sulked and I grunted a bit.
So I'm going to have to spend 2 whole days without you?
It sucks, doesn't it? But the old lady really got a scare, and she wants my presence at the palace for a couple of days.
Then I think you should go. His eyes rose as if he suddenly remembered something.
Wait here.
He walked to his mom and interrupted her and Constance's conversation. She nodded her head and he ran back to me.
Go pack your bags. You're coming with.
22. I could barely contain my excitement as I slid onto the cool leather seat of the limo that was set to take us to Elm. I had never ridden in a limo before, and I knew a dopey smile was plastered to my face the entire ride. I ran my hand over the seat, admiring the soft tingles the leather sent up my arm as I looked across the cushion I shared with Lucien to his mom.
Are you excited?
He asked as he took in my smile. It's my first time in a castle. What do you think? He chuckled and wrapped his arm around me.
You forget that Dragonia used to be a castle too.
It's not the same. I glanced over at the Queen, who was still looking at a device that was sitting in her lap. She had a slight grin on her face as she typed away. Once we arrived in Elm, porters took our luggage, and we walked to a private elevator. The chairs were huge and luxurious, and there was no waiting in line. I grabbed Lucien's hand as the doors closed, and the drop came almost instantly. Lucien was just like Becky. He loved every moment of it, and I couldn't help but join him. I held my breath, and this time I barely felt any pain as the chair moved forward at speed. When we finally stopped, the doors opened onto a huge room. My eyes grew wide as I took in the opulence before me, and I hastily reached up to fix my hair in an attempt to make myself presentable. A butler and a couple of maids stood just inside the room waiting for our arrival. They all smiled and applauded when they saw Lucien, and I assumed his attempts to claim Blake were really important to them. I had to admit, he was one hell of a guy. He took a deep bow and they laughed.
Maybe next time, Your Highness,
a butler with white hair said.
I heard you almost had him.
Lucien just stared at him.
My mom isn't around yet, Jeeves. You know the rules.
Everyone laughed again. I couldn't believe how much he hated to be addressed as royalty.
If it wasn't for that ability of his, I sure would have. Well, he will reveal them all to me in a matter of time, and then no more surprises.
Lucien joked casually as if he hadn't almost died. I followed him and the butler into a spacious lobby big enough to accommodate a crowd of at least 200 people. The wooden floor was a light brown, and the walls a pure white. Portraits as big as the walls greeted me, and I couldn't help but notice a slight resemblance to Lucien in many of the faces. A round table with a vase brimming with flowers gave the room a more welcoming ambiance. King Helmut entered the lobby just then, and I took a deep breath. I'd only seen him once inside the museum, and only for a short period as Lucien's body was dragged in after the claim.
Welcome to our home, Elena.
He smiled warmly as his hands reached out for mine. His skin was rough, but his touch was gentle. Thank you for having me, I said, returning his smile.
Your Majesty, there is a call for you. The butler returned. Thanks, Jeeves. He looked at the butler. Where is your mother? She's on her way. Denise, Mary, please show Elena to her room. And Lucian, I need to have a word with you.
I turned to look at him and smiled as his entire body inflated. He raised his eyebrows at me with a smile, and I could tell that he wasn't impressed at all. Denise gestured for me to follow her. Everyone here was so friendly, and Lucille's words from a night a few months back jumped into my head. King Helmut was a great ruler.
This is the King and Queen's personal wing, miss,
Denise said, her voice filled with reverence. Oh, please, call me Elena, I said, and a small giggle escaped my lips.
The Queen wanted you to feel safe, so we didn't think you would have enjoyed it much if you were stuck alone in the guest wing.
I followed her up a wide marble staircase and turned down a long hall that reminded me of the museum. Thick, lush blue carpets lined the entire floor, and more portraits, this time of women and landscapes, looked down at me. She led me in front of 2 double doors and opened both of them together. A gasp left my mouth as a room triple the size of the one I had at Lucille's welcomed me. The bed had a golden satin cover, and it was so large 5 humans could easily lie next to one another. A dozen matching pillows were stacked high on the bed. It all was simply breathtaking. The carpet was a cream color, and the decor was comprised of earthy abstracts. A magnificent golden chandelier hung delicately from the ceiling, completing the royal styling. The girl with the red curls sticking out from underneath her cap that I had seen as we passed in the hallway opened the balcony doors, while Denise went into another room linked to mine. She walked out almost immediately and gestured toward the space.
That is the bathroom. We just put a couple of fresh towels in this morning for you. We'll have a light lunch with tea in the garden around 3. As my mother always said, you need to eat 6 times a day to keep a chubby figure away.
I giggled as she curtsied. They both giggled as I poorly returned the gesture. The maids skittered toward the exit, and Denise closed the door. Once I was alone, I turned around and started to laugh. For the love of blueberries, what was I going to do alone in this room? I went to the bathroom and took in an enormous shell tub that stood against the wall in front of a frosted window with blue and white curtains. It had 3 basins and a shower made of glass that looked like a mini sauna. Towels were folded beautifully over the rail, and more were rolled up and stacked on an elegant marble shelf against the wall. My hand brushed one that hung over the rail. I grabbed it and lifted it up to my face and closed my eyes. The texture was as warm and soft as lamb's wool.
Elena?
Lucian's voice came floating in from my room. In here, I shouted back as I put the towel lightly back over the railing. Is this for real? He laughed.
What do you mean?
Lucian, this place is huge. How do you get used to the dorms at Dragonia?
Believe me, it's not very hard. This place really gets too big for me at times.
I can imagine. He held out his hand for me and I took it. We left my room as I followed him back through the hall and down the staircase. He led me in the opposite direction to the entrance and down through another passage. This palace reminded me of the first time I had followed Master Longway through Dragonia. The memory pulled at my lips, and I smiled. When he reached 2 huge wooden doors, he opened one side and we entered a library. Now I know how Belle in Beauty and the Beast felt. Books were stacked up on the walls, and 3 huge ladders on wheels rested against them. A beautiful heavenly scene of cherubs floating on clouds was painted on the ceiling. A piano stood at the back in front of a huge window with green drapes. Everything was so overwhelming, I felt my breath escape me.
Elena?
My head shot right to the voice, and I found Lucian's father with a teacup in his hands, sitting on a chair at a small lounge stacked in the right corner.
"Please sit."
He gestured toward one of the chairs in front of him, and Lucian took the chair right next to me. After he inquired if the room was to my liking, he started asking me questions about my dad. The words began spilling out. Dad used to ask me a different riddle every day. I would try to answer, but I never came close. I sucked at them back then. Now I'm a master at answering the chef's riddles. He was an amazing guy, now that I think about it. He'd tried his best so many times to apologize for all the moves, and we had a good relationship. The memory of the playful backbiting at night made me miss him so much more. The running happened every 3 months. I could have set my alarm to the exact day. Because of that, I didn't have any friends. The few I had felt so uncomfortable with my dad interrogating them that they would leave me too. He frowned as he listened. When I was done with my story, he just stared into the dead fireplace.
"You knew her father, Dad?" "No, I didn't. Sorry, Elena. I wish that I had. It might have given you some peace of mind."
He smiled. It's okay. I've made peace with all the unanswered questions in my life. There is no logic in wondering about it. I mean, those dragons could have wanted my father for so many reasons. The only thing that does bother me is why he never told me what he truly was.
Maybe he was scared that you wouldn't accept the fact that he was a dragon. What would you have done if you couldn't make peace with it? Would you have lived with a father you feared? Dragons tend to dwell on the little things us humans don't think about, especially copperhorns.
He smiled.
I used to know one a long time ago. He was serving on the Dragon League, and was one of King Albert's advisors. He could give you so many outcomes of just one simple decision.
He told me the same story that his wife had, while Lucian was in the infirmary.
After a while, King Albert struggled to make a decision without consulting him first. Jocko was one of the noblest creatures I've ever met. He used to have difficult riddles, too, that none of us could guess.
I laughed. I used to hate my father's riddles. Now it's one of my favorite things. I wish that he could be here to see that.
He sees, Elena. Not in the way you want him to, but he does.
King Helmut said solemnly. So, there is a Dragon League, too? Lucian's posture stiffened, and my eyes grew a bit in alarm. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
Not at all. There used to be. It was led by Sir Robert. After the king's death, the Dragon League slowly faded into nothing.
They used to be similar to the musketeers of France, Lucian explained.
Protect the king.
He did a small fist pump at these words. Goosebumps rushed over my skin just thinking about the musketeers. I'd always loved stories about them, and The Man in the Iron Mask was my favorite movie of all time. We soon got lost in the story King Helmut shared with us about Sir Robert just after he had started with the Dragon League. A new admiration for Sir Robert developed inside my core as he told us what a brave dragon he was and how much he had loved King Albert. King Helmut also mentioned that they shared their own kind of dent, even though King Albert was never really immune to his acid. From his stories, I could tell they respected and shared a deep brotherly love for one another. The library was left in silence after the last memory King Helmut shared. It was so sad that Sir Robert had to give up the League. It made it a bit clearer to me, the toll King Albert's death had taken on him. He was lost without his rider.
Did you find out anything else about that night, Dad?
Lucian asked after a couple of minutes, referring to the recent attack on the academy.
I told you everything I know, Lucian. I think now that Blake is back, they won't try to attack Dragonia again.
He took another sip of his coffee.
So, Lucian told me that you are the Wyverns' rider.
That is what he said, I replied softly.
Dad, he saved my life a couple of times. I know, Lucian.
He took a deep breath.
I just don't trust them. Doesn't matter how noble they seem. There is always that old doubt.
He killed his own kind for us.
I know,
King Helmut said again, as he looked at Lucian, worry wrinkles appearing on his eyes.
Just be careful, Elena.
I nodded respectfully.
He told Elena some pretty amazing stuff, Dad. He's even teaching her how to speak Wyvern. Wyvern? That, I must say, is a first. They are usually so guarded when it comes to what they are capable of doing.
He said we have the names of their races wrong.
King Helmut laughed. That doesn't surprise me. The old man who wrote that book had no idea what he was talking about. They have abilities, too. Some that would raise the hairs on your arms.
Lucian looked at me.
Go on. Tell him.
They are very similar but extremely dangerous. The brownhorn's scales can shoot out and be used as flying weapons. Its horns can do the same. Paul told me that each one of his horns contains a poison, one that ages you really fast and then you die. The speartail has the ability to see through animals' eyes. The spiketail can suck up souls. They said that each soul represents a life. The more it has, the longer it lives. King Helmut's eyes were huge.
What is it, Dad? Wyland was a spiketail. Dad?
Lucian touched him on the arm. He touched Lucian's hand and tapped it twice.
It's fine, son. I killed him, remember?
He nodded for me to carry on. The hammerhead can multiply himself. Paul thinks that there were a couple there that night. He doesn't think that there were that many Wyverns.
What does this Paul do?
He's a telepath. He can put things in someone's head and... I realized that it was probably wise not to go into too much detail about the Wyverns. It's all very complicated, and I'm still struggling to understand what he really can do.
Still, he has a very dangerous ability. Dad, he promised Elena that he would never do that to anyone. And yet, Wyland was one of the greatest men I'd ever met, Lucian.
Lucian jumped up.
So what do you want me to do? Hate them forever? Dad, he's going to be part of my life if he's Elena's dragon. If you don't truly believe that. Stop putting words in my mouth. He's not Wyland. I've got no choice but to trust him. Son, relax. I'm just trying to remind you of how devious Wyverns can be. If anything happened to the two of you, nothing will, Father. He saved my life. And I'm grateful for that, Lucian.
King Helmut looked tired and worried.
It's good that you learned so much about Wyverns, Elena. Apart from how to kill them, we don't really have much to go on.
I'm planning to find out everything I can about them. He smiled.
King Albert had that same longing for knowledge. I tried to fulfill his dying wish, and I almost killed an entire colony instead.
That was different. He killed your daughter, I said, and the king gave me one of Lucian's lopsided smiles. I do know that there are a couple of Wyverns like Paul, who don't like what the Wyverns do. He told me about the Wyvern and King Albert.
He was one of the good ones. So maybe Paul does want to change. Still, be careful, please.
I will. He looked at Lucian again, and the tone of his voice changed.
So, are you ready for your trip?
My head shot to Lucian. What trip? Lucian closed his eyes and his body dropped as he chuckled softly.
You haven't told Elena yet? I was in the infirmary for 5 days, Dad. No, I didn't because I was so sure that I would claim him this time. Then I'm sorry for putting you with Cat, son.
I laughed even though I had no idea what he meant. The king and Lucian joined in after a while.
I'll tell you later. Promise.
After our chat with his dad, Lucian showed me around the palace grounds. He took me outside and down a staircase surrounded by a small man-made forest on the left. On the right, the view of the city below and farmland opened up before me and took my breath away. Mountains rose tall and proud in the distance, and when we finally reached the bottom of the steps, Lucian took me through their vineyard. It wasn't picking season, so there were no workers around. As we walked, he would grab me every 10 minutes or so for a kiss. He even chased me through the orchard until I ran into what looked like a hedge maze. By the 4th turn I was horribly lost in it, but Lucian found me after a couple of minutes and led me out. How he knew which way to go was beyond my knowledge.
You should only stay clear of them during the full moon. They tend to change their course.
He was instantly back to the Lucian I knew. Are you serious? He chuckled.
Yes, Elena, it's magic.
Then we should really get out of here, and soon, too.
It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Nothing will happen now.
Still, it's creeping me out. He led me out, and we went back to the castle. The staff were busy setting a table in the garden underneath tall shades. They smiled at us as we walked closer, and his mom and dad came out after we'd taken our seats. A dog's bark made me look up, and I saw an English bulldog at the top of the stairs. Lucian whistled and called to the dog. When he saw Lucian, he ran down the stairs with surprising speed. Drool ran down his cheeks and was splattered onto his hind legs as Lucian ruffled his head.
Hello, Cat. Missed me?
You named your dog Cat? I asked, making everyone laugh.
Catastrophe,
the Queen answered.
He was a menace when he was a pup, still is.
To your bed, Cat, she said in a stern tone. The dog looked at her as his tongue hung out, and he snorted before he waggled to a fluffy pillow and made himself comfortable on it.
Mom,
Lucian protested softly.
I'm not going to watch him beg while we eat, Lucian. Besides, the vet said he needs to lose a couple of pounds. There is nothing wrong with his weight.
The vet and I beg to differ. He's not getting nearly enough exercise. I had to suppress my laughter at the quarrel Mom and son had. I never knew mine, and I would have given anything to have what Lucian had. After lunch, Cat followed us everywhere, and we became really good friends. Lucian showed me all his pets, and I was amazed. They had 2 monkeys, and their cage was so big, I didn't know if you could even call it a cage. They were cute as hell, though. One kept tugging on my hair as he sat on my shoulder. 5 parrots were locked in another cage, and one seemed to be more colorful than the others. Lucian kissed one on his beak, while the parrot nibbled him softly back on his lower lip. You could tell that he was really good with animals. Around 5, we ended up in the game room. It was just like all of the other rooms, big. A billiard table stood right in the middle, and on the walls hung a couple of dartboards. A big plasma screen with a saddle on a mechanical post was stacked in a corner. To my left, I saw a black net covering a closed-off area.
Come, I want to show you something,
he said, and led me to the area I had been staring at moments before.
It's where I practice when I try to claim Blake.
What is it?
A virtual game. It's really fun.
He pushed the net away, and a huge green room with stations made of wood stood everywhere. He took me to a podium where 5 helmets with cables coming out of them awaited. He grabbed one and reached it out to me.
Just put on this helmet, choose your ability, and give it a shot.
I put on the helmet, and at first nothing happened. I was surrounded by darkness. Then a loud voice welcomed me into the virtual world, and I found myself in a different room. One I didn't trust or like very much. But as soon as Lucian appeared out of nowhere, I felt safe.
How did...
I locked myself in. He smiled. Choose the game you want to play, sweetheart.
Is it going to be as realistic as this room? I asked, as names of games started to float inside an empty room that resembled a ballroom floor with bookshelves against the wall.
More or less.
Can I watch instead?
He laughed. Fine. Just remember, it's a game.
He was right beside me now, and he chose the one I really wished he wouldn't. It was a claim, and I knew who the dragon would be. Everything changed so fast, and we found ourselves inside the Colosseum. Blake was showing off how macho he was, the same way George had that first time I'd seen him in the ring with Becky. It was nothing like the real Blake.
He's going to change, Elena. Just stay behind me, because he's going to try and fight both of us,
Lucian said. My heart started to beat faster as I kept staring at Blake's human body. It wasn't because he was sizzling hot, but because of what I knew he would turn into in the next couple of seconds. I hid behind Lucian and had to keep reminding myself that it was just a game. Blake changed in an instant. It looked so freaking real. His face hovered right in front of me, and Lucian and I could feel his warm breath blowing on my skin. It's just a game. Lucian chose fire as his ability, and it looked so cool when his hand lit up.
Choose an ability, Elena, just in case.
I just stared at him.
Come on, do it.
Ice, I said out loud, and I could feel how cold my hand got at the word. When I looked down at it, snow formed into a soft ball on top of my hand. This really looked awesome. I saw how Lucian threw the first ball of fire and it hit the Rubicon straight in the face. He told me to hide behind a rock as he charged at the Rubicon full speed. I couldn't help but admire him. Lucian was really fast with his fireballs. My heart rose faster as he slipped and slid through Blake's dragon legs and hit him again with a firebolt on his back. It went on for what seemed like an hour, and I could see how Blake was starting to lose his strength. If Lucian could only become a fire wielder, then he might have a chance to claim Blake. In a flash, Lucian was hit by Blake's tail, and he didn't get back up. I froze, just like my make-believe ability, and saw Blake charging me. It's just a game, Elena. Lucian, wake up. My hands were freezing, and just as Blake went to blow fire, my hands covered my face, and I fell backward as my ability released. I waited for the Rubicon to kill me or something, but when nothing happened, I opened my eyes. The Rubicon was frozen in place. The fire that came out of his mouth, mixed with the ice from my hands, made him powerless. Lucian's voice came into my earphones and yelled that I should kick at him. I did it a couple of times and he fell over like a pin. I doubted that if I really kicked Blake's dragon figure, it would have the same outcome. I would probably lose a leg or something. When Blake fell to the floor, ice spattered everywhere. A huge congratulations sign in golden fire spread over the podium, complete with ringing bells. The crowd cheered and I could feel someone tugging at my helmet. I instantly found myself back in the room. Some of the staff were watching the game on the big screen and cheered with Lucian.
You claimed the Rubicon.
I claimed the Rubicon! This game is awesome! Does it really feel like that if you have gained your ability?
My dad said it comes close to the real thing, but it's not there yet. The real claiming is a bit harder.
Wow. Guess Blake would love to hear that I beat his ass in a game. Lucian and the rest of the staff laughed.
Just as long as I don't have to slay him in the end.
23. After our game, we went to the lake that was in Lucian's backyard. If you could call it a backyard. Ducks and swans paddled across the lake, nibbling on pieces of bread Lucian and I threw at them. Big trees with their branches hanging in the water made the idyllic scene even more tranquil. It reminded me of my sanctuary. But there wasn't a bench or waterfall. As I watched the ducks, I thought about what King Helmet had said about Paul. He had no reason to trust him. But Paul wasn't Wyland, and he had saved so many lives that night. "What did your father mean about how to kill a wyvern?" I asked Lucian as we sat on the grass in front of the lake.
"You can only slay them with an iron blade. They don't die if you use any other kind of metal."
A cold shiver ran up my spine, and I needed to change the subject. "So, do you want to tell me about this trip you're going to take?" Lucian lay on his back, chewing on the tip of a long piece of grass. He sat back up and rested his head on his arms. He just stared at me for a couple of minutes, took a deep breath, and smiled.
"I got a foretelling from Irene."
"What? When?"
"It happened right after the mission. You were still in the infirmary."
"What did she say?"
"It's gibberish. Sounded like something that came out of a Shakespeare play. But I got one thing."
"What?"
"A date."
"What sort of date?"
"It's connected to Blake. I've been speaking to him about it. We both think it's the day he will change."
"When is the date?"
23rd of August.
"So he has less than a year."
"I know."
"And you're sure it's when he will change?"
"I don't know, Elena. It's the one thing that makes sense. For some reason she struggles seeing his future the way she used to. We don't know what else it could mean."
"What do you mean she struggles?"
"She hardly sees him anymore. Since that night with the feather, Irene hasn't been the same."
"I can just imagine."
"I know what I must do. I just don't know where to start."
"What do you mean, you know?"
"Irene's foretelling isn't that hard to decipher. You just need to know what it is she is saying overall. Blake can get claimed. I know that for sure. The question is, with what?"
"Like an object?"
He nodded. "The only thing that can help me is Sir Robert. He was the only one who knew them all. But he's not much help. He knows nothing."
"Don't forget about Tanya Lefray." He looked at me and squinted.
"Who?"
"Tanya Lefray, the Queen's dragon."
"The Queen didn't have a dragon, Elena."
"Yes, she did. Chang told me about her in one of our history sessions." He looked at the ripples the wind made on the water, and his face was deadly serious. "You don't know who Tanya is, do you?"
"No, I've never heard of her. But I know someone who does."
He jumped up, grabbed my hand, and headed back to the castle. I followed him, running to keep up with his huge strides. At that speed, we made the castle in no time.
"Dad!"
Lucian yelled, and his voice echoed through the castle. He yelled his father's name a couple of times, sounding frantic. "Lucian, calm down!" I pulled him back.
"You don't understand, Elena. Dad!"
The king and queen both came running down the main stairs just as we were about to climb them. "What is it? Are both of you okay?" The queen had huge, round eyes.
"Who the hell is Tanya Lefray?"
He stared at both of them, and they turned to look at each other with guilt filling their eyes. I knew immediately Chang hadn't been wrong.
"I need something to eat,"
King Helmet said.
"Helmet, you don't. Dinner will be ready in an hour and a half."
"Let me be, woman."
He darted past us and into another hallway on the far right. "Come," the queen said, and we followed her. Lucian glared at his father's retreating figure, his nostrils flaring slightly and his jaw muscles pumping. "Calm down, please," I whispered, and put both my hands around one of his as we followed his parents. We heard the noise of dishes clattering and cupboards closing.
"Leave me, chef. I can make my own sandwich."
"Helmet, calm down."
Queen Marguerite's voice came after. I followed Lucian into a kitchen the size of Lucille's entire house. It was massive, with a beautiful oak island in the middle. Pots and pans hung from the ceiling, and a fire's clutter was in the back. Rows of stoves were stacked against one wall, and rows of huge fridges on another. The wash-up area was so big, 5 maids could use it at the same time. "Sit, both of you," the Queen ordered. "Sorry, Chef, please give us a moment. We won't be long." The Queen spoke to an open fridge, and a huge guy with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a chef's uniform closed the fridge and left. King Helmut already had a sandwich in his hand and was starting to gulp it down.
"It's not going to work this time, Dad," Lucian said.
"Lucian, your father wanted to tell you so many times. It was me that told him to keep his mouth shut."
"Why, Mom? I've asked so many times. Damn it, Blake even asked. How could you just stand there and lie?"
"I'm not proud of it, but we couldn't, Lucian." He mumbled something and turned his gaze to his father.
"Who is Tanya, Dad? Was she Queen Catherine's dragon?"
His dad nodded, cheeks stuffed with food. "Elena, I'm so sorry you had to witness this. He has an eating disorder whenever he stresses." The Queen sighed and looked at her husband. She started to laugh, putting her hand in front of her mouth.
"It's not funny, Marguerite," King Helmut said and swallowed. "I told you this would happen, and what did you say?" He waited for her. "Oh, and if it does, I'll make you your sandwiches," he mimicked, and I had to suppress my laughter.
Lucian didn't think it was funny one bit. "Fine, let me make you another. Speak to our son."
"Why didn't anyone tell us about her?" "Lucian, relax. I'll explain as soon as my sandwich is finished."
Lucian took his father's sandwich and chucked it onto the floor.
"Lucian,"
Queen Marguerite said, and yelled at Cat as he went for the pieces of bread, lettuce, and bologna with pickles and relish strewn over the floor.
"Leave him."
Lucian was starting to sound like a spoiled brat. The king swallowed the food in his mouth and took a sip of his Coke.
"May I ask who told you about Tanya Lefray?"
"I did," I said, suddenly terrified. Me and my big mouth. King Helmut gave me a surprised look. "I didn't know. There's a boy at school that helped me get up to date with Paegeia's history. He said his mom used to be one of Queen Catherine's maids. He told me about her dragon."
"Is this true? She had a dragon?" "Yes, but we don't know where she is." "Why didn't anyone mention her?" "Because the ancients forced us to never mention her name again. There was a tie vote about what to do with her if we ever found her. The ancients ruled with the other party, saying that she left because she knew what Gorin was planning."
"She would never do that. They shared a dent." I spoke out of turn. "Sorry."
"They were dents? What was the Queen's ability, Dad?"
It looked as if Lucian was going to breathe fire any minute.
"She was immune to chlorine, and I agree with Elena. I don't think it's why she left." "Why did she leave, then? Where did she go?"
King Helmut quickly told him the story of Tanya Lefray. It was the same one Chang had told me. A sad memory lingered on King Helmut's face after he was done.
"If I find her, do you think she can help with my foretelling?" "Lucian, if she is alive and does know something, you better be a good guesser."
He took a bite out of the sandwich Queen Marguerite put in front of him. He chewed fast and swallowed.
"If she's still bound to Queen Catherine's vows, she can't tell you anything. Not even death can break them. That is how powerful a dense bond is. So you better guess right. It's the only way the vow can be released, and she can tell you what she knows." "Still, it's worth a shot, Dad."
"We don't know where she is." Queen Marguerite said. Her tone went a bit higher, and her hand flew in the air. She might still be on the other side, and so help me, I'm not going to let you go to the Acre Woods to search for her either. People don't come out of there.
Mom, I can take care of myself. I don't need your permission anymore.
Lucian!
No, you should have told me. Did Chang mention where she was?
He looked at me. Wow, thanks for that, Lucian. Now everyone knew it was Chang who had told me. I shook my head.
She might still be on the other side, son. She had a family.
She had a family? I asked this time. Chang didn't mention anything about a family.
Jocko, the copperhorn I told you about earlier, was her husband. When she left with his daughter, he followed them. She had a daughter?
Lucian asked.
Yes. She was about 6 when Tanya left with her. Jocko went to search for them. I remember it so well. King Albert refused to sign for a free pass. He said something about not being able to rule Paegeia properly without him. He begged him to stay, but Jocko's love for Tanya was stronger than his loyalty to the king. So he found another way without King Albert's pass. Nobody has seen Jocko since.
Lucian gave a chuckle of disbelief.
Dad, didn't anyone think that she was important to society? Here all of us thought that the queen got a piece of Sir Robert's essence. Meanwhile, she had a dragon. And not just any dragon, they were a dent, Dad. Which means that Queen Catherine might have been the first person to dent with a dragon, apart from the ancients. It's history that just vanished.
The ancients, Lucian.
Screw the ancients, Mom. They are a bunch of old farts who think they know everything.
He glared back at his dad.
You are my father. You know how long I've been struggling with this foretelling. You should have told me about this.
Lucian.
Don't, Elena. Lucian is right. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about Tanya, son. I just don't think your answer lies with her.
King Helmut spoke quietly.
She is the only one that can tell me. At least, if there is something out there to help me claim Blake, Dad.
And what if you can't find her, Lucian? The Queen sounded hysterical. He jumped up from his chair.
I will find her. Marguerite?
King Helmut put his hand on her shoulder as she wanted to argue more. He blew out a gush of air and moved his plate with the sandwich on it away from him.
You can't tell anyone that you know about her. They won't believe that Elena told you. They will think it was me.
Lucian shook his head.
Don't worry, Dad. Your secret is safe. I won't mention her name.
24. The ambiance at dinner hung around us like a thick curtain. Even Cat was nowhere to be found, and he was always around when food was being served. After a tense meal with his parents, we went up to his room. Lucian was still upset, but at least he wasn't growling anymore. I watched a movie as he typed vigorously on a laptop in his room.
She's here,
he said as I was just getting into the movie. What? I jumped up from his couch and went over to stand behind him.
She's here, and if she's somewhere in Paegeia, I will find her.
Do you have a picture of her?
He chuckled. For some reason, I can't find one. They must have erased her from Paegeia's database when they ruled against her.
She would have never betrayed the Queen like that.
Not if she was her dent,
Lucian added. So, what did you get?
I can't seem to find the date for her departure, but I found the date she returned. It wasn't through the elevators, though. She flew directly past the wall. They have sensors that alarm when someone passes through without authorization, and with her ability, she could have easily compelled the guards.
Do you think Queen Catherine could compel minds too?
She might have, but thanks to the ancients, it's something we'll never know.
Did you find anything on Jocko?
Nope. I don't know how he left, and he certainly never came back.
Do you think she's in the Acre Woods?
She's got to be. It's the only way she could have made it. My mom is right about people not returning once they enter.
Then you can't go, Lucian.
Have a bit of faith, sweetheart. I'm not planning on dying.
He pulled me onto his lap and gave me a kiss.
I still have a lot of plans for the future, and you are in all of them.
Then how are you going to come out of there?
I'll find a way. I always do.
We kissed again, and the kiss quickly turned into something more. My hormones fought a battle I loved, and I felt like I could kiss him forever. He growled when a knock came at the door. "We are going to crawl in," his mother's voice yelled through the thick oak.
Okay.
He rolled his eyes, and I laughed into his chest. I saw the time and decided it was time to go to bed, too. "I'll see you tomorrow, sire." I batted my eyelids playfully at him, and he slapped me on the ass as I walked away. He laughed deep in his gut as I glared at him and rubbed it. Once I was back in my room, I took a long bath, and the effects of the kiss vanished as Lucian's mission jumped into my head. He really was a knight, taming dragons and going on missions to save his friend. They don't make them like that anymore. As my mind whirled, Paul followed after Lucian. A part of me was scared now that I'd listened to King Helmut's warnings. His ability was dangerous. Still, the fact that he killed his own kind to save us must say something about his character. I dozed off quickly after my shower and found myself at the bottom of the grassy hill once again. I was done with this shit, and I knew I couldn't look at Queen Catherine anymore. I didn't know what the hell she wanted from me, and I refused to find out. In frustration, I threw myself down onto the grass and rested my head on my knees. It was quiet for a while, and when I lifted up my head, I saw the hem of her dress standing inches away from me. I sighed and stared up at her. She was really beautiful, but the dark shadows under her eyes and her pale skin made my flesh crawl. "What do you want from me?" She just stared, pointed to the woods again, and I shook my head. Her mouth opened and she let out a shrill scream. Blood rolled down her cheeks from her eyes and nose, gushing into her mouth. She gurgled and then she burst into a ball of fire. I jumped up in my bed as my veins were injected with adrenaline, and I struggled to find my breath. This was really getting too much, and this dream made no sense. Why the hell am I dreaming this shit? I turned on the TV device and quickly found a movie to watch. Once it got transferred to the screen, I just lay there watching the images moving across the wide screen. What it was about, I really didn't know. I must have dozed off once again, because when I opened my eyes, the sun started to lighten my room. The next time they opened, I found Denise scurrying around my room. "Sorry, Elena," she said as she bowed slightly with towels in her arms. "Breakfast is served on the porch," she announced as my stomach began making gurgling noises. I gave her a pleading look and she smiled. "You want me to take you?" I nodded. She waited for me to get dressed, and then I followed her down a bright hall with beautiful curtains that hung the length of the windows. When we reached the end of the hall, she took a right and a short left, finally opening another door that led into a huge hall which looked like a ballroom. I ran to keep up with her as she exited through doors and entered another set. "Believe me, this is actually the short way," she said over her shoulder, and I giggled. If she hadn't led the way, I might have ended up missing for 3 days wandering around this huge castle. The last room we entered led to a beautiful porch complete with a long glass table with big comfortable chairs stretched across half of the space. On the other side was a small buffet area run by chefs in full uniform. She opened the glass doors, and Queen Marguerite smiled at me as I left the castle to join them. Lucian was busy reading through a newspaper. "It's a perfect day. I thought having breakfast on the porch would be refreshing. It's really beautiful out here." Lucian put away the newspaper and winked at me as I went to his side. The butler pulled the chair right next to Lucian and waited until I sat down before pushing me back closer to the table. He picked up the napkin that was folded into some sort of exotic flower or bird. I couldn't tell what it was, and with one shake landed it perfectly onto my lap. I gave him my super smile and thanked him. He nodded once and retreated as another staff member asked me what I wanted to drink. He carried a jug of juice and a silver pot filled with coffee. "Juice will be fine, thank you." I wasn't used to this kind of service and found Lucian smiling at me as our eyes met. He just pulled his fork out of his mouth and chewed with a smirk on his face. "Don't," I whispered back. The door opened again, and King Helmet entered with a familiar face, one I'd only seen for a brief moment. It wasn't the face that I remembered from that night on Interstate 40. It was the nose. He smiled as he saw me next to Lucian.
"Hello, Elena."
"Hi." My voice broke and my tone sounded awkward.
"You don't remember me, do you?"
He took a chair opposite me with a smile. "It's Matt, right?" He nodded.
"I'm glad that you're all right. We thought we might have lost you that day."
I didn't want to remember that night. It was the night my whole life changed in a split second, and I found Lucian stroking my leg softly. He seemed to rub away all my worries, and I gave him a smile. "Thank you," I said to Matt. Lucian tried to change the subject and started asking him questions about the hippogriff, as Matt was still working on the case. It was interesting to hear what he had to say, but it led to a dead end, too, and Matt only had speculations, the same ones Sir Robert and Master Longway had that night. The butler took my empty plate, and I decided to have a cup of coffee. The strong roast did the trick, and I felt a buzzing sensation flow through me as my senses were brought back to full alert. My tired eyes didn't burn anymore, and I felt like I could finally start the day.
"Elena, can we talk for a couple of minutes?"
Matt asked. I nodded. My eyes fell on Lucian as I pulled out my chair, and he gave me a concerned look. "It's okay. I need to talk to him, too. Find out a couple of things," I whispered softly. He gave me a peck on the head, and I ran after Matt. We walked in silence down the stairs that led to the orchard.
"Elena,"
Matt said,
"not knowing what your father wanted to tell me that night gave me a lot of restless nights. I tried to open up a case, but I couldn't find a Herbert Watkins living this side. So the only explanation I could come up with was that your dad was born on the other side. It happens from time to time. They usually don't know about the registration, but it also leaves me with plenty of unanswered questions. Why were those dragons after you?"
"I don't know. I didn't even know my father was a dragon." Dad did know about Paegeia, though. I knew it from the stories he'd told me. Why couldn't I remember the details? He frowned.
"You never saw his true form?"
He brought me back out of my string of thoughts, and I shook my head to answer his question. "We used to flee every 3 months. I thought my dad was paranoid or something, fleeing from nothing. But it wasn't nothing in the end."
"You must have known something."
"I didn't," I said sternly. "Sorry, I just have so many questions that I know I'll never get any answers to." "Why didn't he tell me what he was?"
"I don't know. One thing I just don't understand is where he got my number from." He sighed. "I wish I could give you the answers you need. The leads I had all ended up nowhere."
"I can't help you."
"I can see that now. I hate to bury a case, but I've got no leads to take this one further. I'm sorry. I really thought the next time I saw you I would have some sort of answer for you.
It's fine. The answers died with him that night.
Sorry,
he whispered again, with a strong strain pulling his mouth downwards. I forced a smile. I've got a good life here, Matt. You tried everything you could, and who knows, maybe one day you'll find something again, and I'll get some answers.
Yeah, who knows?
Pretending to be positive was the only thing I could do. I'd made peace with not getting the answers, although I wanted them so badly. I knew deep down inside me that I would never get them. We walked back to the castle and talked about the King of Lion mission. I would never be able to escape that either, as everyone I met wanted to know everything in detail. I told him as much as I could, but left out a couple of things, like what was inside the cavern. He wanted to see my scar, and looked at it with admiration. I told Lucian what Matt had told me, and he was so supportive. He put his arm around me and promised me again that nothing would ever happen to me. That entire day, Matt's conversation played over in my mind for a long time. We both didn't have any answers, and I could tell he was just as frustrated as I was. I guess only time will tell exactly what Dad was running from all those years. 25. The next afternoon we went sightseeing, and as the sun set, Lucian took me to Longbottom's on his Ducati. It was the same restaurant that we'd had George's welcome home party at over the summer. Whenever Lucian graced his establishment, Jimmy, the owner, took extra precautions. When we arrived, he ushered us into a private room hidden behind a wall of mirrors that all of the celebrities of Paegeia hung out in. As I scanned the room, a girl suddenly grabbed Lucian from behind, and he turned around, embracing her in a warm hug. "I've missed you so much. How are you?" a European accent asked pleasantly. When their hug ended and Lucian pulled away, I saw a face I had only seen once before, at the Warble Games. It was Blaze, the amazing rider decked out in jeans, a t-shirt, and matching sneakers.
Elena, I want you to meet Blaze.
She squinted at me with a smile.
You were there the night at the Warble Games, right?
I nodded.
I'm so sorry about Gabe attacking you and Blake like that.
She glared over at a huge guy with red streaks laced through his black hair. It even showed in his beard. He was really handsome, and then I put two and two together.
He's the dragon that...
She nodded.
They were under a spell, and he really didn't know what he was doing, Elena.
I swallowed and took a deep breath as I just stared at him.
He's the only sunblast I know that wouldn't even hurt a fly, so you can just imagine how crappy he feels about that night.
She whispered close to me. Lucian had already found his way over to Gabe and was giving him a slap shake. How do you know Lucian?
We've been trying to get him to join the Warble Games, but he's not interested in participating.
What? I couldn't believe what she said. The Lucian I knew was all for fun and games.
It's got something to do with Blake. If the council gives their permission for the big guy to participate, we'll get Lucian too.
Now I understood. She laughed.
That look on your face says it all. He sure is one hell of a guy, and the best friend anyone could ask for.
You know, you almost roasted my girlfriend,
Lucian said in a loud voice. Horror struck Gabe's face, and he looked around. Lucian laughed and slapped him on the shoulder as they both walked over to us.
Elena, I want you to meet Gabe.
He held out his hand, and I detected a slight shake.
Is it safe?
I joked, and all of them laughed.
Surrealas. The day I find whoever cast that spell, they'll wish they were never born,
he said with a deep Scottish accent. Or hatched, I chirped. He laughed as I shook his hand.
You haven't ascended?
No, I laughed. But then again, Blake protected me that night.
"Please, to the big guy,"
he roared, and everybody cheered. It didn't seem to matter if they were part of our conversation or not. I spent the entire night talking with Blaze while Lucian played a couple of pool games with Gabe and some other guys. He didn't drink one sip of alcohol, and I guess it had to do with the motorcycle we'd come on. Listening to Blaze speaking about all the adventurous things she'd done in Paegeia, I could understand now why Sammy had so much admiration for her. I even asked her to sign a paper napkin for her biggest fan. We left Longbottom's around 11 and made our way back to the palace. "Wow, they're really amazing," I said as I took the helmet from him.
"I know. They are the best magic wielders I've ever seen,"
he said as he climbed onto his Ducati. Thinking about the trip back to the palace on the bike made my heart beat faster. The ride to Longbottom's had felt amazing, but I'd closed my eyes for almost the entire time and prayed that we would make it back home safely. "She told me about you not wanting to participate in the Warble Games," I said before handing him his helmet from the back of the bike. He smiled.
"Blake and I used to watch the games every Saturday. We made a promise that we would be on the same team one day. I can't break that promise, Elena," he said and gave me a side glance.
"Blake's friendship really means that much to you, huh?" He looked to his helmet in his hands and smiled.
"You only know his grumpy and arrogant side. If he was the old Blake I knew, I would probably not stand a chance with you."
"Please, I'd never go for him," I said, climbing onto the bike and putting on my helmet. He did the same as I wrapped my arms around his waist and started the bike. The bike ride was fast. I kept my eyes closed again as music blared through the helmet's speakers. When I finally opened them, I saw how Lucian zapped past a couple of cars. My heart was beating hard in my chest, and a small laugh escaped my lips. It was one hell of an exhilarating ride. We turned a corner, and I could see the palace from a mile away, even at night. Spotlights shone on the 7 towers that filled the heavens. We turned down a hidden drive, and a huge gate surrounded by guards revealed the front of the palace. A large and beautiful driveway with big oak trees led to a massive courtyard right in front of the castle. 2 staircases ascending in opposite directions led to a mountain of a door. One of the night staff helped me get off the bike and waited for Lucian so they could park it in the garage around the back. I took my helmet off, and my head shot immediately up to the stone angels, perched on the roof. It felt as if all of them were looking straight at me. Ever since that day when I started at the academy and the stone dragons had come to life, I waited for a statue to say hello, but it hadn't happened since. Shaking my head, I followed Lucian up the right staircase. We stopped in front of a steel door with a lion's head as its knocker. He opened the door and was instantly greeted by Cat.
"Mom's not back yet."
Lucian rubbed his head with both hands, and slobber flew everywhere. When we climbed the staircase, Cat took his place on a big velvet pillow and waited again. "Where is she?" I asked.
"She and Dad went to some fancy affair that raises money for some sort of hopeless cause."
"Lucian!" I slapped him playfully. He rubbed his arm with a huge grin that wrinkled the corner of his eyes.
"My mom is into that sort of thing. When Queen Catherine died, she took everything over. It's her thing."
"So, Queen Catherine used to help the poor too?"
"Oh, Elena, she was a saint. She had the biggest heart, and she used to spend a lot of money organizing functions to raise money for whoever needed it."
It was hard to reconcile that he was speaking about the same woman who haunted my dreams. Why was she so cruel in them? "I dream about her." It came out in a small whisper.
"What?"
Lucian asked with a smile. For some reason, tears filled my eyes. "I dream about Queen Catherine, Lucian, and she's everything but kind in my dreams." He stared at me for a long time.
"When did this start?"
"When I came to Paegeia. At first I had no idea who she was. When Chang took me through the museum, I recognized her when I saw their wax figures. I thought it had to do with the King of Lion mission, like she was preparing me for that or something. It was so stupid. I giggled and wiped away my tears. After the mission, she disappeared, but the dreams came back the minute I went back to Dragonia. She's horrible in them. I have no idea why I'm even dreaming about her.
Why didn't you tell anyone about this?
Seriously? You all would think I thought of myself as the cat's whiskers or something.
He hugged me. You are the cat's whiskers.
I laughed into his chest. You know what I mean. Why am I dreaming about her?
I don't know, Elena. What's weird is that she showed up in your dreams without you even knowing her.
Right? I agreed. It was beyond weird.
Come on, let's get something to drink. We can figure it out later.
It felt good telling Lucian about my dreams. I wished that I'd known her in person the way they had, but I'd gotten stuck with a wicked version of her, one that didn't seem to want to go away anytime soon. As we made our way into the kitchen, he poured us a glass of Coke with a shot of liquor the chef had stashed in the kitchen. Lucian!
What? I'm almost 20, and it's legal to drink at 18.
Which I'm not.
You're not in public. Let's go,
he said, and carried the 2 glasses carefully in his hands. I followed him to his room, and we took a seat on his couch. It was backed with 3 huge gray pillows that went well with the blue and gray interior of his room. So, when are you planning to go on this mission of yours?
Soon.
My face fell and I took a deep breath, thinking about who he was doing this for.
What is it?
Lucian asked. I'm just scared that you might not come back.
Hey, I told you before. I'm not planning on dying inside the Acre Woods, Elena. I have a lot to live for. But I have to do this.
Why, Lucian? Blake is already so dark. It's just a matter of time. What if it isn't what the Wyvern meant?
I know what the Wyvern meant, Elena. Blake was the type of guy that would die for the greater good. He still is, deep down inside that dragon of his. It's not too late. Only when he turns will all of that be gone. My best friend will vanish. Now, there is still time.
And you are sure you will find the truth when you see Tanya?
I am.
He nodded. Then I guess you need to do this. Find her somehow, and save him.
That's the plan. And I will find out what can claim him, even if it's the last thing I do.
I laughed. You're contradicting yourself a bit here. If it's the last thing you do, we won't know what can be used to claim him.
He chuckled. Okay, let me rephrase. I don't have a choice but to find out, and it won't be the last thing I'm going to do.
We both laughed.
So, why do you think you dream about the Queen?
He asked as he handed me my glass. If I knew, believe me, I wouldn't have said anything. He took a sip of his drink and looked at me.
The ancients believe that sometimes certain people appear in one's dreams to guide them on the right path.
Lucian, the path she wants me on isn't one I want to take.
Which path is it?
I don't know. I've never seen the place before, and it scares the living crap out of me.
You said she is evil in your dreams? In what way?
She never speaks, only points at some creepy place. When I don't do what she says, she throws a bitch fit. He laughed. Last night, she burst into flames. He looked at me, and I watched as his laugh lines disappeared. What? I asked.
That's how she died.
What?
My dad doesn't like talking about that night because he barely escaped with his life. If it wasn't for Emmanuel, he wouldn't have made it out alive. He told us what Goran did. He tied her hands and feet to the bedpost and set her on fire.
My skin crawled as I thought about it.
My dad and King Albert found the burning room, and he had to drag King Albert away from the fire, or it would have consumed him, too.
That's horrible. How could he do that? They were his friends.
People believed Goren's dragon gave him too much of her essence when she died. It consumed him completely, and turned him into something dark.
Did Goren conjure the creepers, too?
No, Elena. The creepers are the only thing stronger than Goren at the moment. Some saw them as the last dying act of King Albert. He knew Paegeia wouldn't survive if Goren ruled, and with his last breath, his love for his people and his country, conjured the creepers.
He was that great?
He wasn't just great. He was magical.
Then why is his wife haunting my dreams?
He laughed. I don't know. Maybe you're her long-lost daughter that she wants to show the truth to.
He joked and pulled me on top of him. I laughed. Oh, please, that is the most pathetic excuse I've ever heard. He laughed too and started to kiss me. It turned into a love war as my legs twirled around his waist. Our tongues danced their perfect dance steps inside each other's mouths, and I couldn't stop kissing his soft lips. Our breathing became fast, and my heart bounced inside my chest as he slipped one of his hands underneath my shirt. His hands caressed my bare skin and started to wander toward my breast. Goosebumps flushed over my body, and a warm, fuzzy feeling emerged in the pit of my stomach. The butterflies hit the walls and made the feeling grow into something that was burning and wanting more. My hands tangled up in his hair, and I could feel him pressing hard into me. It felt amazing, and a small groan left my lips. Our lips parted, and I couldn't open my eyes to look at him. I could only feel his warm lips sliding down my neck toward my earlobe. He chuckled seductively into my neck, which released a million goosebumps.
I think I'm going to take a cold shower, he whispered seductively. Join me if you want, but I've got to warn you, there will be consequences if you do.
I giggled and couldn't believe it when he got up and went to take a shower. I took a couple of deep breaths to regain my thoughts and fixed my shirt as I got up. I could hear the taps opening, and I looked up. The door of his bathroom wasn't shut completely, and part of the sink and mirror came into view. I took another deep breath as I thought about his warning. It would lead to only one thing, and the question was I ready for this? Something came over me. I couldn't explain it. All I knew was it left me with a feeling of complete confidence and wanting him. I got up, pulled my shirt over my head, and my pants pooled at my feet. My mind was yelling at me so loudly that I couldn't make it out, but I easily put two and two together. I pushed the crazy babble of my inner voice to the back of my head and clasped off my bra and took off my panties. I opened the door as softly as I could and saw a blurry figure behind the frosted glass. His back was facing me. My heart pounded with every step I took as I opened the door. He was perfectly built, with long, lean muscles and arms every girl dreamt about. I closed my eyes as they wandered towards the dimples on his lower back. I'd never really seen a guy naked before, so I took another deep breath and opened my eyes. Lucian faced me and gave me a seductive smile.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Elena.
You did, I managed to say as he pulled me against his body, and our lips found one another once again. 26. When I opened my eyes the next morning, I found myself lying in my own bed, wearing one of Lucian's shirts. How I'd gotten to my room, I didn't know. I blushed as last night's activities jumped into my head. I couldn't believe I had done that. My body felt different as I stretched my stiff muscles. I ached all over, and I had to agree with Becky. The first time wasn't the greatest, but I guess it was who you gave it to that mattered. I felt so many things running through my mind, but regret wasn't one of them. That was what had come over me last night, knowing that I would always be with Lucian. I didn't want anybody else. I would grow old with him and be the happiest woman ever. The last thing I remembered was lying in his arms in his bed and falling asleep. Last night I hadn't dreamt about anything. I felt refreshed and energized, something I hadn't felt for a long time. I got up slowly and took a quick shower. I closed my eyes as the water rushed over my body and remembered the way he'd kissed me and held me against his body. The memory turned my stomach, but in a good way. I could feel his heartbeat against my chest, beating the same pace as mine the entire time. It had all made my first time so much more special. When things began getting a bit too warm, I shut down the hot water and turned the cold on full blast. I fought for my breath as ice-cold water poured down my flushed skin. When the thoughts of Lucian were finally gone, I closed the faucets and got out. I rang the staff's bell after I made myself presentable again. For some reason, I couldn't stop smiling. "Stop it, Elena, or his mom will know," I told myself in the mirror. A knock on the door announced Denise's entrance, and she gave me a knowing smile. "Breakfast is on the porch again," she sang, and I followed her down the same path as yesterday. Lucian gave me a secret wink as I took the chair next to him. He was reading the sports page of the newspaper as I poured a glass of orange juice. The Queen wore sunglasses, so I couldn't really see her eyes to determine whether or not she knew what the two of us had been up to last night. It felt, though, as if she was looking straight at me, and I blew out a breath. Lucian looked up and gestured with one nod to see what was up. I looked at his mom quickly, and a broad smile appeared over his face as she still looked at me. King Helmut walked out that minute, and I had to compose myself again.
"Good morning, Elena. Did you sleep well last night?"
"I did, thank you," I said way too fast, and he gave me a funny look. Lucian smiled behind the newspaper.
"Marguerite, wake up!"
King Helmut yelled, and the Queen jumped. I started to laugh as I now understood that she hadn't been staring at me, but sleeping. "Oh, good morning, Elena," she spoke quickly. "I never should have had that last glass of champagne."
"Darling, you never should have had that last bottle."
A couple of chuckles and giggles filled the porch.
"It's a wonder there was nothing printed in the papers this morning," Lucian said in a soft, serious voice, but I could tell he was joking.
"Oh, I know how to handle myself," his mother snapped back. "Cat, pillow, now!" Lucian shook his head.
"He's had like 8 strips of bacon while you were sleeping."
"If that dog dies of a heart attack, Lucian, I'm blaming you." I dished up breakfast and ate quickly. After we were finished, I went with Lucian back to my room so that I could go and pack my suitcase. As I turned the corner, Lucian pushed me against the wall and gave me a long kiss.
"Last night was one of the most amazing nights of my life," he said against my lips.
"Mine too." I kissed him one more time and he let me go as Cat came wiggling down the hall. I was really grateful for that dog as he followed the Queen wherever she went. Around 10, we took our seats in their private elevator. Emmanuel strapped me in while Lucian helped himself. I'd only seen Emmanuel once since we came. Lucian gave me a quick introduction. The King's dragon was a bit younger than his Dragonian. He almost resembled Lucian's older brother, but I knew he was much older than that. He was big, strong, and tall, with a bald head. A part of him reminded me a lot of Darius. "Thank you," I said as he finished.
"You are welcome,"
he said with a soft smile as he punched Lucian hard on the arm.
Ow! Lucian rubbed his arm. Seriously, aren't we too old for this?
I thought it was funny and laughed.
See you soon, Your Highness,
Emmanuel chirped, and as Lucian went to say something, his mom and dad entered. So, we'll see you at Christmas then? The Queen asked, looking at me, and I nodded.
Just make a turn before you leave on Wednesday, Lucian. There is something we need to discuss.
King Helmut's voice sounded serious. Wednesday? It can't be that soon.
Cool.
Lucian sounded like it wasn't that big of a priority.
Remind him, Elena.
We both laughed as the door started to close.
Bye,
Lucian said. Love you, honey.
Mom.
We could still hear them chuckle as we began to move. Lucian held my hand and our fingers locked together. I felt his warm breath on my knuckles as he leaned in for a short kiss. The elevator dropped in an instant. Lucian definitely loved it, while I was still impartial. The deep breath came voluntarily now, and I could feel a slight pull as the elevator moved again. The buzzing noise filled my ears, and the pain turned into a pins and needles type of feeling. When we landed, Elm attendants helped us out of the chairs. It was the same private drop-off we'd used when we went to the castle. When we exited the elevator, the Elm port staff bowed and curtsied. Lucian just nodded as he grabbed my hand. A tall lady and a small, thin man in a black suit addressed Lucian. The woman spoke to him fast about arrangements the king must have made for us to travel back to Dragonia. An attendant opened another door as the lady told us both that our luggage was already in the limo. We exited a door and found huge sliding doors that led to outside. Flashes of cameras blinded me as I walked into the mob of reporters.
Just smile,
Lucian whispered in my ear as he waved to the media. Prince Lucian, are you looking forward to your quest?
Of course, I've got to find a way to tame the beast somehow, he replied. He still walked toward the limo as more questions were asked. Will Elena go with you? Unfortunately, no, but I can promise you this. If she did, I would feel much safer.
They all laughed. The driver held the door open and Lucian let me climb in first, as more reporters wanted to ask questions. I saw him wave as he climbed in and sigh as the driver shut the door. You're really good with them.
Sweetheart, ever since I was a baby, they've been in my face. He chuckled. You, on the other hand, are really holding yourself together well. Just remember to stay that way. Look at how Ariana struggled to keep her shit in a row.
I smiled. Which Wednesday are you going? He gave me a soft, unsure smile.
This one, he finally said.
This Wednesday? He nodded. When were you going to tell me? I sounded upset because I'd only known about the trip for 2 days.
I'm sorry.
He touched my arm and I closed my eyes and turned my gaze out the window.
I didn't know how to tell you.
How the hell do they know, Lucian? I looked at him again, referring to the cockroaches with their cameras.
They knew because I had to go to the council to ask permission.
When?
When I asked to claim Blake.
And you couldn't tell me then? He started to lose his patience with me.
I thought you were okay with this, and why I'm doing this, Elena.
I am. I just didn't think it would be 3 days from now. I thought that I would get at least a month's warning, Lucian.
I'm sorry,
he said again, and pulled me closer to him. What if you don't come back? I couldn't say it out loud, but it was my biggest fear. A 3-day warning for something like this wasn't enough. The night before his departure came faster than I'd hoped. I'd spent every possible minute with Lucian. We spent that night cuddled in the tower we'd used for our escape when we went on our King of Lion mission. It meant sneaking out, but it was worth it. He was really romantic and had soft blankets and pillows open on the floor. Of course, one thing led to another, and I just couldn't seem to help myself with him. We both fell onto the floor out of breath afterwards, and I crawled underneath his arm. Tears were really close by now. How on earth was I going to say goodbye to him? Not knowing if he was going to come back or whether I would see him again would make tomorrow's departure different than all the others. I couldn't imagine my life without him, and I knew it sounded pathetic because I was only 17, but Lucian was the one for me. I was lucky to have found my true love at 16. When will you be back?
I don't know. As soon as I find Tanya and speak to her, I guess.
Have you thought more about what it is you are going to ask her?
It will come to me, Elena.
I nodded. Silence filled the tower, and I listened to the crickets outside. What if you don't?
Shh.
He turned to face me with his arm still under my head.
You are here. I'll find a way. I'll never leave you, Elena.
I kissed him again and felt a tear run down my cheek. In the morning we had breakfast while everyone said goodbye to him. The claws came out when Ariana came closer to our table. Just come back, please. I don't want to run this country by myself, she said, and he gave her a hug. She kept it friendly and walked away. Good choice, I said softly under my breath. George made a cat noise and pulled his fingers into a set of claws, which made Becky and Sammy laugh. Oh, shut up. I joined in their laughter. I stayed with Lucian until it was time to say goodbye. We shared a long kiss at the gate, and I struggled to let him go. He stroked my back as I struggled to hold back the tears.
It's going to be okay, Elena.
Then why does it feel as if I'm never going to see you again? I couldn't help it. My eyes were full of tears, and he grabbed my arm and pulled me away from him so he could look at me.
Don't cry, please. He kissed me on my forehead. Otherwise, I'm going to cry too, and just think how humiliating that would be.
I laughed through my tears, and he wiped one away softly with his thumb.
I promise you, I'll come back. I'll find a way.
I nodded, took a deep breath, and kissed him one more time.
I'm going to ask you something, and I know it sounds stupid, but please, just do it.
What?
I thought a bit more about what my father said about Paul.
I gave him a look.
It's not that, Elena. He's your dragon, and I'm sure he wouldn't do anything to hurt you, otherwise he will have to deal with me.
He smiled.
I spoke with Blake. Just tell him if you are going somewhere with Paul. Please?
My mouth opened slightly as I stared at him.
Promise, Elena.
I promise. It did sound stupid, but if it was going to help him sleep better at night and worry less about me, concentrating instead on the task before him, I would do it. Blake waited on the other side of the gate. He wore some sort of a robe, and I shut my eyes as he started pulling it up to take it off. Still not used to naked people. I could hear the tearing and popping sound as he morphed, and opened my eyes once again. The size of him always amazed me. He was as big as a one-story house, and I couldn't imagine anyone succeeding in claiming him. Lucian grabbed his paw and winked as Blake tossed him onto his back. All of us gasped, including Master Longway and Constance, as Blake had never tossed anyone on his back before. We watched until they were gone. Becky wrapped her arms around me. He's going to come back. It's not like he's going into the Acre Woods, Elena. My lip vibrated more. I couldn't tell her how wrong she was, since nobody could know where he was going. They would pull him back, and that would be it. Blake would turn evil, and Paegeia would be destroyed forever. A couple of days passed, and I tried so hard to stay positive. Lucian phoned me every night, and hearing his voice calmed my fears. We had to do it in private, as we spoke a lot about his trip to the you-know-where. I just hoped Blake knew what he was doing for him. He was still a couple of miles away from the woods and said he needed to check out a couple of places first, do more research, and see if Tanya was really inside. He thought she could be hiding nearby in a village or secluded along the fringes of the forest. All his leads ended in nothing. "I'll be entering the woods tomorrow," he said a few nights later. I nodded at his image on my cami. "Hey, we've been through this. Now, I don't know if there will be any reception inside, but I'm going to try to phone you, okay?" I nodded again. "I love you." "I love you more." "I doubt that." I giggled, and his face disappeared. I struggled to sleep after the call. The next day I was so miserable not even Paul could get my mood up, and I hated missing Lucian. I couldn't wait for the day he called to say he was coming back. See, I'm positive. Then why did I still have a feeling inside like something was going to go horribly wrong? 27. I woke up in a cold sweat after one of my Queen Catherine dreams. Pushing the covers back, I got up from the bed, walked to the fridge, and took out a soda. Walking across the plush carpet, I made myself comfortable on the couch and just stared at the black screen mounted against the wall. I felt like screaming, not knowing why she haunted my dreams and kept ordering me to go into that forest. Missing Lucian and worrying about him made it 10 times worse. The only thing I had was my foretelling. It's got to be linked to Paul and claiming him. As I thought about it, I just knew it would reveal so many truths. That Wyverns could change, that they were dragons too. King Albert believed in that strongly, and so did Master Longway. The more I thought about King Albert, the more I wished that I'd had the privilege of knowing him, the way the people of Paegeia had. Magical was what Lucian had called him. It was crazy to think that his love for his people had somehow conjured those creepers. Their purpose was to imprison Gorin, nothing else. His beliefs were going to become mine soon, if Master Longway was right about his mark theory, and Paul was destined to be my dragon. Then the two of us would find a way to lead the Wyverns into the light. I giggled to myself. That thought would have to go into the file of Elena's secrets, with all the rest of the things I silently wished for, because my friends would definitely kill me if they knew about any more life-threatening missions coming up. The next morning I found Paul's eyes on me as I entered the cafeteria. I gave him a smile, which he returned with a wink. My stomach flipped, and I stopped in my tracks. I didn't feel that way about Paul, although he was a dish. I loved Lucian. I looked at Paul again. It could only be him doing this. He was sitting next to Blake again, and they were deep in conversation, chatting with the boy with the green stripes in his hair. Funny how I'd never gotten his name. He was a green vapor, like Tanya, the Queen's dragon. Lucian, however, had said that they had the ability of persuasion, and I wondered if Paul's telepathy could lead to something as powerful as persuasion. "You still hear Paul's voice?" Sammy asked as she saw me staring at his table. "No, he's been quiet lately. Don't know why." "Maybe he doesn't like someone in his head," Becky teased. I laughed at Becky, but couldn't stop wondering if Paul had made my stomach flip when he winked at me. If it was him, I didn't like it one bit. Later that day, anatomy turned out to be a really fun class. Professor Gregory had an entire lecture about green vapors. How freaky was that? After he drew their stomach with compartments on the blackboard, he opened up a candy bar and took a huge bite out of the chocolate. Some of the students started to laugh. "One of you could have the other one if you can tell me where the green vapor keeps its chlorine." A couple of hands went up, but not mine. I didn't have a clue. Tracy? He pointed at one of the girls I used to battle with to get the sword I needed in Art of War. His left lower compartment? Clearly a guess.
Nope, you're out. Derek. Right lower compartment?
These compartments have names, people. He went back to the board.
This is the superiorem stomachus.
He drew a huge circle around the upper right corner of the stomach.
Right next to it, you have the sinister venter. The one below, he said, drawing a third circle, is called the inferiorem alvis. And right next to it is the dexter alvis. You really want us to remember those names?
Al, a redhead, asked from the second row.
Yes, it's one of my favorite questions on the exam. So again, who can tell me where the green vapor keeps his chlorine?
I was sure Riley would have known the answer. But she'd finally ascended. She could manipulate acid, which meant that her dragon was a night villain. It came as a shock to all of us. Riley, and one of the most dangerous dragons there was? I didn't know who I felt more sorry for, her or the dragon. The picture on the board flashed inside my head. I looked at the board, then another picture, one that wasn't drawn on a board, flashed into my head. It was not the stomach or any of its compartments, but the part above the stomach, the throat. I smiled knowing who had sent me the answer, and I lifted up my hand.
Elena,
Professor Gregory asked. It's not any of them. The green vapor's chlorine is located just above the stomach, close to its throat. He started to clap his hands.
Well done. You are the first ever to get that right.
I barely caught the Kit Kat as it came sailing my way. Classes were going to be so much more fun from now on.
That's not fair, Colin complained. You said it was in one of the compartments. Well, this way you will never forget it, Colin.
Professor Gregory raised his eyebrows and we all laughed. We wouldn't ever forget it. It was a trick question, and that was how our class on the green vapor with all its weird named organs started. I shared my Kit Kat with Paul in Art of War. He was so surprised that I'd gotten it. He said he had wanted to test how strong our bond was, but not to expect him to help me cheat. I laughed at his comment. I had to admit, it was pretty cool, and he did sort of help me stop worrying about Lucian, even if it was only for a couple of hours a day. During lunch break, Becky and George were in deep discussion. I only caught a part of it as I was walking up to the table. Why didn't any of you tell us? She sounded upset and scolded George with her eyes.
Because they both said it was for the best. Besides, they were the best option dealing with the council.
I took a seat right next to Sammy. Dealing with the council? For what? Elena, it's better that you don't know. Becky chirped at me before she looked back at George. You still should have told me. I'm the one you share secrets with, not withhold them from. My mouth gaped slightly at Becky's remark. I want to know, Becky, tell me. Who dealt what with the council? She sighed. Lucian and Blake. Someone had to explain why we went on that crazy trip. When was this? I looked at George.
Right after Blake came back.
What did they say? If they took the blame, both of them would get a punch from me.
It doesn't matter. It's over, George said.
What did they say? What do you think, Elena? They told them the truth. That we had a plan about going into the sacred cavern and everything. Just between you and me, your name won't get onto that brass plate with all the rest of them. The council felt that it wasn't legit since your dad was a dragon and that you are part dragon. I fumed. Going into that cavern was the bravest thing I'd ever done. Not getting recognition for it? Now that was a hard pill to swallow. Anger sent bile up into my throat. I wanted to scream. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, hoping that it would take my disappointment away. I looked at the scar the keeper of the cavern had given me. At least they couldn't take that away. It's fine, I said, as I looked at George and Becky again.
Elena, it's not fine, Sammy finally said. You could have died. My brother gave them a good argument when they made their final decision on that. I guess that speech of his at the exhibition ticked them off.
So now I must pay for his actions? That is so not fair.
Elena,
Sammy said. The bell rang, and without answering her, I got up and left for Enchantments. I found Paul in one of the rows. It was written all over his face that he knew what had happened. "I'm so sorry," he whispered as I slid behind the desk. "How long have you known about this?" "I listened in when I saw something wasn't right." I nodded. How could they not put my name onto that plate? It's just a name. Are you reading my mind? I don't have to. It's clear what you're thinking. He gave me a side hug and pulled me into his chest. You're disappointed about not getting recognition when it matters the most. But know this, everyone does know about that. Blake made it very clear at the museum, or so I've read. I started to laugh. They should have told us about the hearing. It was the Rubicon and the Prince of Tith. You would have only ticked them off. You don't know that. Come on, Elena, I do. You are exactly like me. Believe me, it was for the best to let them deal with the council. Exactly like him? The door opened with a loud bang and Professor Giorgio strode in. She looked upset about something. If my classes are too difficult for you, please feel free to leave. We all looked at one another. What the hell happened? I'll find out what's wrong, Paul whispered. Professor? It's nothing, Paul. Professor Giorgio clipped the bridge of her nose and took a huge sigh. Constance is just on my case about pushing you guys so hard. She started telling us everything in detail, things I didn't think we were supposed to know. I looked at Paul and his eyes twitched. Paul was doing this? The fact that he was able to force her to tell us all scared the living crap out of me, but at the same time, I was in awe of him. So I'm asking you guys again, if my classes are too much for you, please, feel free to change your class. I'm pushing you for a reason. Danger doesn't wait for anyone. When you find it, you need to be prepared. I'm sure Elena and everyone that was on that mission can relate. I thought about her words. If Professor Longchaster had prepared us better last year, we might have been able to save Brian. The class fell super silent. I'm staying, Professor, Ed answered. It was followed by a couple of other students discussing it, and it ended up that no one wanted to leave. The lesson was a hard one I struggled with. We were supposed to keep a piece of paper afloat in the air, but everyone's, including mine, dropped. When the bell rang, exhaustion consumed me. We can practice if you want, Paul said. That would be nice. I really don't want to suck at classes anymore. He smiled and walked with me to my room. We said goodbye, and the minute my head hit the pillow, I drifted away. It wasn't that long before the same hill found its way into my dream. I threw myself down at the bottom of it again and hoped that she would leave me alone this time. If she wanted me to face her again, then she needed to give me some answers. For one, I wanted to know why she kept haunting my dreams. I felt a warm breeze blowing through my hair. It was followed by a weeping, hollow sound. My skin crawled as my stomach did 100 flips. She was pissed off because I'd done this again. I lifted up my head slowly and saw 2 huge talons digging into the ground. They belonged to purple, scaled claws, laying one over the other. I looked up and had to bend my neck backwards to get the full picture. My body trembled inside as the most beautiful purple dragon I'd ever seen looked down at me. Its eyes were icy green, and they were locked on me as it lowered its head to lie on top of its paws. I just stared at the beast as it closed its eyes. Its wings were folded over the lower part of its body. 2 soft horns and frilly ears lay on top of its head. The head was diamond-shaped with soft curves. I couldn't recall if I had ever seen a breed like this before. I reached out my hand to touch it, when it vanished, twirling into dust as it was sucked up by a person in a black cloak. I woke up shocked and rubbed my eyes. Why was I dreaming this shit? I was drained the next day. I didn't know if it was from Professor Giorgio's classes or trying to find out what my dreams meant, so I took a nap. When I woke up, I found a note from Paul. He'd left it with Becky. The note read that I should meet him at our tree for practice when I woke up. I found him leaning against the branch, watching me as I made my way to him. His stares did all sorts of crazy things to my stomach, and his dark eyes felt as if they could penetrate my soul. Seek out the secrets that he will have the answers to. That was something I was sure Paul knew. "Hey, you," he said as I reached him, and he gave me a hug. He smelled amazing, sweet, with a hint of oak. "So, are you ready to practice? I brought a piece of paper." I laughed. "Let's do this." He stood by me and held the paper gently between his forefinger and thumb. When he let it go, the paper stayed in one spot. He kept staring at it, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Then it moved a bit higher. "Get ready," he said. I took a deep breath and moved my eyes onto the piece of paper dangling in the air. "Ready?" he asked. 3, 2, 1. The piece of paper fell down to the ground. He looked at me with a raised eyebrow, and a slight twitch played around the corners of his lips. "You need to concentrate, woman." "I am concentrating. It's not as easy as you think." He laughed. "It will get better, I promise." He picked up the piece of paper again. In 3 seconds, it lingered in the air once more. By the 10th time the piece of paper hit the ground, I wanted to scream out of frustration. I didn't keep it up once, not even for a second. "I think that is enough for now," he said, pretending to rub his ears. "Sorry," I said, knowing that he'd heard my silent frustration. "Don't worry, you'll get there. We can practice again tomorrow." "Okay." We started to walk back to the cafeteria. For some reason, I didn't want to say goodbye yet. I really enjoyed his company, and I loved finding out how strong his ability was. "Has Sir Edward told you guys about the elemental dragons yet?" "No, but Chang mentioned them once." "Chang? The coolest geek I've ever met. He helped me with history a couple of months back." He laughed. "He's got a lot of theories and stories." "Let me guess. He's a crown tail." I laughed. "Yes." "Well, I found something nearby in a cave. I would like to share it with you. Join me on a horse ride this Saturday?" "Sounds pretty awesome. Deal." We parted ways by the cafeteria, and I found myself really looking forward to Saturday. Lucian didn't phone that night, and I said a small prayer to keep him safe. I just hoped it was enough to return him to me. On Saturday, I had to find Blake first, as I made a promise to Lucian. One of the guys in 4th year told me where his room was, and I felt stupid when he told me. I should have known that he and Lucian shared a dorm. I knocked on the door, and Blake's left eyebrow raised as he found me standing in his doorway. He only wore boxers, and I had to force myself to look away from his perfectly built chest. "What?" "I'm taking a horse ride with Paul." He frowned. "Why are you telling me this? I'm not your babysitter, Elena." "Lucian, forget it." I turned around and went back to the elevator. Blake really made me so furious, but I counted to 10 fast a couple of times so that it wouldn't ruin my day. I found Paul at the stables busy putting saddles on top of Ginger and a black beauty. I tapped Ginger gently on her nose. "Blake said that she is the calmest, and she just told me she wants to run with you." I laughed. That is so good to know, Ginger. The horse looked at me as if she understood every word I said.
She said for 10 extra cubes of sugar, she will be extra careful.
Deal, I told Ginger, as Paul walked over to her saddle to make sure that it was secure around her waist. You really speak to horses? He laughed.
No, but I'm good with sensing what they want.
Like a horse whisperer?
How odd. A wyvern that can calm down horses.
He did a funny thing with his eyes and lips, which made me laugh right before helping me onto the saddle. I took the laces from his hands as my heart pounded. I'd never sat on a horse by myself before.
It's not far, just up ahead. We will be back before lunch.
So, what is it you wanted to show me?
It's got something to do with the elementals, he said as he jumped cowboy style onto his horse.
As we began to move, Ginger kept her word. She was really gentle.
What do you know about the dragons?
We haven't covered it yet. Chang just mentioned that they turned back to stone after they protected Paegeia and will free themselves again when they're needed.
Paul laughed. Old wives' tale.
They won't wake up? He shook his head.
They turn to stone when their time is done. It's almost the same way with wyverns, just slightly different. We turn to ash, and the wind takes our remains wherever it goes.
Wow, really?
Yep.
He clicked his tongue and his black beauty started to walk. Ginger followed his lead without me having to do anything. Paul turned his head slightly back to me.
There are 4 elemental dragons: fire, wind, water, and earth. They are all magnificent creatures and really beautiful. The Chinese still use them in their art.
Wait, are they those long dragons with small feet? Paul laughed.
Yes, that's them.
I really thought that it was only the Chinese way of drawing dragons. I never thought in a million years that they really existed.
The wind dragon is called Spiritus. The fire dragon, Ignis. Terra and Aqua are the earth and water dragons. Only one was born to each of their elements a very long time ago.
He smiled as Ginger walked right next to his horse.
It's one of my pappy's stories. In the time before time even existed, the 4 dragons roamed the earth. When there was war between good and evil, all of them decided to sacrifice themselves and become one. They formed a mighty dragon that would fight to gain back the balance, and is what we know as the Sutton. He is all the dragons in one.
Like Blake?
Exactly like Blake.
And they will fight evil?
If it's great and no man can destroy it, yes.
But we have the King of Lion weapon.
Aha! Now you know how long ago elementals roamed the earth. They don't feel the need to hatch anymore.
Ginger's mane swayed in the wind, and I saw how a muscle close to her neck jumped. I didn't like it one bit, but I was sure it was natural for a horse's muscles to move while carrying someone. Why are you telling me this? I asked as I took my gaze off Ginger's neckline.
It's linked to what I wanted to show you in the cave.
He smiled and tapped the horse gently with his laces to run a bit faster. In less than 10 seconds, Paul was a couple of paces in front of me. So what, I'll just meet you there? I yelled after him. He stopped a few hundred meters in front of me, turned the horse around, and I could see the broad smile across his face.
It's fun. Just tap Ginger softly and move with her rhythm.
I've never ridden a horse by myself.
It's easy. Trust her.
I grabbed her laces a bit tighter. Ginger started stomping her feet and neighing like mad. I let go of the laces thinking she didn't like being controlled, but grabbed them again as she lifted herself up onto her hind legs. I shrieked and grabbed some of her mane hair. When she landed on all fours again, I grabbed her around the neck, holding on for dear life. She turned around with the speed of light and started to run back to the academy. My ears were deafened from the loud sounds that left my mouth. I couldn't hear what Paul was saying, but I could hear him behind me, or I hoped it was him, and not the rhythm of my heart bouncing inside my chest. I started to lose my grip around her neck, and before I could grab some of her mane, I found myself upside down. My body hit the ground with a thud, and I was dragged forward. My foot had gotten caught in the holster, and my back ached as the turf burned against my skin. My entire body felt as if it was going to be ripped apart at any moment. Ginger's hoofs missed me every time by inches, and it didn't matter what I tried to do, I couldn't get out of this horrible situation. Agonizing screams left my lips as she kept running faster. A thought shot through my mind, one that would leave me with no skin. Just then, Ginger's back leg kicked my head hard, and everything went black. 3 figures stood over me: Paul, Julia, and Constance. Julia was yelling at Paul, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. The ringing sound in my ears was to blame. Paul's face pulled in all sorts of frowns. He looked down at me, and his eyes grew as he saw me awake.
Elena?
He mouthed my name, but no sound came from his lips, just the ringing. Constance's eyes found mine. My back ached and burned as the smell of blood filled my nostrils. I tried to turn my head to see where I was, but it wouldn't turn. The effort left me in more pain, as aching and tearing raced through my entire body. Constance's lips kept moving as she looked at me. What the hell? I can't be deaf. A shriek turned the ringing sound off.
Where did the horse kick her?
Sound suddenly came back, and Constance looked at Paul. Her tone was harsh.
It happened so fast. I wanted to show her a special place when Ginger got spooked. I still don't know what happened. Paul, she might be deaf. She doesn't register when we—
I'm fine, I croaked out. Constance looked back at me.
You can hear me?
Yes. I bit hard on my teeth as the small word made me feel like I was going to die.
I'm so sorry, Elena. I tried to get to you, but Ginger was really fast.
Paul spoke, and tears glistened in his eyes.
All of this is my fault.
It was an accident, I gasped.
What the hell happened?
Sammy came into my view, and she looked at Paul with deep disappointment in her eyes.
I trusted you.
She pushed him away hard, and they both disappeared from sight.
It was an accident.
I could hear the begging in Paul's voice for her to understand.
Sammy, don't,
I tried.
Stay away from her.
She yelled again and came back into my view.
Elena?
She said as worry lines turned her face into agony.
It was an accident. He wasn't near the horse.
I managed before my head started spinning. Everything went black again, and all became silent. When I woke up, Paul was sitting beside my bed. He looked tired, with his head rested on one of his hands.
Hey,
I croaked. He opened his eyes, but stayed in his seat.
Sammy's right, Elena. This was my fault.
You're my dragon. Stop blaming yourself. My scars will heal, and with what I've got in store for us, you'll have to get used to scars.
He moved forward and took my hand gently in his. They were warm. His lips caressed my knuckles softly before he spoke again.
You could have died today.
I didn't.
Just promise me that next time when you show me something, make sure it's not on the back of a horse. He chuckled and sniffed hard.
So, that's what it feels like.
What?
To care about someone so much it hurts.
I smiled at him and wished I could move my head. My skin felt as if it was a size too small for my body, and when I moved, it still burned like hell.
Good. You're awake, Constance said and looked at Paul. You need to leave now, Paul. I have a lot of healing still to do with Elena.
He nodded, and I could see her hand tapping him on his shoulder.
It was an accident.
He gave her an unsure smile and left. Julia walked to my other side and showed me a tablet that was lodged between her index finger and thumb. I knew you wouldn't like the IV. Take this. It will help. She slipped a small white tablet into my mouth. I swallowed hard and tasted the bitterness of the pill. If my body would have allowed me to shudder, I would have. The effects kicked in immediately, and the pain started to go away. My eyes felt heavy, and before the horrible taste disappeared, everything went dark again. 28. When I woke up again, my back felt 10 times better. My skin still felt tight, but at least all the pain was gone. I opened my eyes and found Sammy, this time, in Paul's chair. Her eyes were red, and she had a pink glow on the tip of her nose. "Hey, I'm fine." It hardly came out, and I tried to give her a reassuring smile. "You could have died," she said, and sniffed hard. "I didn't, and it isn't Paul's fault. I hope you didn't go mental on his ass or anything." She let out a small giggle. "No, but I wanted to," she sighed. I know what you thought, okay? It wasn't him, Sammy. Believe me, I'm going to do crazy things when I ascend and claim him, so you have to stop thinking that it's him, okay?" "Elena!" She started to whine. Concern pulled deeply at the corners of her eyes. I giggled, as I now knew that whine. She hated when I spoke about crazy things. "Don't worry, I'm not planning another mission soon. I'll let you know the minute I do, okay?" She gave me the look. "It was a joke, Sammy." She sighed again. "I have to admit, I've never seen a Wyvern attacking its own kind. Paul doesn't have a cruel aura hanging around him, and the ancients did check him out properly. That's my girl, always weighing things up." She giggled again and crawled in next to me. She sure was a softie for a dragon. Becky was right the first time I met them. Sammy couldn't even hurt a fly. It was one of the reasons I loved her so much. She was the total opposite of Becky. She rested her head on her arm and looked at me. "I just don't want you to get hurt. Please promise me you will be careful." "I promise. You've nothing to worry about. Ginger got spooked, that's all. Paul was nowhere near her." She let out a huge gush of air. "Okay. Where's Becky?" "She and George went to Elm to go buy George some gear for the Warble Games." "They already chose teams?" "No, there's like a week to go, but you know Becky." I laughed. "How long have I been out?" "Only a day. It's Sunday. Constance healed you pretty fast, compared to the condition Paul brought you back in." "It was an accident. If he wanted to hurt me, he wouldn't have brought me back." "I know. I'm just saying, you were pretty banged up. She did a great job fixing you." "Magic touch." We both laughed softly. "So, are you and Dean a team now?" I desperately wanted to change the subject. "They're taking their time with the paperwork, but at least we have a date to go and see the council." "Yay! When?" She laughed. "A month from now. It still feels so far away." "A month goes fast. You'll see." "So, how is it going to work with you and Paul?" "I don't know, Sammy. All I know is that we are going to make history." She smiled, but it disappeared fast as she looked down at me again. "You sure it's him, Elena?" "Dead sure." "That's not funny." "Sorry. I just don't like it when you sulk. It doesn't suit you." "I know," she mumbled. "I don't like it myself, but compared to what happened so far, it's a miracle that I'm still sane." "You are one tough little dragon, who I'm sure will find her red flame soon." She sucked in both her lips, and I knew she was hiding something from me. Her red fire. "Get out! When? How?" She gave a frustrated laugh. "Paul." "How can you doubt him then?" "I know," she sighed. You tell your brother yet?
She rolled her eyes.
He doesn't give a rat's ass about anybody but himself.
My hand touched her hip softly, and silence filled the room. Sammy broke it by taking a deep breath.
The beating didn't last him long. He's recovered, and the dark side has definitely started again.
How do you know?
He's beating Tabitha, but she is good at hiding it.
He hits her?
She nodded. Please don't tell him I said anything.
When would I tell him? If you haven't noticed, your brother isn't very fond of me.
Blake isn't fond of anyone, Elena. Tabitha used to calm him down. She can't even do that anymore.
Tears filled her eyes. She wiped one away with the palm of her hand, just as it was about to roll down her cheek.
Hey, everything will work out. You'll see.
Lucian will find something. He won't go evil, okay?
You sound so sure about that.
Because I know my Lucian. Just then, Constance entered with Julia at her side. It was time for another dose of her healing gift. Sammy got up and gave me a peck on my head.
See you later,
she said, and disappeared.
How do you feel?
Constance asked.
Better, thanks to you.
Do you want to eat something? She asked.
No, I'm not hungry.
I should have been starving, but I wasn't. Weird. She helped me to get onto my stomach, and I could feel her hands untying the strings from the ugly garments I wore. Her touch to my back felt warm, and my eyes closed at the zing feeling coming from her hands. It felt so nice.
Do you really hear Paul's voice?
My body stiffened. How could she know that?
He told me.
Constance answered as if she was a mind reader too.
Yes. Do you think we could turn into dents? I don't know, baby. It's his gift, and you are the first rider to claim a Wyvern. Something tells me we are going to learn a lot from you two.
Again with this Mark crap. Both Julia and Constance giggled while Constance's hands moved every minute or so to another spot.
Sorry that the council decided not to put your name with the others that made it out of the sacred cavern. Believe me, a couple of us fought for it, but we weren't enough.
I sighed. It still hurt, but at least I had the scar to prove it.
It's fine, really. It's not right. Even if your father was a dragon, it didn't give you the advantage they claimed you had.
I didn't say anything. I really wanted to forget about the whole sacred cavern thing, with its rainbow dragon and mind games all together. I was glad that I couldn't set foot in that cave ever again. She carried on healing my back. My flesh crawled as a picture of a horse running wild, dragging my limp body behind her jumped into my mind. After a few minutes, I fell asleep, as Constance was busy healing the scrapes on my back. Paul checked on me later that afternoon. I felt fine, so Constance said I could go back to my dorm.
That gift of yours doesn't take away crappiness, does it? He asked.
Constance and Julia laughed.
Paul, it was an accident. Stop blaming yourself.
Julia put her hands around my shoulders.
Something tells me the two of you are going to need Constance's constant healing ability when this one ascends.
She cocked her head toward me.
He chuckled. The two of you sure look at things differently. If this happened back home?
He shuddered just thinking about it.
Well, you're not at home. Just be careful next time, especially with this one. We've grown really fond of Elena.
Constance smiled and winked at me.
I can just imagine,
he said, and gave me a one-arm hug as we left the infirmary. Why didn't you tell me that you helped Sammy find her fire? I asked when we passed King Albert's statue.
I'm not the bragging type of dragon.
He flashed his white pearls at me.
So, has she forgiven me yet?
I nodded. She knew it wasn't your fault.
When we reached my room, he pulled his hands nervously through his hair. "It's going to be fine." I opened the door and found Sammy on the couch. Paul stood in the door and didn't want to enter. "I'm just gonna go." He gestured with a hitchhiker thumb to the stairs. "Paul," I whispered. "Don't push it." He mouthed and winked. I watched him skip down the stairs. He really was a dish, a bit taller than Lucian and the size of a bear. I felt so safe with him near me. At that thought, Lucian jumped in my head and I felt guilty again, as I had started having other feelings for Paul. I didn't know if this was Paul's doing, but I didn't like it much. I loved Lucian. That I was sure of. For the next couple of days I struggled to stop thinking about Paul whenever we had separate classes. This whole situation wasn't fair. I didn't choose Paul. I wanted to be with Lucian.
"You okay?"
Sammy asked when she saw my face that evening in our room. I pushed my worry away and nodded with a faint smile. I just miss Lucian, that's all. I did miss him, and felt guilty again as I thought about what I'd discovered. I crawled into bed and could hear Becky entering the room.
"Is she okay?"
Sammy must have nodded, as I didn't hear a reply. I wasn't hungry that night, and stayed in bed while the girls went down to grab some food. The whole accident thing had left me drained, and I fell asleep in no time. When I woke up the next morning, the hunger pangs were still missing. I tried to eat something light for breakfast, but the minute my tongue tasted the toast and jam, it felt as if I wanted to hurl. I swallowed the piece and shoved my plate to the side.
"You're still not hungry?"
Sammy looked at me skeptically. "It'll pass," I said, and folded my arms around my stomach. It was a weird feeling inside of me. A part of me wanted to eat, but another part didn't. I couldn't explain it. What the hell was going on with me? Art of War drained me completely, and I felt like having a huge plate of food. Again, when supper time came, I couldn't eat. Sammy just looked at me and I gave her a lopsided smile, hoping she wouldn't catch my worries about not being able to eat. Could this have something to do with being a child of a dragon? Maybe it was something to do with my ascending. What if I was close to it, like really close? Professor Pfizer had said that we get horribly sick before we ascend. I shook my head, trying to dispel the thought. The next day was hectic. My energy levels were low, and to top it off, Professor Giorgio didn't hold back on the enchantments lesson either. After school, I fell onto my bed and drifted away. I woke up in the middle of the night with Paul's voice in my head. He sounded angry about something, but I couldn't tell what. The only thing I knew was that the growls and snarls in between weren't a good sign. I listened to him until the sunbeams lit up our room. My eyes felt as if someone had poured sand into them, and the combination of lack of sleep and food didn't go so well together either.
"Damn it, Elena. Eat something,"
Sammy yelled at me at breakfast. "It's not that I don't want to eat, Sammy." Tears welled up in my eyes. This was starting to freak me out. "Whenever I put something into my mouth, it tastes off."
"What do you mean, it tastes off?"
"Rotten. What other kind of off is there?"
"You don't have to bark at me,"
Sammy snapped back. "Sorry." I took a huge breath. I think I'm close to ascending. What else could this be?
"Maybe you should go to Constance. She might be able to help you."
She sounded concerned, and I nodded. Sammy went with me to the infirmary. "Hello." Constance's smile disappeared the minute she saw me. Julia gasped, too. "What the—" A remark slipped from Julia's mouth as she scanned me with her eyes. "Elena, what's going on?" Constance asked.
"She hasn't been eating for almost a week,"
Sammy said, and the eyes of both the women in front grew larger. Constance immediately put her hands on the glands in my neck and started with her examination. She looked into my eyes and a huge frown appeared. I think I'm close to ascending. No, you're not. I've never seen an ascending like this before. This is something else. I've got to be. Believe me, it's not that I don't want to eat. I'm starving. But the minute I put something in my mouth, it has that strong metallic taste to it. It tastes acidic, rotten. You're hungry, starving. She gave me a soft smile. She was still frowning, but at least she was smiling, sort of. We can help you with that, but it involves an IV. I cringed just thinking of the needle that they were going to stick inside my arm. It only hurts for like 2 seconds, really, Julia said sympathetically. I looked at Sammy, not convinced. Please, Elena, if it's the only way you won't fade into nothing, do it, she begged. Okay. Constance led me to the nearest bed and tapped on the edge. Hop on. My heart pounded as I climbed on top. Julia fluffed a pillow before she pushed me down gently. So, I forgot to tell you this. Dean asked me if I wanted to go with him to a tryout game for the Warble Games. You're up for it? She nodded eagerly and a huge smile appeared on her face. There is only 1 week of tryouts left. I'm really scared though, but they say a firetail is a huge asset to a team. They can either be a safekeeper or an attacker. Awesome! Ow! I flinched and looked at Julia, taping the bandage over the needle that was already inside my arm. See, I told you 2 seconds. Don't look at it, Sammy said, and she started telling me again about the Warble tryouts. Because Blake can't participate, he is going to be coaching one of the teams this year. I have to admit, I'm a bit scared and excited at the same time. It can either be good for him, or it could go terribly wrong for the team. He is extremely competitive, and he might ask them to do horrible things. As I laid there and listened, she couldn't stop babbling about her brother. She was always worried about him no matter what. I felt sorry for her again, thinking what would become of him in the end, and what it might do to her. A slight pain emerged from the pit of my stomach. It grew stronger, and I doubled up, with my arms hugging myself. Elena? Constance was at my side. My stomach, it aches, I said through clenched teeth. She squinted while trying to get her hand on my stomach. We'll need to get Paul in here now. What the hell is he going to do about any of this? Julia left, and a couple of minutes later, Paul ran in the infirmary and to my side. He looked worried again as he saw me. What's wrong? We think she's close to ascending, Constance answered. Paul looked at her terrified. Worried wrinkles dented his forehead and around his eyes. You sure? Paul, I heard you last night again. You were angry at someone. His eyebrows arched and his lips went thin. Sorry about that. It's nothing you have to worry about. Is it one of your abilities that could lead to this? Constance's voice was gentle. It might be the fire ability, I don't know. This has never happened to a Wyvern before. Then why is Elena not eating? Sammy snapped. She's what? I can't. Every time I try to eat something, the food tastes rotten. He frowned again. Paul, we need to know how to treat this. Elena doesn't feel well. Constance begged. I don't know. He swallowed hard. If I knew how to treat it, I would. Fine. We'll just have to monitor you. If the pain gets worse, you've got to tell us, Elena. Her hand was still on my stomach, and I had to admit, Constance's zing made the pain disappear slowly. I nodded. Can I stay? Paul asked, and his fingers brushed mine softly. He really did care. I can stay too. Don't you have the Warble tryouts tonight? I looked at Sammy. It can wait, Elena. Go, I'll be fine, I said, and she gave me an unsure look. Go, Sammy. She gave me a hug.
Please, let them call me if it gets worse.
She let go, and I nodded. I looked back to Paul. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
Are you really in pain?
Constance and I just stared at him.
That's not what I meant. Sorry. I sometimes don't know how to say the right thing, and then it comes out messed up. Forgive me?
I smiled and closed my eyes as Constance's touch warmed the last bit of pain away from my stomach. The knife stabs were 10 times worse. This is nothing. Just a small ache.
Tell me about the mission. I want to know everything.
He pushed the chair next to my cot closer and made himself comfortable. I can't tell you what's inside the cavern. He chuckled.
Don't feel offended, Paul. She's just like the other 5 that made it out. Secretive as hell.
Julia said as she breezed past us to the other side of the room and started to close all the curtains. We sat there for a while, and I told him everything I could, except what was in that cave. He was a bit like Chang with his guesses, but I kept my face straight, and I didn't show him anything. He was really far off guessing it had snake pits and huge spiders and other insects. He shivered as I finished with how Goren had stabbed me over and over again.
So, Blake's heart almost exploded?
He asked Constance. Another 100 meters, and that would have been the end of him.
Why do you think he saved you?
I laughed. You have no idea how many times I've asked that one myself. Becky and Sammy think he's got a secret crush on me, and that his true feelings come out whenever he consumes too much alcohol. He squinted and a smile played around the corners of his mouth.
You don't think that?
Hell no, I sighed. I don't know what the deal is with Blake. Whenever I seem to be in trouble, he's always there. I looked back at him. He was the first one to help me when that wall vanished at the Warble Games. The part that doesn't make sense is that Blake isn't the type of dragon that usually does that.
You believe he's something he's not, Elena? The way I see it, he's just trying to live up to everyone's expectations of being the evil dude.
I looked at him, a bit skeptical. You really believe that?
After Dragonia was attacked, I moved in with Lucian and Blake. That dragon would kill himself if he didn't think he could hold on anymore.
I huffed. I'd never thought about it that way.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I've lived with him for the past month, and he doesn't seem like the person everyone makes him out to be. Apart from you, he's the only person that treats me like one of you guys, and not like a Wyvern.
Then that's 1,000 points to him, I said softly, and he smiled. As we talked, the fluid Constance started to pump into me was beginning to make me feel drowsy.
I should go. You need your rest.
No, I'm fine. I'm not very fond of hospitals or infirmaries.
They're not bad, Elena. They're here to make you feel better. At least I'll be able to sleep tonight knowing that you are safe under Constance's supervision.
Constance gave him a motherly, sweet smile. I let out a sleepy giggle and closed my eyes. I froze as I felt his warm lips on the top of my head.
Sleep tight, princess.
I couldn't open my eyes, even if I wanted to, and I started to drift away into darkness. 29. I found the Queen again, but this time she looked different. Torment was written all over her face, and she kept staring at me with tired eyes that made me confused all over again. I wished that she would speak to me, tell me what she wanted. Then, something different began happening. The forest behind her started to rumble with a terrible growl. Something huge moved through the trees, and the earth shook violently. An awful pain erupted in my stomach, and I fell down onto the quivering earth. I looked up at the Queen, who leered over me. Her mouth was turned upside down, and she looked sad. A tear rolled over her cheek as hot liquid bile spilled out of my mouth. The pain grew stronger and hot water followed the bile, pouring over my lips. I wiped at the water with my hand, and as my fingers moved in front of my eyes, a dark liquid had stained my pale skin. It wasn't water. It was blood. The effects of the dream pulled me back to reality as I realized I was awake. Somehow I had made it back in the infirmary and was staring at my bloody hands. A sensation of burning lava set my entire body on fire. I arched my back and could feel Constance trying to subdue the pain. When the coughing started, more blood spat out of my mouth. I could feel it on my face, taste the copper on my tongue. Constance's hands were on my stomach now, but her zing didn't do much. The pain grew worse, and I tried to scream, but only a gurgle left my lips.
"Julia, go get Master Longway now!"
I could hear footsteps running out of the infirmary as Constance ripped my shirt open and pressed both hands hard on my stomach. Soft Latin words escaped through her lips. It seemed to make the burning worse, and I didn't know if it was from this horrible ache or from her hands. The pain was unbearable, and felt as if I was going to die. My heart thumped so fast inside my chest that I couldn't hear what Constance was saying. Master Longway came in, and I could hear him yelling something about herbs. Pots and pans clanged against each other, and a kettle boiled. The pain didn't get any better, and I just wished that I could pass out. The stabs from Goran had been nothing compared to this. When Master Longway came back, he spoke to Constance in Latin, and I couldn't understand a single word they were saying. Blood kept spilling out of my mouth and into the bucket that Constance somehow managed to get in front of me. "Please, I don't want to die." Tears rolled down my cheeks as I thought about death. I'd barely lived, and I hadn't even fulfilled my destiny yet. I wanted Lucian so badly, and I hoped that I would get a chance to see him again. As I was thinking back on all my regrets, a horrible stench burned my nostrils. When I opened my eyes, I found a mug of a thick, soup-like liquid in front of me.
"Drink,"
Master Longway ordered. There is no way I'm going to drink that stuff.
"Drink, Elena,"
he ordered again. I kept looking at the thick green muck that still bubbled inside the tin cup and shook my head. In an instant, Constance grabbed my chin and lifted my head up to look at her.
"If you don't drink this, you will die. Now drink, or so help me, Elena, I will force it down your throat."
I'd never seen her so desperate before, and I closed my eyes. Gathering what little strength I had, I started to swallow the boiling hot mixture that made me want to vomit. Constance lifted the mug slightly, pushing more into my body when I tried to stop. The heat scorched my tongue, and I swore I could feel it bubble and coil within me. She really hadn't been joking about forcing it down my throat. I noticed that the mixture had a different effect while sliding down my stomach, and soon the lava-burning sensation cooled down. Regardless of its effects, the stuff was disgusting. I struggled to swallow the last bit, so she pressed on my nose gently with her forefinger and thumb. When I couldn't breathe, I had no other option but to swallow the last bit of muck. With the last drop gone, my head started to spin and I fell backwards onto the bed. Darkness surrounded me, and their concerned cries and orders fell silent as I welcomed oblivion. When I woke up later that night, my sheets were a pristine white. I looked around and found Constance, Master Longway, and Julia in 3 chairs circled around my bed. My tongue still felt raw. I couldn't speak and just stared at Constance, who slept with her head lying on a ball of rolled-up blankets. Have I ascended? It's okay, sweetheart. Constance woke up and moved next to my side. What? I couldn't speak, and it felt as if hot coals were still inside my mouth. Shh, we don't know. That tonic that Master Longway made is an ancient recipe for gutterbell. I looked at her funny. What the hell is gutterbell? It's an old illness that turns your insides to mush. When you got that stomachache, I was so worried. Gutterbell died out a long time ago. We don't even keep medicine for it anymore. She blew out a huge breath of air. Luckily, Master Longway still had the herbs that we used in making the remedies.
Elena, are you okay?
Master Longway woke up too and leaned over me. I just nodded, weakly.
The pain gone?
I nodded again. He looked at Constance.
There is enough for one more batch if she starts coughing up blood again.
We have it under control, Master. Thanks for coming.
No need. Sleep tight, Elena. Rest.
He gave Constance a small nod and left. Julia awoke as the door behind Master Longway closed. She wiped her mouth as if invisible drool lingered around the edges of her lips. She looked at Constance through sleepy eyes, then at me. Her eyes flew open, jumping up with a clean bucket in her arms and put it in front of me. Constance started to laugh at Julia's response. She tried to suppress it, but she couldn't. A teardrop rolled over her cheek, but she was still laughing. If my mouth wasn't burning, I would have laughed with her. At the look on my face, Julia broke down in laughter too. I guess both of them needed it after the fiasco we had to deal with tonight. They fell back into their chairs and Constance gave a huge, audible sigh.
Don't ever scare me like that again. Julia punched me playfully on my arm. If you weren't in so much pain, that would have been harder. I closed my eyes and nodded, trying to thank her. So, was that part of her ascending? What kind of ability is this, Constance? Julia asked.
I don't know if it's a Gutterbell outbreak again, but we need to get more of those herbs.
Can you even still get them?
We might, at the black markets.
My inside crawled as she said those two words.
The black market was the one thing in the world that I wished would burn to the ground. They still killed innocent dragons for potions and remedies. Potions that were against Paegeia's laws, but some people just didn't care. I'll go tomorrow. I still know someone that will sell to me. My head jerked up in Constance's direction. Don't look at me like that. It's the only way to get what we need. I'm not going to lose you to some stupid illness like Gutterbell. She snapped back as she pushed herself off the chair and walked away.
She's just worried. You really scared all of us tonight, Elena.
Julia looked at me with soft eyes, and a huge frown plastered between her eyebrows. I'd scared myself, too.
You should rest. You'll feel better when you have a good sleep.
She switched off the nightlight that was close to my bed and wrapped a thin blanket around my shoulders.
I'll be back soon. Just rest.
I closed my eyes, and sleep came faster than I anticipated. When I opened my eyes again, the sun streamed onto the front door. The cot in the corner where they'd moved me was dark, but the light coming through felt like some sort of energy source. I welcomed it as I stared in the direction of the light. I'd never felt so tired in my entire life, and my eyelids felt heavy. I kept staring at the light until my eyes couldn't stay open anymore. The blood vomit had stopped, and the ache, thank heaven, had stopped too. Constance and Master Longway were clueless as to what it could be, since Gutterbell didn't usually vanish overnight. Still, Constance wanted me to spend another night in the infirmary. Becky, George, Sammy, and Paul came to visit me, and they were all worried, especially Paul. He spoke to Constance, and although I couldn't hear everything they talked about, I could hear his concern about whether I'd ascended or not. Both Constance and he had no idea what ability could cause my stomach to ache so much that it would make me vomit blood. If it was the fire, my entire body would feel as if it was up in flames, not just my stomach. I shuddered again at the thought of being a fire wielder. If the disintegrating part still had to come, I didn't know how the hell I was going to handle it. The next day, when Constance felt secure enough that my condition was stabilized, she called Becky and Sammy to come and fetch me. She gave them the signs of what to look out for if Gutterbell, or whatever this was, returned. I could thank my lucky stars that Master Longway knew how to make that blobby potion. Otherwise... She made them promise to call her immediately if there was even a slight change. She expressed that it didn't matter how small, they must call her at once. They both nodded like two bobbleheads, and when Constance felt they understood, we were free to go. "Did Lucian phone?" I asked both of them. They stared at one another and shook their heads. I sighed.
"I'm sure he's fine, Elena. This is Lucian we are talking about."
Sammy's arm twirled around my waist.
"Yeah, I just miss him, that's all."
I went to the buffet with Becky and Sammy for lunch once I had settled back into our room. I wasn't very hungry. My tongue still burned, even with all the ice cubes filled with Constance's miracle potions that Julia had given me to suck on for the past couple of days.
"Elena!"
Chef greeted me warmly when I made it to the line. I nodded and smiled.
"Still sore?"
I showed him my tongue, which still had blisters, and he cringed.
"It was 10 times worse," Becky answered on my behalf.
"Here, I've got something for you. It might help with that tongue of yours as well."
He pushed a huge plate of mixed berries and small cubes of frozen fruit into my hands.
"Eat, please."
I nodded again. For the love of blueberries. Yup, they were on there too. We went back to our table and I popped a frozen blueberry into my mouth. I loved the cold on my tongue, and it smelled as if the burn still moved through my nose. The girls started to tell me everything I'd missed over the past couple of days. Ariana had left school as she had started to show signs of ascending. For some reason, she was a late bloomer too, and King Caleb only trusted his royal doctors. Constance was the best, not just in my eyes, but in the council's too. They said that King Caleb was just being an idiot, and I wondered what her ability would be. I smiled at Becky and George quarreling about something stupid that happened in class. For Dents, they sure liked to fight a lot. But Lucille said that it was who Becky was. George didn't seem to mind, either, and he didn't always give her what she wanted. I really liked him, and I couldn't believe that he was the same dragon that had scared the living crap out of me on my first day.
"Elena?"
Sammy clapped her hands excitedly. I looked at her.
"You ate all your fruit."
I smiled as I stared at the last piece of strawberry on my plate and shoved it into my mouth. It sure was an amazing feeling to not taste rotten food anymore. I said goodbye to Sammy, Dean, Becky, and George around 7, as Lucian usually phoned between 7 and 8, if there was reception. The minute I entered my room, I picked up my cami and switched it on. Nothing. I spoke Lucian's name into the speaker and waited. Nothing happened. Not even a ringing tone. I went over to the window and sat on the sill. The stars in the sky above shone brightly tonight, with a full moon. There were no clouds, and I closed my eyes, seeing Lucian's face before me. "I love you so much." A whisper left my mouth.
"I love you too."
30. My eyes flew open as I heard his voice, and I couldn't believe it. Lucian was standing right there. I flung my arms around him and hugged him tight. He felt weird, though. He was cold. I let him go and looked at him. Only then did I notice that the color in his face and everywhere else was wrong. He was white and gray. He just smiled. "What is wrong with you?"
"Nothing is wrong with me. Cool trick, huh?"
"Trick? What are you talking about?"
"What? You think only the hammerheads can leave their bodies?"
My eyes grew as he said it. "You're not here?" He shook his head. "How?"
"Something I've been practicing for a while now. They said your emotions had to be pretty strong, though. Mine led me straight here."
I grabbed him around his neck again and he chuckled.
I wish I could feel this.
You don't? I said into his shoulder.
Nope, but my memory of it makes this so much more special.
I let him go. So, what did you find out? His hair was a bit longer than the last time I saw him, and he turned his eyes away from mine. He let go and started to walk away from me. I remembered what his mom had said about no one who entered the Acre Woods ever making it out alive. Where are you now?
There is a village in the middle of the woods. I guess they are the ones to blame for all the rumors of no one ever making it out.
A village? I asked, and Lucian nodded. Did they capture you?
Not entirely, but they are the reason I can't come back. They know Tanya. I can see it in their eyes, but for some reason, they don't want me to speak to her.
I don't understand.
They want me to prove myself to them before they will tell me where she is.
So they do know where she is?
He nodded. I think she's with them, but hiding in her human body.
What do they want you to do?
Nothing for you to worry about, sweetheart. I promised that I would return, and this is me fulfilling that promise.
He smiled softly, and his head turned to the window as if something was there. I followed his gaze, but saw nothing.
I've got to go. Speak to you soon.
He hugged me one more time and then just vanished. He'd felt so real, and I started to chuckle as I thought about his little trick. What sort of a spell allows someone to travel like that through space, and how long had Lucian been practicing? The minute I thought about him being in the forest, the fear of never seeing him again washed over me. What was the stuff they wanted him to do? Flashes of scenarios with Lucian attempting impossible tasks jumped into my mind. Stop it, Elena. As I stood there thinking, the door flew open and Sammy and Becky's laughter filled the room first before their figures. Both stopped laughing the minute they saw me. What's wrong? Is it Lucian? I nodded, and they both hugged me. Did he phone you? Becky was the first to speak. Sort of, I said and sniffed. Well, that's a good sign, though. They still didn't know that he'd gone to the Acre Woods, and I couldn't stop thinking about him not being able to come back. Elena, he's okay. He's in the Acre Woods, Becky. Both gasped at my words. What the hell is he doing there? Becky sounded shocked. One of his leads guided him in there. I couldn't tell them about Tanya since the council had forbidden it, and I didn't want to get Lucian or King Helmet into trouble because of my big mouth. So, what did he say? Sammy asked. He found a village inside the forest, and now they want him to pass some crazy tests before they will help him. Tears welled up in my eyes. What if he doesn't come back? Both girls stared at me, and both looked exactly like me. Worried. Nobody gets out once they enter, Sammy whispered. Guys, Becky said in a disbelieving tone. This is Lucian we're talking about. He will find a way. She turned her gaze to me. You should have told us that he was going to the Acre Woods, Elena. I know, but they wouldn't have let him go if they knew. At least we know he's fine, she finished, and the conversation died out. Over the next week, many changes were beginning to happen in Dragonia. Lucian hadn't visited me again, and my fears had grown exponentially. Paul tried everything in his power to lift my spirits, but thoughts about fate and destiny stayed with me constantly as I worried about Lucian. What if this is fate trying to keep Lucian and me apart, because I really have to be with Paul? Nevertheless, life at Dragonia still carried on. The last Warble tryout would conclude on Monday night. Becky and George had tried out for almost every team but hadn't gotten placed yet. Their last hope lay with Blake's team, who were called the Maggots. George was sure that Blake would choose Becky and him as team members. What really surprised all of us was that Sammy and Dean got placed on the first night they tried out. She was going to be on the Dorrant team. A Dorrant sounded much better than a maggot, but George and Becky would do anything to be on a Warble team. On Tuesday, I spent the afternoon with Chang. I hadn't seen him much since school started, as he was in his final year. He was also really busy because he had been elected as one of the school's council pupils this year. It was something only the last years could become, and they helped Master Longway with guiding first years for the first 3 months until they got the hang of things. They also participated in school functions and the Testrial Ball, which was similar to prom. He didn't need to tutor me in the history of Paegeia anymore. We just liked spending time together, and I loved to talk theories with him.
He's your what?
Chang asked, shocked. It's what he said. You told me yourself that a dragon always knows who their rider is.
Elena, he is a Wyvern. I've never heard of Wyverns having a bond with Dragonians.
You also never heard of a dragon offspring being born with the mark of the Dragonians, and here I am. He looked to the ground as we walked toward the Colosseum.
I don't know. Just be careful.
Chang, remember what you said about horses? He squinted, thinking really hard. That they only respond to metallic dragons. Well, Paul rode one, and he was fine. Do you really think that the horse would be okay with an evil dragon riding it? A smile broke out on his face.
Should I be worried that you pay too close attention to me?
I laughed. No, I just listen to whatever comes out of your mouth. It's interesting and makes sense.
Phew.
He wiped his forehead playfully, and I laughed.
For a second, I thought something else.
I slapped him playfully as I remembered about the Queen's dragon. Why didn't you tell me that nobody knows about Tanya Frey? He stopped in his tracks.
Please tell me you didn't say anything.
I didn't know, Chang.
Elena, what did you say, and to whom?
It slipped out. Lucian spoke to me about his mission and how he got a date that was linked to Blake. His eyes grew, and through the glasses they looked extra large.
What do you mean, a date that's linked to Blake?
They think it's when he will turn. That is why Lucian went on a self-discovery quest to find something that will help him to claim Blake.
Like a weapon?
He asked the same thing I had asked Lucian. I nodded. A huge frown pulled both his eyebrows together.
I don't think that there is anything out there that will be able to claim Blake.
Why are you always so negative?
I'm not negative. I'm just weighing everything up. None of this makes any sense to me.
So, Lucian went on a quest for nothing. That's what you're saying.
I didn't say that.
Just leave it, Chang. I was furious with him and started walking back to the academy alone.
Elena!
I just kept walking. I was sick of his theories, even though I loved them. He was wrong about this. Lucian would find a way to claim Blake. I knew it. He would come back. He'd promised. When I entered our room, Becky literally jumped on me. We made Blake's team! I couldn't help but feel her excitement as I laughed and congratulated her. It died out soon over the next 2 days, as Sammy and I had to listen to Becky complaining about how Blake drilled her and George. He already expected them to be able to do all the shielding spells that the professional players did. Even in all the excitement, I couldn't stop thinking about what Chang had said. A part of me always felt that Chang's theories were right. What if there was no weapon out there that would be able to claim Blake? What if he would become evil and find a way to free Goran? What if Lucian went on this quest and never came back? To be honest, I could deal with Blake turning evil, but I wouldn't be able to deal with Lucian not being here at all. Friday night at dinner, I couldn't help but wonder what Blake and Paul were discussing. By the way Paul shook his head and his hand kept touching his nose, I could tell it was a serious conversation. Blake was starting to lose it with him.
Just do what I tell you, Paul.
He yelled and got up. The entire cafeteria fell silent and stared at Paul, who remained in his seat. He had a worried expression on his face. "What was that about?" I asked George and Sammy.
"I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I only got Blake saying he doesn't trust someone."
"Is it Paul?" I asked. He shook his head.
"No, he wants Paul to look into it, see what their intentions are with his mind reader ability."
It could explain why Paul looked so worried. He hated reading other people's minds. Tabitha got up a couple of minutes after Blake left the cafeteria. "Is it just me, or is Tabitha wearing a serious amount of makeup?" Becky asked, and George tapped her softly as his eyes fell on Sammy. "It's fine, George," Sammy said. "It's bound to come out anyway." "What is?" Becky looked at both of them, and I sighed as I remembered what Sammy had said in the infirmary. "He did it again, didn't he?" I asked. She nodded. "The warble games keep him busy, but his temper is really short. I found them yesterday fighting behind the Coliseum. When I interfered, she told me to butt out and mind my own business." "Wait, he's beating Tabitha?" "It's his dark side, Becky." "Is anybody thinking of telling one of the teachers about this?" "I think Master Longway knows. It could be the reason he was called to the office this morning." "I hope Lucian finds something," Becky said, which was exactly what I'd been thinking. I left them around 7:30 again and went to my room to do some homework. I really struggled with working out the answer of an arithmetic question when all of a sudden Lucian was standing right next to my bed. I grabbed him and just held on tight. For some reason I didn't want to let him go. "Please tell me you found something."
"Not yet, but I'm really starting to gain their trust. It's a matter of days, and I'll have something."
"Who are they?" I wanted to know.
"It's good that you don't know, Elena."
"I hope you're right about finding something soon. It sucks not having you here." I told him about Blake and how the darkness in him was getting worse. He had a sad and frustrated expression on his face.
"He's holding on, Elena. The 23rd of August is the day he will turn."
The white and gray body in front of me was still something I needed to get used to.
"I've got to go. See you soon."
I gave him a kiss. It was a cold one and didn't feel like Lucian at all. When we broke apart and I opened my eyes, he was gone. I spent Saturday with George, Becky, and Paul. It was hot and we went for a swim in the lake. It was fun, and for a couple of hours I didn't worry about Lucian so much. We stayed until 1 and went to the cafeteria for lunch. After lunch, Paul was desperate to show me the thing he'd wanted to show me the Saturday before. It was a secret place, and he really sounded excited about it. We bumped into Chang at the main entrance, and I hated how Chang treated Paul.
"Be back at 4. "We're not leaving the grounds. I just want to show Elena something." Paul's jaw clenched. "At 4, Paul."
Chang gave me a look, one that was a direct warning. "Let's just go," I said, and touched Paul slightly on his arm. I was still upset with him for the Lucian and Blake theory, and he really didn't have to treat Paul like that. Paul smiled and shook his head. We started to walk further down the path, in the lake's direction, and I kicked a small pebble on the path. "What is his problem?" I sounded pissed off.
"Don't. They just worry that I might eat you or something." He joked and I laughed. "Give them time. It's what I do."
I nodded. How much time was the question. Even after he'd saved plenty of their butts that night, there were still a handful of people that didn't trust Paul. Some even said he'd been behind the attack to gain our trust. How stupid was that?
"Remember when I asked you if you knew about the elemental dragons?" Paul changed the subject.
"Yes, what about them?"
"What I didn't mention is that Wyverns are linked to them."
My head shot up to meet his eyes. "How?"
He laughed. "Only a Wyvern can track the eggs."
"Are you serious?"
"Yep." I really want to show you something."
His eyes glistened, and he started to run up the rocky path. I followed him as he led me way past the lake and down a steep hill. It was a long walk, and I knew immediately why Paul had wanted to take me on a horse that day. Water flowed in tiny streams down the rocks, and we found a small river up ahead. I turned around as Chang's warning popped into my head, and fear crept into my gut when I couldn't see the academy anymore. Paul's hand appeared right next to me, and I took it. He led me over slippery rocks and up another hill toward something that looked like an opening to a cave. We had to turn sideways to make it inside the cave, and it became so dark that I could only rely on my sense of touch. The path felt as if it was never going to end, when a small light suddenly appeared. Paul switched on a flashlight, and I laughed as he made funny ghost sounds while holding the light underneath his chin. When he was done playing around, trying to scare me, he walked to the far side of the cave. A ball of green fire appeared inside the palm of his hands, and he put it over a man-made torch. It started to glow orange, with green around the edges. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. He brought it closer to his face and blew softly on it. A burst of flame set it on fire. The cave lit up slightly as he took a second handmade torch. A familiar feeling filled my heart as I thought back to 4 months ago when we all had to work together to try and retrieve the King of Lions' sword. The second one lit up more of the cave, and I found myself standing beside an enormous flat boulder that made me think of a big table. The third and fourth torch made everything come to life. Water dripped close by, and that rain-damp smell mixed with earth lingered strongly in the air. "So, what are we doing here?"
"Follow me."
He raised his eyes once, and a beautiful grin, revealing perfect teeth with slightly pointed canines, formed on his face. His smile made my heart flip, which was soon followed by guilt again. I followed him toward the wall of the cave on the opposite side. We had to climb over a couple of boulders, and when Paul crouched down and picked something up, I stopped right at his side. He picked up a big rock and handed it to me. I looked at it, not knowing what he wanted me to do with it, so I decided to chuck it over my shoulder. With a leap and a dive, Paul grabbed it right before the rock hit the ground.
"Elena!"
He chuckled nervously. "What?"
"Don't ever do that again. It can break."
"It's just a piece of rock."
"No, it isn't. It's an egg. An elemental egg."
31. "For the love of blueberries, are you shitting me?"
"For the love of what?"
He laughed. "Nothing, it's just a saying. It's an egg?"
"Yes, please be careful with it."
"How do you know?"
"I told you, only Wyverns can locate them. I found all 4.
"All 4?" I sounded like an idiot, repeating everything he said.
"Yes."
He nodded, and gave me back the rock. He raised his eyebrows.
"Don't drop it."
"Okay," I said as I took it gently from him. It felt like a rock, and with all the sharp edges it definitely looked like a rock. But when I put it to my nose, it had a funny smell of rotten moss to it. I jerked my face back. "Are you sure this one isn't rotten?"
"No, that one has to smell like that. It's one of the scents Wyverns follow to track them."
He turned around, carrying 3 similar rocks in his hands, but they looked slightly different. They didn't even resemble eggs. He placed the 3 rocks gently on the big boulder and held out his hand for the one I carried. I placed it softly into his palm, and he put it with the others.
"This one,"
he said as he took the one I'd had,
"is the water dragon. He is almost ready to be born, and needs ice-cold water to hatch. If not, they turn into what they are meant to look like. Rocks. This one," the next one looked slightly bigger, "needs the element of earth. You bury it in soil, but it's still got a couple of weeks to go."
He lifted up the third one.
Fire.
It was the biggest of all of them, and when he handed it to me, I noticed it was the heaviest, too. His hands were close by and ready in case I dropped it. He's big. Paul laughed.
This little sucker needs to be put in flames. His time is close, so I thought maybe we could camp out here tonight, if you want, and see it hatch.
Tonight? Is it that close?
He nodded.
Count me in.
The last one is more or less like the Earth one. He has a couple of weeks to go, but when it's ready, it should be put into wind.
Where are we going to get wind?
A spell? Or if you don't know one yet, we could use a fan.
I giggled. So, you basically need me to help with getting this one into the world?
Pretty much.
He grinned and lifted up his finger.
But I also wanted to share this with you.
Nice comeback, Buster.
He laughed. So, you think he can sneak out tonight and come watch the first one hatch?
I'll find a way. Where do we meet?
Say about 12 next to the Wyvern's tower.
The Wyvern's tower? I swallowed hard, thinking she wouldn't like it if she caught us in the act of sneaking out at night.
She's not there.
She's not?
I do my homework, Elena.
He joked. I helped him put the eggs gently with the other boulders around us before we left. On the walk back, he couldn't stop talking about the elemental dragons.
Wyvern history says that it's the only time all the dragons work together. Whenever danger so grave descends upon Paegeia that we need the help of the elementals, we somehow find a truce. Those eggs can't be located without Wyverns, and can't be born without their chromatics and metallics. I wish that we could need the help of them on a regular basis. Then maybe they would see that not all the Wyverns are as bad as they seem.
I'm sorry that you've got to struggle to get people to trust you, Paul. He gave me a lopsided smile.
They'll come to their senses soon.
He accepted the fact that it was going to take time and a lot of work from his side.
Can I ask you a favor?
Sure.
Can you keep those eggs a secret for now? There isn't real danger upon us yet, so it's not the right time for me to find them. When they're born, we'll figure out what to do with them.
Okay, I said, and instantly disliked all the secrecy. But still, Paul didn't have a reason to harm any of us, even though some thought he did. Besides, he needed me to trust him. Otherwise, this dragon-rider relationship wouldn't work. We parted ways by the stairs. At dinner time, a knot of danger, excitement, and adrenaline twisted my gut into one big mess. It even made me feel a bit sick, but I couldn't wait for midnight to come. I'd packed my bag earlier that night when Becky and Sammy weren't in the room, and had hidden it underneath my bed. So, where did Paul take you this afternoon? Becky asked. Nowhere. He just wanted to get to know me better. I looked at my plate in front of me and hated it when I couldn't tell them the truth. When she bumped me softly and gave her laugh, I knew it had worked. 10 minutes to 12, I made sure that everyone was asleep, grabbed the bag from underneath my bed, and tiptoed out of the room. I ran down the stairs 2 at a time and made it to the main entrance at a ghastly speed. I almost smashed into Paul, who waited for me right behind the wall. He carried a bag that looked like it could easily hold a tent and a sleeping bag tucked underneath his arm. I hoped there was another inside that bag of his. There was no way I was going to share one with him. I didn't care how cute he was. As we exited the building, the grounds of Dragonia looked extra creepy at night. My hand grabbed for Paul's and he chuckled.
You scared?
No, I said too fast, and he laughed softly again. Okay, fine, just a little. But you can't blame me, everything looks so creepy.
It doesn't when you have my sight.
You can see at night?
He chuckled. You will too after you've ascended and claimed me.
Really?
It's one of the perks of being a Dragonian. You can use your dragon's sight, hearing, that sort of thing.
Awesome. He chuckled softly, and I wished it wasn't so dark so that I could see the expression on his face. He helped me get up and down the steep hills. I almost slid on every rock and slammed into Paul a couple of times. The electricity, not the kind George and Becky shared, but the unseen kind, sparked every time he caught me. It scared me that Lucian might end up being right. Paul would find a way to come between us, and spending time with him every day made it harder to not let him in. It wasn't so difficult to see us as a couple anymore. He made me laugh and made me feel needed. When we finally reached the cave, the descent was easier than it had been that afternoon. I guessed it had something to do with the transition from light to darkness not being as harsh in the inky night. Paul lit up one of the torches again and made a small fire deep in the cave. He placed smaller rocks in the form of a circle to keep it contained. After that, he disappeared for a short while to gather some wood for the night. In less than an hour's time, we had a crackling fire going. 2, thank heaven for that, sleeping bags were rolled out, and a radio played music softly. I huffed with a small smile over my face as I kept staring at the eggs, which he placed closer to us. What? He looked up from his sleeping bag and placed his hand over the fire. I had been thinking about the hippogriff and what had happened to us a month ago at the Warble game. Maybe danger is near. He looked at me with an expression on his face I hadn't seen before. What are you talking about? It's nothing. Please, Elena, tell me. I need to know if danger is near. I really found these eggs fast, and a wyvern as young as I am shouldn't have. There was an incident at the Warble opening. All of us who went to search for the King of Lion's sword were attacked by the team members. Well, not all of them, just the dragons. I heard about that. It was in all the newspapers. That attack was on you guys? I nodded. Well, what the papers didn't print was that Blake saw a hippogriff, and then it disappeared into thin air. A Elena! Sammy suddenly appeared out of nowhere with Becky and George right behind her. Paul and I both jumped up. I looked at him with huge eyes. I swear I didn't tell them. You didn't have to. That explanation earlier, I saw straight through that lie. Becky snapped back. George cleared his throat. Oh, shut up. She snapped at him, too. How did you find us? My tone was harsh. Why didn't you tell us? What are you hiding? Lucian won't like this sneaking around one bit, Elena. Sammy said harshly, and she looked furious that I'd snuck out. It's not like that, Sammy. Paul said, and all of us looked at him. How did you find us? George, he's one of the best trackers at Paegeia. So, what is going on here? Becky asked in her not-so-impressed-with-you tone. I looked at Paul. There's no other way, Paul. We've got to tell them. Elena. They'll keep the secret. What secret? Sammy fumed again. She should be grateful for Paul helping her find her red flame, not treating him like this. And I absolutely hated the fact that she thought I was sneaking around with Paul. Didn't she see the 2 sleeping bags? Take it easy, Sammy. We're not doing anything illegal, Paul said. I think. Both of us started to laugh, and Becky, Sammy, and George just stared at us. Paul leaned closer to me. You're sure about letting them in on this? Yes, they're my friends. They won't tell. What's going on, Elena? Becky wanted to know for the umpteenth time as she looked at the fire. I stared at Paul and he nodded. Paul found elemental eggs. All 3 of them froze. What? Becky asked me with huge eyes and then looked at George, who started to smile. You found all 4? He asked Paul. All 4. They're right here, he said, and bent down to pick 2 of them up. He gave one to Sammy, who hesitated taking it, but she did, and kept staring at it. Becky and George inspected the other one. He picked up the egg that was in the fire. It's time for this sucker to be born, but I can't get the fire the right temperature, Paul said as he put his hand over the flames again.
It's because you need a red flame, you idiot.
Sammy spoke, and we all had to suppress our laughter. She looked at him with a thin pout, which turned into a smile, and she shook her head softly. We all laughed.
Give him here.
She kept her hand out for the egg while holding out to Paul the other one that was in her hands.
So, our secret is safe?
He asked as their exchange lingered. We looked at the three of them, and they nodded. Paul handed the egg to Sammy and took the one from her.
You're sure it's tonight?
She asked.
Yes, don't ask me how, it's just something I know.
Isn't that egg supposed to burn your hands? I asked. Paul and Sammy stared at me.
We can handle hot, Elena,
Paul said, and George started to laugh. Becky gave him a backhand slap against his chest. Not everything is about sex, George. We all laughed.
You need a lot more wood than those twigs,
Sammy said after she inspected the fire.
Let's go, Paul,
George said, and the two guys disappeared. Becky and Sammy made themselves comfortable on my sleeping bag. Both just stared up at me. What? You still should have told us where you were going tonight, Elena. What if something happened? You don't know how old this cave is. If it closed off and trapped you guys inside, you could have starved.
She could always eat the Wyvern,
Sammy joked, and we laughed. Don't forget who helped you find your flame. She sighed.
Yeah. He's still a Wyvern, though.
A good Wyvern, Sammy. She sighed.
I know. It's just hard.
I kept staring at her, thinking what she must be going through. I was asking a lot of her. She knew Desi, and the way Lucian spoke about what kind of a person his sister had been, I knew it was a great loss to both of them. Asking her to trust a Wyvern was wrong of me. She breathed softly on the egg. It looked amazing as a soft flame came from her mouth. I'd only seen this once from Blake when he was lighting up a cigarette, and Brian when he'd set the hand-made torches on fire the night of our quest to the sacred cavern. My heart twitched again as I thought about Brian. I miss his stupid speaking in third person, I said softly.
Elena.
Becky pulled me closer to her. She knew exactly who I was talking about.
I do too, even though it irritated the crap out of me.
Laughter broke out the cave, and it bounced off the walls. I never gave him that one date.
It would have been a date from hell, Elena. He only wanted one thing,
Sammy reminded me. I wouldn't have given it to him.
You think he would have been a gentleman?
Sammy asked.
He would have put you under one of those slut spells. You would have been all over him. Why do you think I told you to ignore my brother that night?
I'd forgotten about that night. The night Blake begged me to come outside so he could speak to me. He was drunk, and it was the first time he'd done that to me. Becky's eyes got big. What? He was drunk. You know what he gets like when he's drunk. I waved it away. He's seriously... Wait, why didn't you tell me about this? Becky looked at both of us.
I felt bad for him. Besides, he was right at your house, Becky. What were you doing that you didn't hear him?
Sammy teased her. Oh, shut up. When was this? She asked me. I laughed. Right before we left for that camping trip. I could still feel that dizziness his peacock blues had on me that night. Becky and Sammy laughed. That could have turned into the talk of the century, you know, Becky said. Thank heavens it didn't. Lucian would have slayed his ass. I left my 2-cent comment. We laughed again. It was silent for about a minute, and we all just stared at the egg Sammy held in her hands. I think the eggs are connected to the hippogriff Blake saw that night. That's what you were busy telling him when we interrupted, wasn't it? Becky asked. I nodded. He said that their scent or tracking smells, whatever they use to find them, gets stronger when they're needed.
That case went cold, Elena.
Sammy spoke after she puffed another gentle fire breath over the egg.
I know, but it doesn't mean that it can't resurface.
True, Becky said.
It could be,
Sammy sighed.
I hate to admit this, but I'm with Paul. We should keep them a secret until the right time.
Sammy had a worried look on her face. We nodded. The boys came back soon with huge, thick branches in their arms.
Now that I can make a fire with,
Sammy joked. The evening turned out to be a great one, as Sammy was able to make a really hot fire. We all had to throw off our jackets, and Becky pulled up her sleeves as the inside of the cave started to feel like a sauna. They told Paul about the night of the Warble Games as Sammy laid the egg softly inside the fire. She even told him how she and her dad tried to keep us safe by throwing balls of acid and fire at the 8 dragons from the 2 teams who'd attacked us. A cold finger ran up my spine as I remembered that evening.
A hippogriff.
Paul rested his head on his hand as he lay on his right side in front of the fire.
Aren't they extinct? Died out or something?
That's what we thought too.
It must be the reason why I found them so fast. So, how long do you think before this little guy is going to hatch? George asked. They say it takes an entire night. Wyverns learn all about the elemental eggs from our elders. It used to be one of my favorite subjects.
He smiled, but it disappeared as a thought must have jumped into his head. I tried to see what it was, but Paul was really good at shielding himself and it didn't work. Our eyes met and he wrinkled his nose slightly. I smiled at him and stared at the fire again.
We need to take turns feeding it. People are already suspicious of me. I'm an easy target for them to get discovered.
We'll draw up a schedule. Take turns,
Becky said practically.
What does it eat?
First few days, the shell. We need to make a paste with some of the herbs that grow wild and grind it all up with bits of the shell. Once you add water, you feed them with a syringe. They don't need much, about 5 ml every 2 hours.
Every 2 hours? That's going to be difficult.
Sammy had that worried look on her face again.
I can take care of it during class,
Paul said, looking at Sammy.
Most of the professors don't want me in there, so I have some free time. You guys can help take care of the rest.
And at night? I said.
I'll stay with him. I love this place.
Paul looked at the roof of the cave.
It reminds me a bit of home. We should rest. Tomorrow is going to be one hell of a long day.
32. I woke up to a crackling sound. It took me a couple of minutes to realize it didn't sound like a fire that was busy dying, and I put 2 and 2 together. It was the egg. I jumped up and saw a big, black, burned egg inside the ashes. The egg cracked again, and it felt as if my insides wanted to jump out with excitement. This is so frosome! My hand searched for Becky, as I didn't want to miss 1 second of this, and found her arm. I shook it.
What? Where?
She sat up and leaned closer to the ash pit.
Is that?
Yes, it's busy hatching. Excitement laced my soft tone. A loud crack made Paul and Sammy lift their heads, and then they too couldn't take their eyes off it. Becky cried out softly when she saw the top of the egg breaking into a diamond shape. 2 long catfish whiskers and a part of a small nose slowly rose from the egg. We all gasped and went, "Aww," at the same time. Sammy had tears in her eyes.
Blow softly on it, Sammy. It might be cold.
Paul leaned closer to the egg. She breathed gently again, and the baby elemental pushed the rest of its egg into a couple of pieces. It collapsed, and it was legs and tail everywhere. It tried to stand up, but kept falling over as its tiny legs weren't strong enough yet. It had a long, snake-like body, and its color was the most beautiful red I'd ever seen. Sammy blew softly on it again with her breath, and we laughed as it followed her fire. Its legs still wobbled slightly as it tried to gain its balance and kept tripping over the long whiskers that came from its snout. It was simply gorgeous, and I wished that we could have taken it with us to our dorms, but for it to stay a secret and safe, the cave would have to do. Paul scratched it softly behind its ear and started speaking in a completely different language to it. It had a funny clucking sound, but the little elemental responded and curled up on Paul's jacket that he had put right next to the fire pit.
I should really make him that paste. This little guy is going to get pretty hungry soon.
You sure it's a guy?
Sammy asked. Yes, the males have 2 beards underneath their chin, where the females only have 1.
Paul smiled and left. I got up too. Do you need any help?
No, I'm much faster finding them on my own. Stay here,
he whispered, and left. Sammy stroked the elemental softly. She was really such a gentle person, and I could see by all 3 of their expressions that this was indeed something that happened only once in a lifetime.
He's so amazing, Elena,
Sammy cooed. I know. To think in a couple weeks we are going to have 3 more of these little suckers. They all laughed softly.
So, I was thinking, during school and at night, Paul should stay with them.
Becky spoke in that leader voice of hers. It was something she did from time to time, especially around George.
If he needs to eat every 2 hours, then we'll have to take turns. George and I will take 2 and 8 o'clock, right after warble practice. You and Sammy can take 4, and Paul will have to take Sammy's place at 6 o'clock on the days we have warble practice. He is the best to take the 10 o'clock shift, too. Then he can just stay for the night and feed him as he needs it.
What about breaks? Paul will get caught if it's during breakfast and lunchtime.
Then one of us needs to come alone. We'll take turns, and we have to find different paths so that we won't get caught,
George answered. Sounds like a plan, I said. We waited about an hour for Paul to return. He took a wooden bowl from his backpack, and we all helped break the herbs into small pieces. He ground everything in the bowl with a rock and broke in the shell. It was a lot of powder, something that would keep the little guy sustained for a long time. Do they have human bodies too? I asked Paul as he poured tiny drops of water into the powder to make it into a paste.
No. They are the only dragons that don't have a human form. You see, where dragons have the essence of life, elementals are the opposite. They only have one purpose, to eliminate danger. Once they have fulfilled this, they only have 1 day to live before they turn back to stone.
That is so sad, I said, and watched the little elemental's body expanding every 2 seconds. His eyes were still closed, and he snuggled himself so deep into Paul's jersey that only his snout stuck out. The 2 whiskers hanging over Paul's hoodie almost touched the ground.
Is it true that they reach their full size in only a couple of months?
George wanted to know. Paul nodded.
The next 2 months will be the hardest. They don't grow that fast. But from the 3rd month to the 6th, they almost triple their size.
What are we going to do with them, Paul? I looked at him.
This cave isn't big enough for all 4 of them.
Don't worry about that. I will tell Master Longway about them when the time is right.
I blew out air softly, so did Becky, and we smiled at each other. When the paste was ready, Paul took out a syringe and pulled up about a teaspoon of the goo he'd diluted with liquid. The little guy was hungry, but he couldn't even finish the entire syringe. It took about half an hour to feed him. Paul gave us instructions about how much we should give every 5 minutes. It was almost nothing. When the baby elemental was done slurping up, he took a huge yawn, which made us all sigh again, and then he turned on one spot like a cat on Paul's jacket until he found his place and fell back to sleep.
For the first 5 days, we don't give any water. Only start from the 6th day. And also only about a teaspoon. I will prepare his food for him every day, and we'll have to find the perfect spot where we can pick it up.
Not in the open, Paul. Why don't you make his food in our room? Sammy suggested.
I agree. We can't take a risk with him like that. Someone is bound to see one of us and might try to find out what we're hiding.
George seconded Sammy's suggestion.
So, everyone's fine with picking it up from our room?
Becky put her hand in the air as if this was a vote. I would feel much more secure with that, too. I lifted up my hand, like Becky's. Everyone lifted their hands, and the deal was done. We went back to the academy around 8 and thanked our lucky stars that breakfast was still being served. The first day was easy. I took my turns with Paul so that I could learn the woods and path to the cave. George, Becky, and Sammy went together. We all had our little landmarks of where to go. Besides, I wouldn't be alone. I was on feeding duty with Sammy.
So, what are we going to call him? Or are we going to keep calling all of them little guys and little girls?
Becky asked during dinner, and we all laughed. Paul sat on the pillow next to me. There was a rift between him and Blake, and I made a mental note to ask him about that.
What do you suggest?
He reminds me of a Herbie,
Becky answered, and we all looked at her awkwardly. Herbie can work. I seconded it. Just as long as Herbie doesn't go bananas. They all laughed.
Okay, Herbie it is, Paul said.
We said goodbye to the boys as we went to our dormitories. Stealthily, Becky and George disappeared for the 8 o'clock feeding. None of us could sleep that night. We worried about Paul and whether he'd made it safely to the cave to feed and stay with Herbie. I tried to check in with him through my thoughts, but I really struggled connecting with him. That night, the dragon appeared in my dream again. It had a soft purple color to its scales and had the friendliest face I'd ever seen. I was scared of it, and we just stared at each other for a long time. It mimicked my movements the entire time. The dream made no sense. It couldn't have been my dragon. Paul was mine, and the dragon in my dreams looked nothing like Paul's description of what a wyvern looked like. It had 4 legs and 2 huge wings, so what was it? The weekend went great. We slept the entire time in the cave, all of us. It was fun and felt like camping out. Sammy bonded more than the rest of us with Herbie. It was as if he saw her as his mother and loved it whenever she blew a soft stream of flame in his direction. He would stretch out his little body and bathe in the hot temperature. On Monday morning we found Paul chatting to Blake around his table. He nodded in our direction, and I hoped it meant that all was good with little Herbie. He turned his gaze back to Blake, and it went serious again. George squinted in their direction. Becky nodded just as I was about to ask him what they were speaking about.
He wanted to know if Paul found something,
George whispered, and at that moment Blake turned his gaze to all of us. Our heads snapped forward, and we started to laugh softly, as we had all been eavesdropping. I'll ask Paul later what's going on. On our first break, Sammy and I made a run for the cave. Paul had left a syringe in our fridge, and when we found Herbie, he was already making funny clucking sounds. I hoped he wasn't starving. Sammy fed him while he snuggled himself onto my lap. It was hard to say goodbye and to leave him there, but the stuffed toy Sammy had brought with her seemed to help. He made friends with the little pink elephant quickly, and we found a gap to sneak out. Becky and George took lunchtime, and I could see her wiping away a tear as they entered the cafeteria 45 minutes later. So, the big, fierce Dragonian does have a heart. She flung herself down onto the pillow, and Paul just looked at her with a soft smile and a raised eyebrow.
"Don't," she warned him. "The elephant didn't help. It was cotton balls everywhere when we got into the cave." "He ripped up Sandy?"
Sammy said, and we all laughed. I gave her a hug. You tried. Paul got 2 o'clock, and Sammy and I 4 again. She brought him another toy, and something inside of me knew she wasn't going to give up until she found him one that would make him feel not so alone. The entire 2 weeks went perfectly, and I hardly thought about Lucian and what it was he had to do. Herbie took all my worries away, and I knew Lucian would find a way to come back to me. On Friday morning we found a note underneath our door. Becky picked it up, and her eyes grew slightly as her lips turned into a bright smile. "It's time for the water dragon to hatch!" 33. The entire day went unbearably slowly. I struggled to listen to what the professors said as I could barely contain the excitement that was inside of me. We couldn't wait for the night to come to go and meet Paul. Luckily for us, Dean had left for the weekend, so we didn't have to sneak away. Sammy hated every minute of not being able to share the elementals with him, but she didn't break her promise. We found Paul in the cave around midnight. Sammy picked up Herbie as Paul had a backpack and the water elemental's egg clutched in his hand.
"We have to go deeper into the cave. I found a pond just ahead. The water is ice cold and perfect for it to hatch in."
"Are you sure it's ready?"
Sammy asked with Herbie in her arms, gnawing on her hoodie laces. He was a tiny bit bigger than when he'd hatched, but still cute as hell.
"It's ready, Sammy."
Paul gave his $1,000,000 smile as he switched on his torch and gave another to George and Becky. We followed him over a trail of rocks and slipped into another passageway. The torches were the only light we could see, and my feet slipped and slid on the surface. I grabbed the back of Paul's shirt and he started to laugh as he tried to help stabilize me. Water rushed softly in the distance, and a blue diamond light lit the end of the passage. The pond seemed as if blue lights shone from its watery depths. It lit up the small cave, and we found a semi-dry spot to spend the night. George and Paul rolled the sleeping bags open as Sammy started to make a small fire from twigs and branches Paul had brought into the second cave earlier. I couldn't stop staring at the walls of the cave. It was as if the stars were trapped inside them. Blue light lit up our faces as we waited for Paul to place the egg into a net and lower it gently into the water. He jumped up onto the boulders and found his spot next to me in no time. He was just like Lucian and Blake, very athletic, and I was sure he would do anything to participate in the Warble Games, too. Becky was leaning back against George, and they were having their own discussion. Sammy played with Herbie quietly, and I knew she wished that Dean was here. I wished Lucian was. Paul laid his head on his arm that rested on his knees. He gave me a side glance, and I smiled. "So, what is going on between you and Blake?"
"It's nothing. He gets paranoid. I think it's his dark side that is getting stronger."
"Don't say that, Paul. Lucian is still out there trying his best to find a solution." "What is he paranoid about?"
"He wants me to read a student's mind."
He gave short answers, and I knew he didn't want to really talk about it. "Why?"
"To find out if he has a hidden agenda. In the past couple of weeks, he's really gotten worse. Even after I told him there was nothing, it was as if he didn't believe me."
I left it there. If Paul said he found nothing and that Blake was just paranoid, I trusted him. I had way too many things to worry about myself. He started telling me about his village again. He came from a Wyvern city called Marilia, close to the Eton border, and the other Wyvern city called Alkeme. Nobody bothered them there because it was near the creepers. Their cities were carved into the caves, and I could tell by the sound of his tone that he really missed home, even though there was no future for him there. He was an only child and a big disappointment to his mom and dad. It took its toll on him that he was different to all the other Wyverns, but still he always found a way to make a joke, and I always laughed. I had to take my hat off to people that wanted to change. It wasn't easy, and I couldn't imagine how scary it must have been for him to make that change and to stand in front of the council pleading with them to give him a chance to prove himself. He went to check up on the egg around 2, and when he came back, my eyes didn't want to stay open. I lay my head on one of the backpacks. The rushing of water running close by had a soothing effect, and I could feel myself drifting away. Paul lifted up my head and put it on his lap. I was too tired to protest or to open my eyes, but I could feel his fingers playing with my hair. It felt so nice.
Sleep tight, my princess.
When I woke up, Paul was gone. I lifted my head and found him without a shirt on inside the pond. My heart started to pound as every muscle of his body was defined and bulky. I knew I should keep some distance from Paul, but still, I went down to the pond to see what was happening. Halfway down, my shoe slid on a slippery rock and I landed on my ass. Paul gave a sexy chuckle, which made my heart bounce even faster. "That actually hurt," I joked, and he climbed out of the pond. His shoes and jeans were soaking wet, and he reached down to help me up. I slipped again and clung on to Paul. We both started to laugh as Paul almost went down with me. Our gaze met, and for the first time ever I felt an urge to kiss someone besides Lucian. Invisible electricity sparked between us, and the smell of his scent overpowered my thoughts. His lips came near, and as they almost touched mine, Becky woke up. I looked away, heart thumping loud in my chest, and Paul moved back into the pond. The minute he stepped into the water, guilt rose up in my chest. "How could you almost kiss him, Elena?" I shouted at myself. "What about Lucian, you stupid idiot?" I forced Becky a smile as she jumped onto the rocks, making her way toward me. "Did it hatch?" she whispered.
"Busy,"
Paul answered smoothly, as if she hadn't interrupted the two of us almost breaking the Prince of Tith's heart with our little moment. She moved over to the water and stepped in too. She gasped as her arms pulled back and her hands lingered on top of the water. "You weren't kidding when you said this was ice cold." Paul chuckled, but didn't look up from what he was doing. "This is so amazing!" Becky looked into the water, too.
"We should move Herbie to this side, as this one is going to need a lot of water to grow."
Paul looked into the water. I could see by the movement and the way Becky looked down, too, that the water elemental had started to hatch. George and Sammy woke up, and they reached us in no time.
"I'm going to need both of your help."
Paul looked at Becky and George. Sammy took a spot right next to me. "Anything," Becky answered eagerly.
"Hold the shell as I help it to get free."
He took the egg out of the water and put it on the rocks.
"George, take that jug and keep pouring water over it."
George immediately took the blue jug and filled it with the pond's water. The egg didn't hatch the way Herbie's had. It was soggy and a bit gooey as the water elemental tried to free itself. Paul helped by pulling the shell off slowly. We all gasped as a bright blue snout pushed its way through the top. Long tendrils flopped out and took on a life of their own. It moved in all directions as if it was trying to feel its surroundings. I jumped as a small leg pushed through the side of the egg. George kept pouring water gently over the egg as the elemental pushed through. Sammy squealed softly beside me as Herbie was fast asleep in her arms. Paul kept handing Becky pieces of the shell, and I could see by the look on her face that she thought it was disgusting. I laughed softly, knowing Becky had really stepped out of her comfort zone, but she was just as excited as all of us. The elemental made clucking sounds, and Paul clucked back. I didn't know what he was telling it, and by the looks of it, Paul had started working faster. I began to worry again. "Is he okay?"
"He'll be fine, Elena. It's just taking a bit longer than we'd hoped."
Its noises were growing louder and all of us were concerned. George poured a fourth jug of water slowly on it, and with a plop, the elemental came free. Paul immediately took it down to the water and held it gently. Sammy and I got up to go see. I took her hand as I climbed over some soggy rocks. Herbie was still lodged in her other arm. His tendrils hung down her hand as his little head and part of his snake-like body sprawled down her arm. I gave Paul a small smile as our eyes met, and I saw him holding a bright blue dragon underneath the water. Its feet were kicking as if it wanted to swim. He moved slowly around with the elemental as it captured its surroundings.
"He reminds me of a Kirby,"
Becky said. "Kirby and Herbie?" I joked.
"You guys sure it's a he?"
Paul asked.
"It's a girl?"
Becky's voice rose a bit. Paul nodded.
"Well, Kirby can be a girl's name too,"
she said, and went over to Paul to help Kirby as she moved under the water slowly.
"Why don't you let her swim freely?"
"Baby water elementals need to be guided for the first couple of hours when they are under the water. They can breathe without water, but their skin needs the moisture. That's why you will always find them near lakes and sometimes in the ocean," Paul explained. "If you just let them swim freely, they don't stay at the pace they should swim, and then they exhaust themselves. A water elemental is just like a dolphin. The minute they stop moving, they will drown."
We all just stared at him. He looked at Becky.
"You need to take over for me because I have to go get the herbs to make her meal."
She moved opposite Paul, and I could see by her arms that she was taking Kirby over from him.
"A small step every 5 seconds, he said. "When her legs kick the same time as you take a step, that's when you know she's got the pace."
When he was sure that Becky got it, he climbed out of the pond. George handed him his shirt, and both of them left to get the herbs for Kirby's first meal.
"She's gorgeous,"
Becky said and looked at both of us.
"Her little tendrils are moving everywhere."
I laughed softly as she said that.
"I guess Kirby climbed straight into that one's heart,"
Sammy whispered. "Well, Herbie somehow adopted you, and Becky did help bring Kirby into this world." We sat as we watched Becky with a huge grin on her face as she didn't take her eyes off little Kirby. She moved slowly all around the pond, with the pond's blue light reflecting off her face. When Paul and George came back, after half an hour, Sammy and I helped him to mush up all the herbs. Herbie was now awake, and shook the third toy we had brought him in his beak, just like a little puppy.
"I'm going to hit your bum if you tear up Super Sam too,"
Sammy warned him, and the elemental looked at her with big round eyes as if he understood. After Kirby's eggshell mixture was done, Paul went back into the pond to get her. I gasped as he brought her out. She was really beautiful, with bright blue scales covering her long body and web-like feet. She had a beautiful face with a small snout and 2 long tendrils hanging from her jawline. A string of fluff hung from her chin. I scratched her head and she made the clicking sounds again. He gave her back to Becky, and George helped her with feeding Kirby with the syringe. Herbie was finished with his first cycle and had to move over to pureed fruits and vegetables. Paul had explained that they start off with a light diet, and when they are older you can feed them anything you want, from livestock to bread. Sammy always had a piece of chocolate for Herbie, and after he finished his meal, she would give him a small dose. Paul did warn her numerous times that too many sweets would upset his stomach, just like with a normal baby. We went back to the academy at lunchtime, and the 4 of us were starving. Becky and George took over the first shift with feeding Kirby, and they slept that night with Paul inside the cave. Sammy stayed because I didn't want to go. I had to keep my distance from Paul now that I knew that the possibility of falling for him in Lucian's absence was there. Sammy and I took the breakfast shift early Sunday morning and stayed there until lunch. The 2 elementals played with one another when Kirby wasn't in the pond. Becky still swam with her just to make sure that she got the pace down. I saw Paul around 6 as he snuck off to feed the 2 elementals again. We didn't speak about what we'd almost done, and I didn't know whether I should just leave it or not. I felt crappy, though, for almost kissing him, but I had to admit, there was a part of me that really wanted to. I fell on my bed as I entered the room. Confusion rushed over me, as I didn't know what to do with this feeling I had for both Lucian and Paul. Lucian's was stronger, but the more I learned about Paul, the more the feelings grew. I went to bed as Becky and George left for their 8 o'clock feeding time and drifted off about 5 minutes after she came back. How we'd managed to sneak to the cave and not get caught was a miracle. On Monday in Enchantments, Paul treated me as if nothing had happened. My skin tingled just thinking about him, and I knew this time it wasn't him doing it. It was me. I wished I could get rid of this feeling I was starting to develop for him, but I couldn't. I didn't want to break Lucian's heart. I loved him so much, but at the same time I didn't want to break Paul's either. I kept thinking about what Lucian had said that day about dents, and how opposite-sex couples would do anything to be together, even if the other one didn't want to. I didn't know what he meant, but something told me it was going out of their way in making the other one fall badly in love with them. It sucked to be part of a dent, because a part of me really wanted to get to know Paul better. When the bell rang, Paul shoved a paper inside my hand. I looked at the square folded piece lodged inside my palm, and I didn't want to know what was written on it. When I opened it, the most beautiful handwriting spelled the words, "We need to talk." 34. Sammy and I had the 4 o'clock shift to feed Herbie and Kirby. I froze when Paul asked to take her place, and she nodded. "Just give him his chocolate," she said as she shoved a small block with nuts and raisins inside my hand and waved at us as she walked back to the main entrance. It was quiet for a long time as we made our way to the cave. "We both know what almost happened, Elena." Paul spoke suddenly, breaking the silence. "Can we just forget about that, please?" "I can't. Every time I see you, it's all I can think about." "Paul, I'm with Lucian. I love him. A lot." "I know, but I also know you have feelings for me, too. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened." "That was a mistake." I looked at my feet, hiding the expression on my face. He sighed. "Elena, you can't say that was a mistake. It's our destiny, and I've never seen a dent that could not be with one another." "Well then, you are going to see one now, Paul." I sounded stern. "I love Lucian, and I'm with Lucian. There is nothing you or anyone can do to change that. Lucian will come back soon, and then things will go back to normal. I missed Lucian that day, that's all." "You missed Lucian?" He smiled. "That is what you are gonna go with." "Wipe off that grin, please," I snapped back at him. "I don't care if you buy it or not. That is the truth. I was weak for a second, but I'm not anymore." I turned around and walked a bit faster to the cave. I wished that he would turn around and walk back to the academy, but he didn't. He appeared right next to me in a couple of minutes, and I thanked heaven he didn't speak further about the almost kiss we'd shared. When we entered, we went deeper into the cave where the pond was. Paul and George had brought tools one evening, and they'd mounted man-made torches against the walls. They lit up the entire cave now. With the light, I noticed the area was slightly bigger than I had first thought, and there were plenty of boulders strewn about. The sparkling walls disappeared in the torchlight, and the glow from the pond wasn't as blue anymore. Not long after we arrived, Paul took off his shirt, and I sighed. It was as if he was doing this on purpose. He went into the pond as Kirby wasn't with Herbie. I mashed up a banana with yogurt in Herbie's bowl and put it in front of him. He took a couple of sniffs, and his snake-like tongue touched the surface gently. He carefully put it back into his mouth to taste. Sammy and I had laughed the first time he'd done it. We'd found out quickly what Herbie liked and what he didn't, and had started to give him the foods that we knew were his favorite. When he finally approved of the meal I'd brought him, he lapped up the food greedily. Not long after, Paul came back with Kirby. She was still on her mixture and had almost finished the entire syringe. I hated the silence between us and wanted to kick myself for being so stupid that day. I wished that I could go back and just change it. So, this is going to be the way between us from now on?
It doesn't have to be, Paul said.
Paul, I can't.
I'm not forcing you to do anything, Elena. I'm just asking you to be honest with yourself. If what you say is how you really feel,
it is.
He grinned. Can you let me finish?
I nodded.
If it is how you feel, then I will respect that. If, however, it changes, please let me know.
Deal, I said quickly. But it won't. He smiled as he went back to feeding Kirby. I didn't have to read his mind to know what he was thinking. That smirk on his face said it all. It was as if he knew what was going to happen. Suddenly, a foul stench filled the cave, and I pinched my nose with my index finger and thumb as I looked at Paul. He moved fast over to the eggs that lay on one of the boulders and smiled.
We need to get a hold of Becky and them. Both eggs are ready.
I pulled my cami from my jeans back pocket and spoke Becky's name quickly. Her face appeared in 2 seconds. Get your asses over here. The other two are ready. In half an hour, all of them entered the cave. They all breathed heavily, but the minute the stench filled their nostrils, they all covered their noses.
What is that disgusting smell?
Becky asked. It's the eggs, I explained. That's how Paul knew they were ready. They jumped to action immediately and followed Paul's orders. George knew a spell that could conjure a strong wind, so he was in charge of that egg. While we waited, Sammy and I went to collect as much loose ground outside the cave with leaves and soil for the earth elemental to hatch in. The stench disappeared the minute we put them in their elements, and the cave grew cold from George's wind spell. George gave his jacket to Becky, and she slipped her arms eagerly into it. I rubbed my arms as goosebumps spread everywhere on my flesh. Paul chucked his jacket at me and gave me a lopsided smile as we waited for the last 2 eggs to hatch. His jacket was a thick, warm brown windbreaker, and I almost drowned in it. I zipped it up quickly and lowered my nose as I secretly inhaled his sweet and earthy scent.
Stop it, Elena.
Around 11, I laid my head against Becky's knees, whose head was on George's lap. Both the elemental dragons snuggled themselves closer to Sammy's warmth, and Paul waited patiently. A whistling sound, like a tea kettle, woke me, and I found George and Becky hovering over the egg that was in the middle of the wind's path. It was an easy hatch, as the wind carried pieces of the egg away from the elemental. What emerged from the vortex was a pure white dragon with a long, round snout. Its nostrils were huge, and 2 small pieces of fluff hung from its chin. It had a pair of wings that it struggled to unfold, and I noticed it was the only one that had wings. Rising from the remains of the shell, he stumbled around as his legs wobbled, and I caught his head as he stepped on his left wing and almost crashed to the floor. We all cooed again as he started making the clicking sounds of his brother and sister.
Easy, Tiger, it's coming,
Paul mumbled to the impatient dragon. I giggled. Is he hungry?
Starving.
Paul mashed everything together as quickly as he could for the baby elemental. We watched the small air dragon until pieces of soil and ground started to move. I knew it was time for the earth elemental to hatch as well. It hatched very differently from the others, as it crawled out of the ground without any sign of an egg. Sammy went immediately through the earth pile and searched for its meal. We all helped Paul to prepare their first meals, and once they both were fed, I started to clean the face of the earth dragon, as it was still covered with bits of soil. "Any suggestions for names?" Paul said.
I named the first two, so it's up to you guys to name the others.
"Dusty," I said, as I wiped the white fluff clean on the female earth elemental's face. They all chuckled.
Dusty suits her,
Sammy said.
"That one is definitely Tornado,"
George said, and we all agreed. "If he's going to need to fly, Paul, we might have a problem," I said, studying its wings. "He'll only try in his second week. After that, we have to tell Master Longway and the others. You guys do know that they will take them away once they find out about them." None of us had thought about that, and all our faces fell once the thought of losing the four of them entered our minds.
They'll take good care of them, won't they?
"They're elementals, Sammy. They are seen as holy dragons,"
George reassured her. Dusty's one whisker touched my cheek, and I giggled as both started to move over my face.
"Ah, she's saying hi,"
Becky cooed. I stroked her softly as her body expanded and deflated every 2 seconds. She was breathing so fast, but Paul said it was normal for baby dragons, so I didn't worry about it that much. We stayed until early in the morning, and the four of us had to say goodbye to Paul, who was adamant about staying with them for the morning until they were all used to their surroundings. At 2, all 4 of us snuck back with Herbie's meal and the other 9 syringes for the next couple of feedings. Kirby was in and out of the water most of the time. She knew more or less when her feeding time was and would come out of the pool when we arrived. The other 2 just slept, as they were still only a few hours old. All of us left after 6 o'clock. Sammy and I went back around 8 for our turn with the dragons. We were used to the dark by now, and the last cave was always lit up with the torches.
"Do you think they will take good care of them?"
Sammy asked me as we fed Herbie and Kirby. "I don't know. We'll just have to pray that they won't expel us for keeping them a secret."
"I don't think they would do that."
"They might, Sammy. If they are as holy as George said, then maybe we should have told Master Longway about them sooner." She sighed as she gave Herbie his piece of chocolate. We stayed with the elementals until Paul came at 10. Sammy and I ran back to the academy as quickly as we could and found the main entrance to our dorm locked. "What now?" I said in horror.
"You forgot. I'm a dragon,"
she said.
"Let's go."
My heart pounded as I remembered Sammy's dragon form. We walked to the back and tried to find a pipe or something to crawl up, but the castle didn't have any that were visible, and Sammy started to take off her clothes. I watched as her skin started to change and she grew bigger in a matter of seconds. Everything popped into place, and she held out her front leg for me to hold on to. I grabbed it and buried my face against the warm scales that smelled slightly roasted. She tapped on the window and I could hear Becky's laughter as she opened up.
"What took you so long?"
I climbed in first. "We couldn't leave them there all by themselves." She spoke in Latin to Sammy, who laughed into a deep, husky voice. It didn't even sound anything like her. She grabbed the ledge gently with her talons and shifted back to her human form. Becky and I helped a naked Sammy back into the room quickly.
"Paul there?"
Becky asked in her motherly tone.
"Yep, we left when he arrived."
Once I finished with my shower, I crawled into bed. When the lights went off, I was left with only my thoughts. I knew I loved Lucian, but I had strong feelings for Paul. Every time I saw him, my heart rate would rise slightly, and goosebumps made my skin crawl. My stomach flipped whenever he spoke, and I couldn't believe that I had fallen for him. What was I going to feel when Lucian returned? He would see right through me. He would notice that something had changed. I wondered where he was, and how he was doing, but I couldn't shake a feeling of never seeing him again. I said a small prayer to God to keep him safe, turned onto my left side, and closed my eyes. Lucian just had to come back. 35. I woke up, scared out of my mind. Images of Lucian being killed by unknown men and a horrible feeling made me want to hurl. I closed my eyes tight and prayed for it not to be real, to be just a dream. Sammy woke up too when she heard me and came over to my bed immediately when she saw me hugging my knees.
Are you okay?
I shook my head.
Bad dream?
It was Lucian, I said. She wrapped her arms around me tighter.
It's just a dream. He will come back.
He'd better. She asked me about the dream and I explained to her what had happened, how real it felt as I watched them chasing him through the forest, how they finally caught him and started beating him with objects. There had been so much blood. She looked concerned too, but knew that I had pretty messed up dreams to begin with. Go back to sleep. I'm going to take a shower. I'll be fine.
You sure? I can stay awake with you.
I shook my head. When I came out of the shower, the digital clock said it was 3:30. I wished that the main door hadn't been locked. If there was one thing Paul Sutton knew how to do, it was take my mind away from Lucian and the danger he was in. I drifted away around 4 again, and found the Queen once more standing right in front of those tall, creepy trees. I woke up when I felt something tugging at my bed, and I found Lucian at my side. I sighed out of relief and gave him a sweet smile, but it disappeared the minute I saw the agonizing expression on his face. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. I shook my head at his fractured image. He repeated it again, and was a bit out of focus for a couple of seconds before he came back strong. He spoke again, and the only sound that came through was the word danger. I can't hear you. What about danger? Are you in danger? I said, and could hear both Becky and Sammy gasp as they found Lucian at my bed. What are you saying?
Lucian!
Both sounded happy to see him, but their postures changed the minute they couldn't hear sound coming out of his mouth.
What is this?
Becky asked as I yelled again that I couldn't hear him. I freaked out as he appeared and disappeared for the next 4 minutes.
Elena, what is this?
Becky yelled. It's a spell, Becky. It's how Lucian and I have been communicating for the past couple of weeks. It's never looked like this. What's going on? My hands were up in my hair as I waited for Lucian to appear again. He didn't come. Something is wrong. My dream.
Calm down,
Sammy said.
What dream?
Becky wanted to know. I had a dream about Lucian being killed. I looked at her with panic in my eyes.
It's just a dream,
Sammy reassured me. Why couldn't I hear him then? He's in danger, I know it.
Just calm down.
Sammy hugged me tight as I cried, and I could hear Becky saying Lucian's name again. We both looked, but there was no sign of him anywhere. My head snapped back to Becky, and I found her cami in her hands. There was nothing coming from it. That wasn't new to me. His phone had been dead for the past month. For the next 3 days I worried 24/7 about Lucian. I had a terrible feeling that he wasn't going to come back. I told Paul about my concerns and the dream, but I left out the part about Lucian magically appearing as Sammy had told me to. Instead, I said that he had phoned me, and what we saw was his holograph. Becky, Sammy, and I didn't know if it was an illegal spell Lucian conjured so he could speak to me, and didn't want him to get into trouble for using it. Maybe it's not about Lucian being in trouble. Maybe it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around?
It could be about us being in trouble. Maybe Lucian found something important, and he wanted to give you a heads up," Paul said practically. "You said it yourself, Elena. Danger is near. Why else would I have found the elementals so quickly?" I knew Paul could be right. Maybe Lucian had tried to warn us of danger coming our way. He didn't look as if he was in pain. He looked frustrated, because I couldn't hear him. "You think the hippogriff might come back?" "It might." "We should tell Master Longway about the elementals, Paul. About everything." "Just give me a day or two. Dusty and Tornado's egg mixtures are almost finished, and then we can take the elementals to him." I nodded my head. Paul tried his best to calm me down as I grew more concerned that danger might be coming our way, and not Lucian's. Still, I worried that he was wrong and that Lucian was facing death. He even told the others what he thought, and Paul decided to let Dean in on our secret for Sammy's safety. He wasn't going to leave my side with the thought of a hippogriff lingering in the woods. The first time Dean saw the elementals was more or less like the first time we saw them. He was over the moon and stared at all 4 of them for hours. At night, I was still worried about Lucian, and the fact that he hadn't appeared yet made it worse. I lay on my bed, with so many things swirled into my thoughts at the same time. Where was Lucian? What did he do? He was all alone on this quest to find the answer that could help Blake. Why was he doing this? Blake would turn no matter what any of us were going to do about it. Eventually, Paul made his way in there too. What was our relationship going to be like? A part of me was crazy about Paul, but I loved Lucian. My heart ached if he wasn't with me, and I'd never felt so alone, even though I was surrounded by friends. I didn't have any idea what I was going to do about all of this. Lucian never liked Paul, and all of a sudden, before he left, he sort of told me that claiming a Wyvern might be cool. He just wanted one thing from me, to wait for him to return before claiming him. The date of Lucian's foretelling jumped into my head, the 23rd of August. I was so glad that it wasn't the 15th of July. Then they would have all looked at me. It was my birthday. I finally fell asleep, and when I found the top of the hill again, the dragon stood beside the queen. Both of them were ordering me with their pointy fingers to go into the forest. I forced myself to wake up. Over the past few weeks, I had really gotten good at it. Since I didn't know what any of them wanted from me, I'd given up on finding the answers, too. Becky's bed was still empty. She and George had spent last night with the elementals. I had to say, Paul was really smart and didn't want to leave the elementals alone for 1 minute, so our shifts had changed. We didn't leave them after their feeding. We simply waited for the next group to get there. For the past 3 nights, all of us took turns guarding the elementals, because we were worried they might be the reason why the hippogriff decided to come back. Lucky for us, it was Saturday, so we wouldn't be missed too much. Paul and I had the 2 and 4 o'clock shift to feed and play with the elementals. Becky and George were scheduled to come at 6 and stay with them until 10, when Sammy and Dean would guard them overnight. Tomorrow, we would take them to Master Longway. Around 1:30, I met Paul in the cafeteria, and we had lunch while we stole a couple of fruits and yogurts for both Kirby and Herbie. The other 2 would be finished with their shell mixture tonight, and they would have an early feeding tomorrow morning with real fruit before we showed them to Master Longway. My stomach turned just thinking about the consequences of us hiding them from him. I took a huge breath as I zipped up the bag full of my food stash and found Blake dishing up. An urge to tell him about the cave jumped into my mind. I looked back and saw that Paul was still gone. "Look, I know you're not my babysitter, but Lucian asked me to tell you where I'm going if I leave with Paul." He just gave me a blank stare. It made my stomach turn,
as his peacock blue eyes searched my soul like they had that night we almost kissed over the summer if it hadn't been for Sammy walking in on us. Again, he was drunk. I had to look away in order to carry on. "We are going to the cave that is past the lake," I said, and I left. I slumped down onto the pillow by our table and glanced back to Blake, who placed his tray of food on the table hard. He dug in immediately. When I saw Paul, I got up and met him at the door. It was chilly outside, and I hid behind Paul's arm. "I could get used to this," he said as he placed his arm around my shoulder and rubbed it hard. "Ha ha, if it wasn't for the wind, I wouldn't be hiding behind you."
"Thank you, wind,"
he said a bit too loud. I smiled, thinking he was like my own little furnace as we walked through the frigid air. His body was always warm, and I couldn't help but to take his warmth and transfer it over onto my cold bones. We took extra precautions and made sure that nobody saw us slipping out to the cave. It took about 20 minutes longer than it normally would with the strong wind blowing from the front. "You are really quiet today." I looked at Paul.
"I'm just on alert, Elena. If anything happens to you, I wouldn't know what to do with myself."
He skipped over the first 2 rocks and held his hand out for mine. I looked at the sky. It was gray, and I silently hoped it wouldn't rain today. He helped me up the slippery rocks to the entrance of the cave.
"After you."
He smiled, and I squeezed in through the opening. I was used to the dark of the cave and could see some of the outline of the first chamber. Paul lit the torch and led the way to the second passage that led to the cave with the pond. A light shone ahead, and I could hear George and Becky's voices speaking to one another softly. They jumped a bit as we entered the cave.
"Right on time," George said. "Is it raining yet?"
"No, but if you hurry, you might miss it."
"Let's go. I don't want to be wet,"
Becky said as she held out her hand to George.
"Enjoy."
George looked back at us as I dropped the pack on the floor. Paul waved and had a grin plastered on his face. We fed Dusty and Tornado first. When Paul took off his shirt to go into the pond, I looked away. I didn't want to deal with more distractions, and I thought about Lucian again. Please, God, let him be safe. I could hear Paul getting into the pond, and I listened to Kirby's clicking sounds as he took her out. I started to make both of their meals with yogurt and watched as they lapped it up in a couple of minutes. "I don't have any chocolate," I said to Herbie as he rubbed up against my knee.
"You want to put Kirby back into the water? I don't think she's finished with her swim yet,"
Paul said, and I laughed as I took Kirby from his hands. The rocks were slippery as I crouched and climbed down them with Kirby lodged in my arms. Her talons dug into my shoulder as she held on. I held her just above the water, and she glided into the pond. I smiled as I watched her paddle slowly to the other side. I gradually got up when I suddenly felt a rock falling onto my head. I looked up as my head went to the spot where the rock had hit me, and I put it in front of my face. Blood soaked my hands. I turned to where Paul sat with the elementals and found him right next to me. He swung his hand fast, and another blow hit me. My eyes rolled into the back of my head, and everything around me turned to darkness. 36. A cold drop of liquid fell onto my cheek. The pain in my head was unbearable as I tried to open my eyes. I felt the flat, hard surface against my back. A blurry image of the ceiling of the cave was right above me. I turned my head slowly and saw that I was lying on a big rock. I closed my eyes again as the images of what I saw were all blurred and mixed up. Paul? I tried to say his name and ask for help, but then the image of him standing right next to me and swinging his hand before I felt that final blow flashed into my head. My eyes flew open as adrenaline rushed through my veins. I tried to get up, but found shackles around my wrists and ankles. "What are you doing?" It barely came out, but I knew he'd heard me, wherever he was. I pulled hard at the chains running from the shackles, but they were mounted into the cave's floor. I looked around me and couldn't see Paul, so I yelled out his name.
"Pipe down, I'm not deaf, Elena."
He came from the elemental's pen that we had made them a couple of days ago. He looked different. Darkness reflected in his eyes, and an evil glare and sadistic smile were plastered on his face. He had a dagger in the hand that touched the top of his head. He didn't seem so sure about what he was doing, but then again, that grin on his face made me think twice. He started to pace up and down in front of me. "What the hell is going on?" I said through clenched teeth. The elemental dragons were clicking like mad. I didn't like it.
"Shut up, before I skin you all alive," he yelled in their direction.
"Paul, you wouldn't." He chuckled, one I'd never heard before, and an icy finger traced up my spine. Goosebumps flowed over my skin. What? I don't understand," I said, as none of the things inside my head made any sense. He was my dragon, he wasn't evil, and I had no idea what had gotten into him. He came closer to me and pulled the tip of the dagger against my cheek hard. I struggled to swallow as I kept staring at the dagger piercing hard against my skin, and my heart thumped like a bird trying to get out of a cage. "Just breathe."
"You were so easy to fool," he said. "I have to admit, there was a time when I thought I wouldn't be able to get close to you because of Lucian. But once you told me how to make him trust me, it was just too easy. Thank you so much for that." He smelled my hair, and it was as if it put him on a trip.
"Save Lucian's life." I remembered saying that to him. That had been a joke. I just stared at him as he got up and drew the dagger away from my face. It was silent for a minute, and everything that had happened over the past 2.5 months came back to me. "You were behind the attack on Dragonia?" He laughed, one that answered my question. "No, you killed some of them. I saw you."
"All wars have casualties, Elena," he yelled like a madman.
This wasn't Paul. It just couldn't be that sweet guy who wanted me so badly. He made me upset as I thought about how many people had died that night. That wasn't a war. That was sadistic. It was murder. Some of them were only teenagers. His gaze shot back to me.
"Don't lecture me about murder." His tone was hard. "When my brother died, it killed my father. My mother withered into nothing, and my colony didn't want to avenge him, take action. So I found a new family, one that wasn't scared to do what it would take to get revenge." He grunted.
"His brother?"
"My pappy was the chief of the tribe."
Paul's voice from a couple of months earlier played silently in my mind.
"His father was the chief of the colony. He was too sick, so he sent his oldest son."
Lucian's explanation of when his sister had gotten killed came next. Paul started to laugh as he stared at me. "Wyland was your brother?"
"Ta-da!"
he yelled, surprised, and his arms flung open as he did a sidestep.
"You finally get it. I thought that I had said too much that day when you wanted to know more about me, but it seemed you weren't that clever after all."
"So you aren't my dragon," I said. Betrayed was not a strong enough word to describe how I felt being shackled up like some beast. He smiled.
"Nope. Wyverns don't have riders, Elena. You should have listened to your friends."
I heard Chang's warning and remembered the horse ride. "How did you manage to get on that horse?" He started to sharpen his dagger on a piece of rock.
"It was easy."
He tapped his head with his finger, the hand that carried the rock.
I am a telepath. Once you can hear people's thoughts and put a couple of thoughts into them, it's not hard to manipulate an animal to do what it doesn't want to do. My skin crawled, and I remembered how Ginger's muscles had flinched that day. I thought that horse ride would get rid of you, but I didn't bargain on the stupid animal riding back to the academy. Once your little dragon friend suspected it was me, I knew she was going to be trouble. She's got a strong admiration for the elementals, and as it was part of my mission to get them, I thought I would gain her trust that way.
She didn't even know about them. They followed us, remember?
He laughed again. I can put thoughts into someone's head, Elena. It's not that hard to grasp. One thought was all it took for that moonbolt to see what you were up to.
She's got a name, I grunted as an angry tear rolled down my cheek. I was so stupid. I should have listened to King Helmet, to Chang, and screw that stupid foretelling.
Oh, please do share, he said, and I realized he'd just heard my thoughts.
It's got absolutely nothing to do with you, I mumbled, and he grabbed my head as I forced a song's lyrics to play over and over in my mind. He stroked my forehead as if it was a crystal ball.
So many things you are hiding. Why? He laughed. Not that it matters. You are going to die soon. All of you are going to die soon. He spoke softly. If you knew what was coming your way, you would have thrown yourself off a cliff and done us a favor.
He stood up straight without taking his eyes off me and lifted up one hand. A bright smile flashed over his face as I looked at the golden chain hanging from his fingers.
You should thank Becky for this.
You broke into our room? You couldn't. You were with Professor Dixon.
He laughed, but his lips were still shut. Again, I'm a telepath. I only had to make him think I was with him. Easy peasy.
Her father gave it to her before he died, please. I didn't know why I begged. He was a psycho and wouldn't return it to Becky.
He shook his head. You know how rare this is? When I saw it hanging from her neck, I knew immediately what it was. It makes my job a little bit easier.
It doesn't belong to you.
Princess, I'm capable of murder. You think I care about a little thing like taking something that isn't mine?
He took a seat on one of the boulders again and picked up the rock to carry on with sharpening his dagger. I closed my eyes, said a small prayer, and opened them again. Why me?
Easy. You're Lucian's girl.
When he said Lucian's name, I knew immediately what he wanted to do. You are doing this to get back at Lucian. Why? He didn't kill your brother.
No, his father did. And from what I heard via the creepers,
he laughed as the sound of steel sharpening against rock was starting to drive me nuts, but it quickly disappeared into a sad smirk.
He took his time and made Wyland suffer. Now it's my turn to make him suffer.
You are doing this to destroy King Helmet. Your brother killed his daughter. He leapt over to me again.
No, he didn't. He was there to sign a stupid peace treaty. That was it, Elena. He never bargained on falling for the princess. But he did. And how was he paid for it? They killed him.
Because he killed her,
I yelled again. He didn't, Paul yelled back. She was just at the wrong place at the wrong time.
You really should get your facts straight, Paul. Wyland never wanted to have peace. He wanted to assassinate the king and his entire family. It didn't go according to plan as Lucian walked in on your brother after he killed his sister. Your brother got what he deserved. He pinned the dagger hard this time against my throat.
Take that back. His mouth pulled down the strain. They lied to you. It was a trap.
I have no reason to doubt them. You told me yourself you were evil. Evil isn't capable of telling the truth. I spat in his face and he closed his eyes. His jaw muscles clenched as he wiped my spit off with the back of his sleeve. When he opened his eyes, he slapped me hard across the face. I could feel my chin becoming instantly inflamed, and my skull felt as if it wanted to split in two.
It doesn't matter what happened. I'll still have my revenge for my brother's life. Killing Lucian is the only thing that will kill the king.
Lucian is not going to come back soon. He laughed again.
Oh, Elena. Lucian knows you are in trouble. That was what he wanted to tell you, and you didn't listen.
Lucian knows. How do you know?
It could be only that. He must have found something after all on that stupid quest of his. Too bad that it was all for nothing.
It's not going to be for nothing, I roared and yanked at the chains hard. He laughed again.
They won't break, and no one will claim Blake, princess.
I'm not your princess. He chuckled again as he pinched his nose. You made me sick, too, didn't you? I asked.
Now that wasn't me. I thought it would kill you. I loved every moment of seeing you in pain. It was really hard for me to hide it.
I remembered how the corners of his eyes had twitched when he asked me if I was in pain. How could I have been so stupid? The signs were always there.
I love your thoughts. It sucks now that you know the truth, doesn't it?
I didn't say anything.
A part of me wished that you would die that night, but it would have ruined all my plans. See, if it killed you, Lucian wouldn't have blamed me, and he wouldn't have tried to kill me. So, I don't know what that was. I thought at first that you might have ascended, but it wasn't that either. It seems like you are just what you are, a little freak that doesn't belong anywhere.
I managed to laugh. Being different wasn't new to me. You think I'm a freak now? Wait until I get these chains off me, and then you'll see what kind of a freak I am. He rushed back, excitement on his face as he lingered a few inches from me.
There is the Elena I wanted to meet.
You won't get away with this.
Elena, I'm already getting away with this, he said, pulling his lips upwards. His tone sounded like he'd already won.
My entire body trembled as my stomach started to cramp up. I prayed for it not to happen, and it slowly disappeared. My head still ached, but not as badly as it had 10 minutes ago. I concentrated hard on the shackles, but there was nothing. They didn't even move. I closed my eyes for 2 seconds. Come on, Elena, you can do this. This is not the day to die. I opened them again and concentrated on the shackle harder. Paul's laughter broke my gaze.
What are you trying to do, Elena? He clicked his tongue. It's not going to work. You failed all the telekinesis lessons.
That is not true. I've made objects move.
That was me, princess.
Stop calling me princess, I yelled. I was beyond mad. He laughed again. I felt like an idiot now, thinking about what Paul had done. I couldn't elevate a damn thing, and I was trapped on this stupid piece of rock. Suddenly, I heard footsteps in the distance, and I started to scream. Paul placed his hand over my mouth, and it muffled the sound. The elementals went berserk, and their sound drove me to near insanity.
Shush!
Paul pressed harder on my mouth. The footsteps came nearer, and Paul said a Wyvern incantation. A tingling sensation washed over my lips, and it started to lock my jaw. I squirmed as my hands couldn't feel what was going on, and when more pain cut through both my lips, they went numb. I tried to make a sound, but it was muffled. I couldn't speak, and the picture in my head looked horrible, as I imagined a girl with no mouth. My mouth is gone. I will never speak again. I tried to search for him and saw him standing against the wall by the opening of the cave. A figure was standing in the doorway, and it gasped when it saw me. I squinted to see who it was, and saw Professor Giorgio rushing to my side. What is going on? She asked me with horror in her eyes as she touched the place where my lips used to be. I yelled at her to turn around. I was sure Paul was making his way over to us. She shook her head. What is it, Elena? Who is doing this to you? She wanted to know. Turn around, I yelled at her, but I was silent and she couldn't read minds. I cried as I saw Paul's dagger going in front of her neck, and Professor Giorgio's body froze.
Step away from the victim, he said in a very calm tone.
She turned her face to look at him. Then she started to laugh. I knew you would be able to do this. She suddenly grabbed his face and kissed him vigorously. Shock numbed my body, and it felt as if all hope had washed away. She knew we would be here. That's why she'd come. She was part of the plan. Why didn't I see that? When they finally parted, she turned her head back to me. You should stop toying with her, Paul, and just kill her. You know he's on my case.
Who is on her case? I eliminated it. Paul cooed softly at her.
Blake. It was Professor Giorgio he didn't trust. Paul looked at me with a smile and I glared daggers back at him.
He's not going to save you, Princess.
You forget that he always finds a way.
Not this time. He's too busy shagging his girl.
Professor Giorgio giggled, too. Poor little girl. Do you really think my Polly would like you? You're barely a woman, and there's absolutely nothing that you can offer him. The elementals caught her eye and her hand covered her mouth. She skipped over to them. They were like two little peas in a pod. Both psychos.
I'm not a psycho, Paul spat. I'm a patriot, and this is war.
There is no war going on, psycho. He rolled his eyes and took a huge breath.
It's going to be such a pleasure to kill you.
I could hear one of the elementals squeal as Professor Giorgio picked one of them up. Leave them alone, I yelled.
She can't hear you, Paul said in a sing-song tone as he licked his lower lip, taking pleasure in every little thing that was happening. You're right. I live for this.
You won't for long. Lucian is going to fucking rip your head off.
Lucian is not here, he screamed. Besides, how can he love you if he can't even keep you safe from a Wyvern?
He trusted you.
True, but still, I wouldn't leave my worst enemy with the same species that killed my sister.
He does love me, more than you know. Kill me, and you will find out just how much.
He laughed again. You sure about that? I'm starting to doubt that this plan will even work at all.
You are a monster.
And to think you almost kissed me.
The sound of rocks falling came from the passage, and both Professor Giorgio and Paul stared at one another. He showed her with a hand gesture to go and hide, and she did. He moved swiftly and silently to his post as I tried to scream again. Please, don't let it be Sammy or Dean coming early. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if any of them died. A figure came through the entrance, and my heart didn't know whether to leap or sink. His hair was longer, and he froze for 2 seconds when he saw me shackled. It was my prince, in shining armor. 37. I screamed harder. Get out! Get out! Get out! I yelled. Lucian ran over to my side and looked at me with huge eyes. The elemental's clicking sounds distracted him and he turned his gaze over to them before looking back at me. I'm so sorry.
Where is he, Elena?
I tried to look past him, but he blocked my view. The muffled cries coming from my body begged him to turn around, and he did, but it was too late. Paul's dagger pierced Lucian's stomach.
What a hero you turned out to be.
He kissed Lucian on his cheek and gasped as his entire body straightened up. His eyes grew round like saucers. A second Lucian appeared right behind him.
Let's just say that hammerheads aren't the only ones that can multiply.
The holograph that I had been sure was Lucian disappeared.
Hope you rot in hell. My father told me the only thing that can kill a wyvern is an iron blade."
Paul's eyes grew even bigger as he heard those words. He knew he wasn't going to make it as Lucian pulled the sword out of him. He kicked the wyvern away from me, and I heard him fall hard to the ground. The tingling sensation was starting to wear off now, and my lips appeared again. My mouth could finally open. I could speak. And then I yelled when I remembered that Professor Giorgio was still inside the cave, and she knew advanced magic. He didn't pay any attention as he stared at the shackles grasping my left arm. He gave me a look of admiration every time our eyes met, ignoring my muffled screams. It didn't fit this scene, and then I realized Lucian found something. The shackles opened in seconds, and he went over to the next. I still made noises to warn him about Professor Giorgio, but he still didn't listen. I couldn't speak yet as the spell hadn't completely worn off. From the far corner, the professor spoke a spell fast, and Lucian didn't think twice as he said a counterspell that shielded him from her magic. She yelled a couple of others, and Lucian blocked all of them. Latin phrases flew everywhere, and when I saw vines sprouting out of the earth and twirling around Professor Giorgio's palms, pulling her against the wall of rock, I knew that it was over. She tried to yell another spell as Lucian said something, and a metal plate flew over her mouth. The shackle over my right foot disappeared as Lucian gave a painful grunt. His face turned red, and tears glistened in his eyes. My eyes grew as the surprised look on his face froze. "What is it?" I finally got my voice back. At that moment, Professor Giorgio's arms pulled through the vines as Lucian was thrown to the floor by a long rope that came from his body. "Lucian!" I yelled, and looked at Professor Giorgio, who was trying to get the plate off her mouth. "What did you do?" I tried to go to him, but my one arm was still trapped by the shackle. I saw the soles of his feet and part of his legs and butt, but the rest had fallen behind a boulder. I pulled my arm hard and tried to free myself just as the rope pulled out of Lucian. It retreated and went back to Professor Giorgio. My eyes grew in horror as I suddenly realized it wasn't a rope. It was a tail. She was the hippogriff. "A hippogriff's sting will kill you." Sammy's words that day hit me hard. Not even Isabel or Constance were old enough to heal a wound like that. In a flash, Professor Giorgio was over at Paul's side screaming in agony. I couldn't see the metal plate covering her mouth anymore, and I knew what that meant. If the wielder that casts the spell dies, the magic dies with him. "No! No, no!" I yelled again and pulled at my arm harder. The delicate skin started to tear and blood reddened my wrist as tears streamed down my face. The physical pain caused by the shackle didn't come. To be honest, I didn't give a crap about pain anymore. I just had to get to Lucian. He can't die. Not like this. We still have to grow old and spend our lives together. I could hear Professor Giorgio speaking to Paul. "Go. Get the elementals," he rasped. "No, I'm not leaving you here," she cried. "The mission." I pulled harder as I concentrated with all my power on the stupid shackle, but Paul's words about his role in class made it impossible for me to unlock it. "Get the hell away from them," I yelled as she rushed over to the elementals. She turned around at the same time I froze. My voice sounded nothing like me. It hastened her task, and she tucked them like toys into a bag. I knew their crying and clicking sounds would haunt me for the rest of my life. She went back to Paul. Why isn't he turning into dust? I looked at Lucian again as she spoke to Paul. I heard her say the word, drink, but I didn't pay much attention to it as I struggled with the shackle. Somehow my hands finally became free. The moment I hit the stone, pain shot through my stomach, and I doubled over and fell to the floor. The sounds coming from me sounded horrible. "You should go," Paul continued talking. I screamed as pain shot through my legs. "I'm not leaving you here. Kane would skin me alive." "Kane
understand.
No, he wouldn't. Drink, she ordered again. The pain in my stomach made me want to die.
Lucian,
I whispered, but it came out differently, harder, deeper. He didn't answer. I yelled his name again with a deep, hoarse voice, but nothing happened. I cried out in pain as another blast shot through my entire body. Not now, please! The pain in my stomach started to flow through my entire body, and a buzzing sensation filled the cave. I ground on my teeth. What the hell is happening to me? An unfamiliar growl left my mouth. The pain shot for a second time through my body, and it felt as if my skin was being torn off by invisible claws. I screamed. "Oh, fuck! She's ascending!" Professor Giorgio said, panicked.
No, she's not. Look, she's changing.
Changing? Into what? Paul didn't answer as I saw through my tears and pain a trail of golden dust traveling from where his body lay. Professor Giorgio tried hard to hold back her anger and muffled agonizing screams as if she was in physical pain. More footsteps echoed through the passage as baby growls came from Professor Giorgio's bag. They died out when more deep growls came out of me. I was changing, but into what? No. It couldn't be. I would have known. I've got the mark of the riders, for crying out loud.
Lucian!
Another deep voice came from my body. It sounded demonic, and pain ripped through everything. It didn't go away this time as more screams left my mouth. Professor Giorgio looked at me with huge, round eyes. She just stood there, and I hoped that the sight of me would keep her there until whoever came through that passage killed her. The cave started to become smaller. Fresh pain shot through my arms. When I lifted up my arm, I stared at scales and huge talons sprouting out of enormous claws. I'm a dragon! As if spurred on by the thought, dragon limbs sprung loose from the rest of my body. My ass hurt like hell as a long tail grew out of it, and the cave space grew smaller. I turned my head to where Professor Giorgio stood, and in her place was a full-grown hippogriff with her tail dangling toward me. Just then, Blake came running through the passage and froze when he saw the hippogriff and me. Her tail pulled immediately back, and she turned around as her gaze fell on him. She used her strength to break down the wall and managed to open up a space just big enough for her to escape through.
Go! She's getting away!
I roared at Blake in English. He was frozen solid, and just stood there staring at me with huge, surprised eyes.
Go, Blake!
He shook himself out of his stupor and moved toward the opening the hippogriff had escaped through only moments before. I moved toward Lucian and tried my best not to hurt him. I turned him gently around with my one talon. Black veins webbed over his face, and his lips were a deep blue color. I grew bigger, and I could feel my body touching the wall on the opposite side of the cave.
Lucian!
A deep voice screamed. Growling sounds followed it and turned into a weeping cry. He didn't answer. I said his name again. He didn't move. He needed help, and fast. Think, Elena. Think. Change back. I tried, but I had no idea how to do it. My heart beat like crazy, and the buzzing noise ringing inside my ears didn't help the situation at all. When Blake finally came back, he was butt naked and empty-handed. He just stared at me.
Where are they?
I yelled again as I really tried not to see his nakedness.
She disappeared. Again,
I growled.
Who are you?
I could still see his big round eyes on me, even though I didn't look his way.
It's me, you idiot. Elena, I'm...
More weeping sounds escaped through a pair of dragon lips.
No, it can't be. He sounded shocked. Blake, there is no time. I don't care what you believe or not. Lucian, that bitch stabbed him with her tail. You need to help him. No.
He climbed over me and found Lucian's body. I saw how he swung Lucian over his shoulder and made a run through the space the hippogriff had made. Professor Giorgio's screaming stayed with me. Why had she ordered him to drink? I needed to get out of the cave before I lost my mind. I needed to be with Lucian. I tried to move my tail. It felt heavy and unreal as I struggled to take control over it. My butt muscles pulled and the pain shot down my hind legs, but it did the trick and the tail moved. It hit the wall with force and I ducked my head down as the cave shuddered and pieces of rock fell onto my body. It didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. I shook the rubble off as if it was paper and concentrated again to make my tail move in another direction. It worked just like before and my tail crashed into the other side of the wall. I ducked my head as boulders fell on top of me once more. The third time did the trick and bright light streamed into what was left of the cave. I shook huge boulders off me and struggled to stand. With every step I took, I swayed slightly. One side of the cave was completely gone, and I somehow had to get this humongous body out there into the open under the sky. When I reached the edge, the rock beneath me gave way. My talons scraped against the wall as there was no land on the other side of the cave, and I hung like a bat. I glanced down, and the surfaces below grew nearer, and then went back to their normal distance. My head started to spin as I looked back up. My talons were starting to slip as more pieces of rock fell over me. My wings unfolded automatically and lay limply against my body as I tried to get back into the cave. The cave rumbled and shook again as it crumbled completely. One of the boulders hit me on the head and I lost my grip. I started to fall as more boulders and rocks followed me to the ground below. "Fly, Elena, fly!" The voice inside my head yelled. It sounded like me, but I struggled to believe the flying part. My shoulder blades moved, and I could hear a strong gush of wind in my ears. When I turned my gaze, I saw both my wings flapping like crazy. I pushed my body forward and missed a huge hunk of rock. I ascended up into the air with my heart bouncing inside my throat. It sounded so loud that for a moment I thought dragon hearts were located inside their ears. Lucian. I had to get to Lucian, and I darted forward as I flapped my wings harder. The wind blew hard from the front, and I tried to stabilize myself the way Sammy always did. She made it look so easy, but then again, she had been a dragon since birth. Lucian. I didn't know how on earth I could be a dragon, but a part of me didn't really care about that right now. I knew where I needed to be, and if I had to do it in a dragon form, then so be it. I tumbled a bit, and my wings found their beat again. I could see Dragonia Academy in the distance, but it moved from side to side like a seesaw. I couldn't get this flying thing under control and was twirling in the air. My vision zoomed onto the gate, and I could make out a lot of people. Master Longway's gaze found me. Then I saw Blake again. He was wearing one of those robes. He pulled it off and transformed the minute he saw me. My heart beat faster as his humongous body came nearer. He flew in perfect line. He was the picture of control, and I tried so hard to do what he did, but my wings flapped all over the place. I hoped that he'd heard me saying that it was me. He ducked below me and gently started to support my body from underneath. I collapsed on his back and closed my eyes as he took full control. I knew I was going to wake up soon and find out this had been one hell of a nasty dream. A thud made my eyes open again, and Blake lifted me gently off his back. He transformed back into his human form, but his eyes stayed on me. Becky just stared at me in horror, while Dean was holding Sammy tightly as she shook with sobs. George frowned and Master Longway just gave me a puzzled look. Professor Pfizer and Mia were there too. A couple of other students were frozen in their spots as they stared at me. They all had one thing in common, though: red-rimmed eyes and running noses. Tears still ran over some of their cheeks, and then I looked back to Blake. He had tears glistening in his, but he controlled them, and they disappeared.
You need to change back.
Blake, where the fuck is Elena?
Becky yelled at him. He flung his head back at her.
You are looking at her.
Everyone's gaze snapped back to me. Gasps left everyone, and jaws almost reached the ground.
How can this be? I don't know, Master Longway. She was already in her dragon form when I reached the cave.
I looked past Blake and saw a body covered with a blanket. My feet gave way.
No!
The demon voice left my mouth again. I pushed Blake and he flew a couple of feet in the air before he landed with a thud on the ground. A second scream came out. The earth shook as my feet touched the ground. When I reached the body, I yelled a couple of times.
No!
It was followed with a cry. The sound was pitched high, but a strong, sad sound lingered through it. It didn't stop. All sorts of wails came out of me as I fell down beside Lucian's corpse. More sobs and cries followed from the crowds. Ariana was in there somewhere too, yelling, the sound piercing my ears. He couldn't be dead. I felt a huge wing on my back, and when I looked up, a swallow annex's head brushed against mine. She spoke, but I didn't understand a single word. Blake said something to the swallow annex, and she just stared at me for a couple of minutes. She said something back to Blake, and he nodded his head.
Constance says, you need to calm your mind, Elena. Calm down? The voice growled. Where the fuck were you?
I screamed again.
Calm down.
He grabbed a horn that came out of my chin and pushed my head down to meet his gaze. I just stared into his blue peacock eyes that glistened with tears. So many questions lingered in them. Today's events were washed from my mind, as well as Lucian. Everything vanished, and it was just me and those beautiful eyes.
Now, imagine your human body.
I saw my body. A picture I'd seen 1,000,000 times in the mirror jumped into my head. His body changed and became bigger, but he didn't morph back into his dragon form.
That's it, Elena.
I heard his voice. He was almost normal size, and when he became bigger than me, all the energy I'd felt a minute ago left at once. I collapsed into his arms. I didn't faint or lose consciousness, but our gaze broke. Everything came back to me at once. The cave, what Paul had done, the elemental's cries, and Lucian. His corpse lay on the floor. I screamed again and kept staring at his body, but for some reason I couldn't get to it. I was trapped, held in place. When the screams turned into sobs, I realized that it was Blake who was still holding me. He whispered in my ear, but I didn't hear one single word he spoke. He kept holding me tight, and I felt a soft blanket touching the skin of my back and shoulders. Bring her inside, Constance said, and I could feel the rhythm of Blake as he moved me away. My eyes stayed on Lucian's body underneath the white blanket until I couldn't see him anymore. Blake put me on the bed, and our gaze met for a second. He mouthed, "I'm sorry," turned around, and left. Constance's hand swept over my body. I could smell her fragrance as if she was right on top of me. Sweet lilies mixed with vanilla overpowered my senses. When her face came into my sight, tears streamed down her face, too. "I'm so sorry, Elena. I tried everything." Her voice broke. "I wasn't strong enough to take it out of him." My entire body shook again with the last bit of energy I had, and her arms pulled around me. Her body shook with mine. She held me like that, until everything went silent. 38. I found myself on one of the beds in the infirmary that night. Master Longway and Constance spoke with a couple of other people I hadn't seen before. The Wyvern was one of them.
"How are they doing?"
Master Longway asked Irene, and she shook her head. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she sniffed. Master Longway nodded as if he knew something. What did he know? My gaze caught on Julia and Constance standing in the far corner. Professor Pfizer was in there too, with a hanky in her hand. All of them had blood-red eyes, and it all came back to me. Lucian was dead. Pain ached in my chest, and it felt as if it was going to break me into a million pieces. I let out another scream. Footsteps rushed over to me, and a pair of arms, Constance's by the sweet smell of her, wrapped around me. "It's going to be okay, Elena." She kept whispering those words into my ears. She was wrong. It wasn't going to be okay. Lucian was gone. He was gone, and he would never come back. I would never hear his laughter, see his smile, or taste his lips whenever he kissed me. He was gone. I couldn't stop this time, and sobs shook my entire frame. Another scream left my body, and I wished it would take the agonizing pain inside my chest away, but it didn't. It made it worse. I started to lose it, scratching myself, my hands and my hair tugging hard. It felt as if the skin around my scalp was going to tear off. I just wanted the pain to stop, but nothing worked. "Stop that," Constance said, and she grabbed me tight against her chest again. "Shh, everything will be okay." "No, it won't," I screamed again through the sobs. She didn't say anything, just squeezed tighter. I fell asleep again as fatigue lingered around me like gravity. When I woke up, I found Constance at the side of my bed, covered with a blanket. "Lucian is dead," the voice inside my head said again, but this time, no tears came. I felt nothing. I felt dead inside, and it was better than pain. Constance opened her eyes and started to speak. I heard her apology, but I didn't pay any attention to it. It was a feeling that I couldn't explain. A feeling I didn't want to let go of. The day of Lucian's funeral had arrived, and I didn't want to go. For the past week, I'd lain on my bed. I didn't want to eat, although I was starving, and I didn't want to speak or see anybody. The door opened, and I could hear both my roommates sigh.
"Get up, Elena."
Sammy was crouching next to my bed with tears glistening in her eyes, but just like with Constance, it didn't affect me one bit.
"Do you hear what I'm saying? Get up." "Sammy, just leave her." "No, Becky. We all lost Lucian. She will never forgive herself for not being there today."
She looked past me at Becky. When her gaze fell back to me, her eyes turned soft.
"Please, just get up."
I blinked.
"Help me, Becky,"
she said, and I could feel both of them lifting me into a sitting position.
"You need to snap out of this, girl,"
Becky said. Nobody will want me there. I spoke for the first time that entire week. It's my fault he's dead. They gasped, looked at one another, and I could feel both sitting on either side of me.
It's not your fault. Professor Giorgio killed him, Becky said and wrapped her one arm around me.
I trusted him. I was referring to that son of a bitch that somehow convinced me that I was his rider.
We all did, Elena.
Even me, Sammy said with shame in her eyes.
Please, come with us, Becky pleaded.
I nodded, and I somehow got into a decent set of clothes. My friends had taken care of me the past week, making sure I took a shower. Although they tried their best to get something into my stomach, they didn't succeed. It was really hard to explain this feeling. It was as if I was there, but at the same time I wasn't. The carriage I took with Constance, Becky, Sammy, and Julia stopped in front of a beautiful cathedral. People gathered on the streets, blocks from the cathedral where Lucian's funeral was being held. They carried candles in their hands. Some carried their abilities. They had big, blown-up pictures of him smiling, and my heart ached as I saw his face everywhere. Why did he have to come back? Constance's arm wrapped around me as I stared out of the car's tinted window. My lower lip quivered again, but the tears still didn't want to come. Constance said something, but I couldn't hear. It sounded so far off, and the sound was hollow, too soft to hear. The carriage stopped in front of this beautiful white building with a huge cross on the roof. The crowds in front of the cathedral were double the size of the ones we'd seen on the way to the church. Flowers were everywhere, and bouquets littered on the ground. Inside, the pews were full. I'd never seen so many people at a funeral before. His close family and friends, along with the entire academy, were the only ones that could go inside the church. I could feel everyone's eyes, some soft and others glaring, blaming me, as Becky and Sammy led me into the church. We sat in the back row as I couldn't move forward. I didn't want to sit in the front with his mom and dad. They'd lost both of their children to people they'd trusted. His father's instinct had been right about me the first time he'd found out about the relationship I shared with his son. I was the one who would lead his son to his grave. I should have let him go that night at the museum, and then maybe he would still be here. I kept looking at my hands folded in my lap, waiting for the priest to start with the ceremony. Plenty of sobs filled the cathedral. Everyone was crying for the Prince of Tith, the prince of everyone's hearts, the way Becky had introduced him to me on my first day at the academy. I couldn't cry. This empty, numb feeling inside of me made it impossible to shed another tear for the man I had loved with my entire heart. He was a man. He proved it every time he tried to claim Blake, every time he was brave, like going into the Acre Woods. He proved it by dying for me. He didn't have to prove it anymore. I looked to the front and saw part of his coffin. It didn't look like the coffins in the movies. It looked like some sort of altar, something that seemed extremely breakable. I looked down at my lap again. Both my friends held my hands as they sniffed and cried softly. My mind focused only on flames, on Paul and the cave. Images of Lucian stabbing him and the sounds of the elementals crying ran like a morbid song inside my head. That entire day kept replaying inside my mind. How didn't I see this? All the signs were there. The next time I paid attention was when I saw Lucian's coffin being loaded into a wooden raft. We were outside. How we'd gotten outside, I didn't know. Huge crowds gathered around the edge of the lake. I didn't know if you could call it a lake, though. You couldn't see the other side. It was just water everywhere. I looked around me and found more pictures of Lucian and flowers with crosses. Everyone cried, some harder than others, but they all shed their tears. A couple of guys with instruments started to play. One wore a long black coat and had a beard. He started to sing, and I was startled by the beauty of his voice. It was a song about goodbyes and death, dying young. Both Becky and Sammy shook with silent sobs next to me. I wished that I could follow their lead, but nothing came. The Queen stood by her son's coffin, and she kissed her fingertips and touched the surface softly. King Helmut stood right next to her, and the sobs that filled both of them were hard to watch. Still, no tears came. My gaze found Blake standing a couple of paces away from them. He was wearing a black long robe. He stood next to his father and mother, and they just stared at the coffin floating on the lake. The wind blew softly, and it formed ripples on the water. Queen Marguerite cried out when Lucian's coffin was a couple of yards away from the edge, and I saw King Helmut holding her tight as more screams left her mouth. Sammy shook next to me. Constance and Julia stood behind me. Becky had left my side and was now in George's arms, who cried with her softly. The crowds moved away from Blake as he took off his robe. When he had the space, he transformed into his dragon form and flew toward Lucian's coffin. A soft pink and red flame set the entire altar on fire, and all I could do was gape and stare at it. I watched as it consumed Lucian's coffin until the only thing that was left was a pulsing heap of fire. Flowers followed, and a cannon in the distance blew 20 shots. As the days passed, those cannon shots stayed with me every night I closed my eyes. I would hear 20 of them, and I would see Lucian's body right before me being set on fire. I woke up every night screaming that they'd burned him alive. Becky and Sammy both woke up every time, until it was just Sammy. I didn't speak any other words. The hollow feeling stayed with me, and I could see my friends' faces every time they looked at me. They were worried and pitied me. I didn't care. I felt numb.
I can't do this anymore, Becky, Sammy yelled as a tear rolled over her cheek.
How many days had passed, I didn't know.
Look at her. We have tried everything. It's like she wants to die too. I don't blame her.
Becky's voice came out as a whisper.
You don't mean that. I do. If it was George, I would be just like that. She needs us. You can't give up now, Sammy pleaded. I don't know how to get through to her, Sammy.
I couldn't see Becky's face as she was standing behind me while I lay on my bed.
Come, let's just go.
Sammy looked back at me.
Fight this, please,
she whispered as she kissed me on the cheek. She got up from my bed and I could hear the door closing behind them. For the next couple of days, they gave me what I wanted. Solitude. That stupid foretelling. I didn't give a crap about it anymore. Every time I thought I found what it means, someone dies. This time it took away somebody I knew I couldn't live without. I know those words in the Book of Shadows will turn blue soon, the sign of an unfulfilled prophecy. When I opened my eyes again, it was day. That much I could tell as the light that tried to come through the closed curtains turned my room a dark orange. The door opened with a loud bang. I didn't hear footsteps or any voices, so I assumed that George and Becky probably had a fight and she was having one of her bitch fits again. I could see a body wearing faded jeans standing right next to my bed.
Elena, enough!
Blake's voice yelled, and my gaze looked up at him.
I thought my sister was overreacting when she said you didn't want to do anything, but I was wrong. What are you doing to yourself?
I pushed myself up. Where the hell were you? I wanted to scream, but those weren't the words that came out of my mouth. Leave me alone! I screamed at the top of my lungs.
No!
He grabbed my arms and pulled me from the bed, and I stood on the point of my toes as he held me in front of him. His hands gripped my arm hard. It hurt, but it was a feeling I welcomed. It was better than numb.
Lucian died for you. This is how you repay him?
He shook me hard.
It's not how I'm going to live. I'm going to fight till the very end, Elena, because that guy believed something out there would claim me. He went on that mission for me. I'm going to fight.
Lucian died, and you make it all about you. Good for you.
You are a selfish little bitch. You didn't deserve to be his girlfriend.
He spat softly as he threw me back onto the bed and left. My lower lip shook slightly, and I took a huge breath as the pain of losing Lucian crept inside my body again. I found my arms tucked around my body. I tried holding myself together as my heart was all over the place, torn to shreds. I didn't know how long I lay there replaying Blake's voice over in my head, but he was right. I was selfish. He'd died for me. I didn't deserve it. I got up and took a shower. Not that it helped much, but it was a start. After the shower, I went to the cafeteria. Everyone looked at me as I entered. Becky and Sammy ran over to me and led me to our table. Quickly, Sammy went and dished up a plate of fruit again, and to my surprise, I ate it. I was completely full by the last piece. I'm sorry I sent my brother up there, but I'm glad I did, Sammy said. The corner of my left lip raised slightly, just enough to pass for a smile. Becky put her arm on my shoulder. We'll take it one day at a time, Elena. One day at a time. 39. I had a new schedule when I finally returned to my classes. Now that I'd become a dragon, I had all my classes with Sammy. First period was transformations. I couldn't participate. To be honest, I didn't want to participate. This thing inside of me, it wasn't me. I wasn't a dragon. I couldn't be a dragon. But every time I told myself that, the picture of me as a dragon jumped into my head. I didn't want to force that memory further, as it hurt too much. The Wyvern forced me to see her as well. She wanted me to talk about my feelings and how I was coping with Lucian's death. Our sessions turned out to be pretty boring, as we just stared at one another day after day.
Elena,
she sighed. I can't help you if you don't speak to me. I never asked for your help, Irene, I yelled back. To be honest with you, you are the last person I would want to talk to. She just looked at me.
I know we didn't hit it off at first, and I'm sorry for that.
Whatever, you only care about your little prodigies, the ones whose foretellings make it into your little black book. She looked down at her hands as I got up. Well, you know what? I'm not one of them. This isn't working for me. You're wasting my time, I said. I'm never coming back. The door slammed behind me as I ran down the steps. I hoped that it was enough that she would just leave me alone. The entire day I was fuming inside, but I tried to keep my poise as I didn't want to answer my friends' questions. At lunch I found myself in front of the buffet line and for a second I didn't know what I was doing there until my stomach growled and I remembered. I grabbed a tray and started to dish up.
You should have left my cousin.
Clearly Nicole was back at school. She'd left for a couple of weeks after Lucian's death. Excuse me?
You should have left him. He didn't belong to you. Maybe then he would still be alive,
she yelled with tears in her eyes, and her words hit me hard. Ariana's hand touched her shoulder as I just stared at Nicole. The entire cafeteria fell silent. Come on, let's go.
No, it's her fault he's dead,
Nicole yelled again. I know, but it's not the right place. You know? I looked at Ariana. She gave me one of her dagger looks.
Don't start with me. She's right. It is your fault, Elena. If he hadn't been with you, he wouldn't have given a damn about you that day, and he would have stayed here with me where he belonged.
Her face was inches from mine. My body started to shake, and I knew it was my dragon that wanted to come out.
You are like a poison. Everyone who comes close to you dies. If I were them, I would try to get as far away from you as possible.
I screamed, and lightning came out of my hands.
You don't scare me,
she yelled as fire came out of hers.
Stop this, both of you.
Becky had finally reached us.
It's not Elena's fault that he's dead, Ariana. Even if they weren't together anymore, Lucian would have still found her. He loved her, and that is something you could never deal with.
My electricity grew stronger, and George grabbed me from behind. Stop this, Elena, he grunted as his hands tried to keep mine away from lighting up her ass. She's not worth it. Please, subdue your lightning. I can't handle this. I knew immediately that I was hurting George, and the lightning disappeared.
She is poison. You are all going to die, one after the other.
Becky's hand struck, and a lightning bolt missed Ariana by an inch. She immediately released a firebolt which Sammy blocked. Her hand lit up in fire, just like Ariana's. Don't! Dean said, and touched Sammy's hand. Her fire disappeared. This is not the way we solve our differences, Dean yelled. Lucian is dead, and this is how all of you repay him? He looked at me, Becky, and Ariana. You went too far, Ariana. He looked at all the rest of us. All of you went too far. Ariana's lips started to tremble.
She killed my cousin,
Nicole screamed again.
She killed Brian, even her own father.
Elena never killed anyone, Nicole. Goran did. And that hippogriff killed Lucian. Stop this fighting amongst yourselves and stop blaming everyone else. Because something tells me that what is coming is 10 times worse than what we are all feeling at this moment. We need one another to fight this. The entire cafeteria listened to Dean's speech. Lucian was my best friend. He was a couple of you guys' best friend. He wiped away his tears. We will always miss him, Nicole, and you are not the only one in pain here. He turned around and addressed everyone. Live the life he could never have. Live each day the way he did. Embrace everything with your whole heart, and learn how to love the way Lucian did. I promise you, if 10 of us follow in his footsteps, nothing can ever hurt us. One student started to clap, and everyone else followed. Dean lifted up his hand. Don't, please. They're not my words. They're Lucian's. If he was here, he would have said them, and he wouldn't want any of us to feel this way. He wrapped his arm around Sammy, and they left. Ariana and Nicole just looked at us, turned around, and left too. George was still holding my arms. Come, let's go. Today, Master Longway left a note with Sir Edward asking me to come and see him. It turned out that Sir Edward taught transformations, too. I packed my bags and went to his office. He was still busy with another student, and I could hear through the door how he pleaded with somebody to help him.
I'm not going to help her. She needs to find her dragon by herself.
Blake's voice yelled back, and I quickly ran to the top of the stairs. A second later, the door flung open and I could hear him running down the stairs. Why was Master Longway always asking him to help me? When the coast was clear and I was sure Blake was gone, I walked slowly to the door of Master Longway's office and knocked twice.
Enter,
he said, and I opened the door. He gave me a warm smile and showed me toward the seat in front of his desk. I dropped my backpack and slumped down onto the chair.
I spoke to all of your friends to get their explanations, he sighed. I tried to give you some time, and I'm sorry for springing this on you. Why didn't you come to me when you found elemental dragons, Elena?
Paul asked us all to keep it a secret.
None of you ever thought that he might be using you?
I shook my head. It was silent for a couple of minutes. What is going to happen to them, Master?
I could think of a couple of reasons why they wanted them, but they won't succeed, as elementals will always be good, unless...
Unless what?
For the other part, they would need a really strong magic wielder to pull it off.
They have Professor Giorgio.
Stronger.
Like Goran? He nodded. What could he do with them?
He can conjure a potion, if he has the right human to sacrifice, in order to become the Sadadin.
No, only the elementals can form the Sadadin. He gave me a stern look.
I'm not going to ask you how you know about the Sadadin, because I think I already know the answer. There is a potion that can form the Sadadin. He just needs their essence, and a dragon's essence can be guided once it's taken.
I don't understand. What do you mean by guided?
The potion they would drink would make them turn into dust. They'd get carried on the wind and could be guided to where they need to be with a similar potion the human sacrifice drinks. That body would soak up the essence and become the Sadadin.
Could that dragon be controlled? He nodded. Could it do evil things?
It depends on the host. If the host is good, then yes, it would turn the Sadadin evil. But if it's an evil host and not pure of heart, the Sadadin would become good. I'm not sure if the Wyverns know that, since it's a secret only our kind knows. He explained. I hope it won't come to that, and that they are merely trying to control the elementals. Once they are grown, they will immediately become the Sadadin, and they always fight for the greater good.
I nodded. Let's hope. He wanted to know everything about Paul, why he was here, if it was him behind those attacks, and what was said between us in that cave. I told him everything I could remember, how Professor Giorgio had killed Lucian with her stinger, and what she looked like when she turned. I thought that hippogriffs didn't have human bodies.
She's not a hippogriff, Elena. She is a shifter that can turn into a hippogriff. Their poison is the same. I didn't know we still had shifters on this side, and one thing is for sure. The Council is doing their best in trying to find them.
I wanted to get up to leave.
There is another topic I need to discuss before you go, please.
I sat back down.
The teachers are telling me you don't cooperate much in class, Elena.
I can't.
Why?
I can't be a dragon, Master Longway.
A dragon is what you are. You need to deal with it.
I can't. I don't like the way I feel when I'm one.
It will get better with time.
How? All the other dragons were born this way here. I didn't even know I was one. I was born with the mark of the riders, and just as I accept being one, this happens. Now I have to turn my entire mindset around and embrace her? I can't.
Elena, stop your whining. Dragon is what you are. You've got to learn how to control yourself in that form, damn it! Do you even know what you are?
I looked at him with huge eyes and shook my head.
You're a Thunderlight. It's a rare breed, one that died out a long time ago. Thunderlights are magnificent creatures. I understand why your father hid you, Elena. You have a powerful dragon inside of you, one that's just as strong as the Rubicon, but the opposite. Thunderlights are gracious and kind. Yet, they can wield purple lightning that could save me on a lot of electricity bills for a few years just by one touch.
He gave me a pleading look.
Not even Blake has purple lightning. Embrace her. Let us learn from her. We are here with you every step of the way.
A Thunderlight? I still didn't know what it meant, but if Master Longway said I was powerful, just like Blake, then I probably was. The keeper of the cavern all of a sudden jumped into my mind along with Gorin's words that day in the woods. I shook my head. Something doesn't add up, Master.
What is that?
The keeper. He said that no dragons were allowed in the cavern. If I'm a dragon, wouldn't he have been able to detect that? And Gorin, he took one smell and said not a dragon. How can I be one if he said I wasn't?
He was consuming someone's mind, Elena. And your dragon form was suppressed for such a long time that you must have lost the scent of one.
I'm scared.
Of what?
If the keeper knows I've tricked him.
Elena, calm down. They won't prosecute you. At that time, you and everyone else thought you were a human. He can't claim you, I promise you that.
I nodded.
Can you answer me one question?
I nodded again.
Did you see Paul die?
Why would he ask me that? I nodded again. I didn't know what I saw in that cave, and if I told him I thought he might still be alive, it would send King Helmut on a killing spree again. This time he didn't have anybody except his wife to turn to. He could die trying to avenge Lucian. Master, I had something else on my mind. Lucian found something. I could see it in his eyes, hear it in his voice. Master Longway gave me a lopsided smile, one that didn't reach his eyes.
I guess we'll never know what that is, Elena. But have hope. If he discovered something, believe me, it will come to us.
Hope doesn't exist.
It does. It comes to us in all sorts of forms. You just have to keep your eyes open to it.
I huffed, got up, and left. He seemed so calm about everything. What if no hope came, and just danger, like Paul said? I guess we would just have to wait and see.
40. Cain, a city in Al-Qadim. Where the hell is my son? I felt a ball of angry bile rise up in my throat. If he had betrayed me, I would kill him myself. No, he wouldn't. He wanted this responsibility, to avenge his brother's death, to avenge his biological father's broken heart that led him to his grave. He wouldn't betray his new father, unless that Chonglong Wei got through to him. I should have killed that dragon when I had the chance. If he was going to keep those elementals from me, everything we had planned for the past 10 years would be for nothing. I picked up the plate of grapes next to me and watched them smash against the wall. My lord, take a deep breath. I could feel Tanzi's hands on my shoulders. She pressed hard, and I could feel the knots disappear under her touch. Your son would never betray you. That thought hasn't even crossed his mind. You're sure about that? Yes. I would have seen it through her. She's still not buying that you're dead. No. Irene will never give up the search for me. She knows I didn't die, but she's not in a very good place at the moment. She has many quarrels with herself. She doubts her gifts. The night I blocked her vision did the trick. Tansy, you are one hell of a woman. I know. So relax. Paul will come with your prize soon. She lowered her head and our lips touched. If it wasn't for her connection to the dragon she used to share a bond with, none of this would have been a success. They would have known that Paul was pretending from the first day. Without Irene's sight, she had nothing else to rely on but her gut, and her gut was weak. She was lost without her sight. My beautiful chocolate princess took care of that. Suddenly, the door sprang open and our kiss was interrupted. Sorry for the intrusion, my lord. Micah bowed as low as he could. The hippogriff is on her way. She's carrying the bag. I pushed Tansy out of the way and with huge strides followed Micah to see for myself. My heart stopped and a smile spread across my face as I saw her flying on the horizon. She looked tired, but she had the bag of mongrels around her torso, just as Micah had said. I searched the skies again. There was no Paul. Where's my son? There is no sign of him, my lord. She'd better hope and pray nothing happened to him. My fists turned into balls as rage, hate, and fury filled my chest. The hippogriff listed to the left, then to the right, as if she'd consumed too much alcohol. She came crashing beak first into the ground. I crouched down and could hear the mongrels clucking noises. Take them and put them inside their cages. I gave the bag to Avika, one of my slaves. I looked at another. Give her water, quick, I ordered, and 3 women ran in with buckets of water. She drank all of it in a matter of seconds and breathed heavily as if she was in labor. She changed back, and the strain on her face told me my biggest fear. I took my sword out of my sheath. Wait, my lord. He's inside of me. He needs another body. You gave him the Calypso potion? I had no choice. She breathed heavily. The Rubicon, as dark as he is, smelled the hippogriff on me. I didn't have enough human blood to hide my scent. He got suspicious but trusted Paul with the secret of finding out what I wanted. So I conjured a potion just in case. But it wasn't Blake that killed him. It was the prince. He found a way to multiply himself and tricked Paul. She screamed and clawed at her stomach. I gave him the potion with his last dying breath. He drank it, and my body soaked up his soul. In a flash, I changed the course of my sword and struck Micah hard in the gut. Keep him alive, and prepare the 2 potions. At 6, the potion was ready. I watched Alfred prepare it myself. Trust wasn't my friend, and I never knew who to trust in the colony. Micah and Nora lay right next to one another. She was barely holding on with another entity writhing inside of her. I gave her the first part of the potion, and she drank it slowly. We had to force Micah, who would become Paul's host, to drink the other. He'd died about 20 minutes ago, and when Alfred was sure it was inside of him, Paul started to arch Nora's back. A milky gray mass poured out of her nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. It came together in a cloud and slipped through Micah's parted lips. When he gasped and his eyes flew open, I knew it was Paul. I went to him with a healing potion and watched how the hole in his stomach closed. He looked at me and whispered, "Father," before he fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. I went back to Nora, who was still awake, but fatigue hung around her like a dark cloud. I crouched beside her bed, pushing the hair out of her face. I can see why my son has favored you all these years. You've done well." She gave me a smile and wanted to speak. "Shh. Do they know that you are a shifter?" She nodded. "I stung the prince, and the girl saw me." Anger consumed me once again. "You didn't kill her?" I roared. "There was no time, my lord. She's not who the master said she was. She's a dragon." The thought of killing her vanished, and it was replaced with a roaring laugh. "We're going to have the Rubicon soon." I smiled at her wickedly. Paul woke up around 9, and we shared a bottle of the best wine in the cellar. At dinner, we feasted on roasted pork, beef, and lamb. It was a time to celebrate, and my men sat around the table with Paul in the chair to my left. Nora still slept. She needed her strength, as I had another mission for her. "Why didn't you call me?" He leaned in closer. "Blake got suspicious of Nora. He knew something was wrong, and we had to stop meeting for a while. I'm sorry, Father, but we had to do what we had to do." I rested my head against his. "Lucian paid for what he did to you. Nothing can cure a hippogriff's sting." We both started to laugh. Oh, how I wish I could see Helmet's face. To see the pain he inflicted on my brother such a long time ago when he killed Wyland. I wish your mother was here to see this. You did well. I am so proud of you. Tears glistened in his eyes. You don't know how long I've waited to hear those words. We laughed again. I found something else, something that I didn't need the girl's DNA for. He went into the bag and took out a necklace. Remember this stone? My eyes grew wide as I took in the gem. Where did you find it? It was around some silly little Dragonian's neck. I grabbed him around the shoulders and pulled him in close. The gods are finally favoring us. Everything is as it should be. The full moon would shine brightly tonight. The potion for the elementals was ready, and the master said he'd found the perfect host. Tonight, the Saradin would rise, and we would become invincible once Blake changed. Her turning out to be a dragon was the best news I could have received. Once Blake turned evil, he would find a way to free the master, Gorin. We put the elementals in their cages 15 minutes before midnight. Their clicking noises had been driving me insane over the past couple of days. I couldn't wait for them to be gone. The moon shone brightly on the altar, and I knew that nothing was standing in our way. Everything we did was crucial. Everything was worked out to a specific hour, minute, and second. One false move and all of this would be for nothing. The master would have all our heads if we botched it. At 11:50 I took my dagger and cut the inside of my palm. Blood dropped down into the ceremonial bowl. I closed my eyes and cleared my mind. Master, you're right on time, Cain. Do you have everything we need? His words appeared inside my thoughts. I do, sire. Perfect. There is one thing I have to tell you. The girl. She's not who we thought she was. What do you mean? I could hear the edge in his voice. She's a dragon. No, that can't be. Sire, the young lord has seen it with his own eyes, how she changed. Silence filled both our heads, and then laughter echoed through mine. The master was happy. You want to tell me Blake will be mine? Just be patient, sire. He'll come to you. Patience is all I have. His tone was filled with joy. You did well, Cain. You deserve to meet our perfect host. I gasped. I'm honored, sire. He let me into his mind. He soaked my conscience up, and when I opened my eyes, I no longer stood at the ceremonial altar. I was inside the master's head. I was back in the castle of Eton. His power ran through my veins. It was seductive, and I felt indestructible. I followed him through his eyes, and saw how he opened the door to the dungeons in the old castle in Eton. He walked past cells that held skeletons in their skin, looking at me through empty eyes. Men that used to be knights, barely hanging on. None of them said a word. Cowards, the thought ran through both our minds. They could have had everything if only they'd chosen his side. He entered a larger basement to the right of the other cells. It was huge and had a long dentist chair with its back facing us. Someone, the person who was worthy enough to be the host of the Saradin, was strapped inside. He couldn't move. Excitement ran through my veins. This was epic. We would rule this world when the creepers disappeared. The master started to speak. "It is time, my friend. Time to meet your destiny." "How can you do this?" The voice was tired. "You always said you'd be there." How dare he speak to the master like that, with no honor, no respect? "And I am." The master did a little skip dance toward the chair, mockery lacing every syllable. "Just not on the side you wanted me to be on. This won't go anywhere. The vines will never let you." "The vines, the vines, the vines. Fuck the vines. Blake will find a way." The host laughed a tired laugh. "He will be claimed soon." The master and I both laughed. "That little girl is not going to claim him. She's a dragon." "No," the man gasped. "She can't be." The master grabbed his head and pulled his face closer. The man strapped on top was barely alive. He was a corpse of a man, but he looked familiar. The master and I jumped onto his lap, and I gasped as I looked into his eyes. This cannot be. I have to say, you almost had me that first time I looked into her eyes. But it's over. And because of that, you will pay for lying to me. I was shocked as the master toyed with him. I regretted now thrusting that iron blade into my father's back. If he was still alive to see this, I could have spat in his face once more for all the things he'd brought on our Wyvern colony. No good came from his efforts. "It's so ironic, wouldn't you say?" The master carried on toying with him. "The greatest king that ever lived will become the greatest creature ever feared."